afternoon. The private attorney-client meeting to discuss litigation strategy in the case of Nikki Alvarez Souls, Clerk and Comptroller, Pasco County, Florida versus Pasco County. Case number 51-201-CA-2635-CAAXES, Florida Circuit Court, 6th Judicial Circuit, has concluded. And now, I'll call back to order the Pasco County Board of Commissioners meeting of February 7th, 2023. Please silence all electronic devices and mute your microphones. Now we'll proceed with the public hearings. Will the county attorney please review the procedures for rezoning?
Be happy to, Mr. Chairman. There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there's no opposition to the application, will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear in the folks?
Sure.
The Saddlebrook item is legislative. You do not need to be sworn in.
Okay, so if you are here to speak to anything but the Saddlebrook item and need to be sworn in, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. When you do come to the podium to speak, for the record, please state your name, address, and state if you've been sworn for all those items except Saddlebrook.
Okay, today we're going to start with regular public hearing, item P45. Proof of publication?
Yes, sir. P45 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on January 29th, 2023.
Okay. And Mr. Gary, to present.
Good afternoon. Bob Gordon, Pasco County Budget Director. The item you have before you here is a TEFRA public hearing pursuant to Section 147F of the IRS Code. Basically, the IRS has established procedures whereby a nonprofit organization can borrow money at tax-exempt rates. So the Cliff Notes version of this process is that Pasco County facilitates the process amongst all the stakeholders. Moffitt then goes to the market to borrow the funds. The county at that point just acts as a conduit, whereas the funds flow through the county ultimately to the borrower. A couple of things that are important for our residents to understand. First is that Pasco County is not borrowing the money, and Moffitt is not borrowing the money from Pasco County. As I mentioned, Moffitt is going to the market to borrow these funds. Secondly, Pasco County is not responsible for paying off the loan. Moffitt is paying the loan from its share of the state's cigarette tax revenues. IRS requires that this conduit bond be approved by the county commission, which includes finding that the Moffitt project is indeed in the public interest, and IRS regulations also require a public hearing. So Moffitt today is seeking to borrow up to $400 million. The purpose of those funds is to start the construction of its medical and research facilities at its Spiros campus in Pasco County. We have a number of folks here that are available to answer questions for you. If you have any, there's myself. Mr. Steinsnyder's been actively involved in this project. We have Dwayne Draper and Brooke Gonzalez from BMO, Brian Miller-Olive representing Moffitt, and we have 4 representatives of Moffitt itself here. So we have David De La Puerta, Executive Vice President, General Counsel, Henry Reyes, Vice President for Partnership Development, Joanna Weiss, Senior Vice President for Finance, and Jonathan Ruth, Capital and Debt Management Director. So Mr. Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to open this up for public hearing, and then we will be available to answer any questions after the public hearing.
Okay. All right, let's go directly to public comment. Anyone here from the public like to comment on this item? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have anyone signed up.
No one signed up on WebEx?
No.
Okay, so we have no public comment. We'll close public comment. Any questions for our staff? I'd just like to thank Moffett. It's a tremendous opportunity that you're bringing to Pasco County, and if this helps bring it home, we're going to be happy to do that. We greatly support what you're doing. We respect it, and we're delighted you've chosen Pasco County.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nice and easy. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, today we have two public hearings on the consent agenda. We'll start with continuance on P46.
P46 was advertised in Tampa Bay Times on October 19th, 2022.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. P46 is PDD 237665. It's a rezoning in the name of Rama Investments LLC, Apple Enterprises, for a change in zoning from an R2 low-density residential district to a C2 general commercial district. This comes to you with a recommendation to continue the item to the 3/7/23 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Okay. Have a motion to continue.
Move to continue.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and P47.
P47 was published and advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on November 23rd, 2022.
P47 is PDD 237678 in the name of Margie A. Tingley for a change in zoning from C3 Commercial Light Manufacturing District to C2 General Commercial District. Comes to you with a recommendation of continuance to the 3/7/23 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Okay.
Move continuance.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And next item, P48, and proof of publication.
Tampa Bay Times, November 23rd, 2022.
Okay. Denise?
Following item is P48, PDD 237606. This is a zoning amendment in the name of Angel Senior Living, MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development District, ASL 54, Real Estate LLC. It's to rezone the property from AR Agricultural Residential District, R4 High Density Residential District, and C1 Neighborhood Commercial District to an MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development District, to allow the development of a maximum of 180,000 square feet of commercial and 181,000 square feet of residential treatment and care facilities on approximately 31.77 acres. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet from the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission. This was presented to the Planning Commission on January 5th, 2023.
Okay. Is anyone in the audience opposed to this item? Seeing no one, leave it on consent. Item P49.
Published in Tampa Bay Times on January 25th, 2023.
P49 is PDD 237652. It's a zoning amendment in the name of US 41 and Shuttle Road, MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development, D.W. Lester and Sons. This is a rezoning request from an MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development District, to an MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development District, to allow the development of a maximum of 40,000 square feet of office, 25,000 square feet of commercial retail, and 341 multifamily apartments on approximately 17.086 acres. I do want to mention on this item that the resolution that was attached was the incorrect resolution, but that has been corrected and provided to the clerk's office and also to the, hopefully to the chair for signature in the future. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet and from both the Planning and Development Department and the Planning Commission. And this was presented to the Planning Commission on January 5th, 2023.
Okay. Is there anyone in opposition of P49? No one in the audience? Anyone on WebEx?
There is no one signed up.
Okay. And that is the consent agenda. We'll leave it on. Leave them together. Does anyone have a motion to approve?
Move approval of consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Now we'll go to a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, P50.
P50 was advertised in Tampa Bay Times on August 3rd, 2022, and by affidavit of site postings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nectarios Pitos, Planning and Development Department. This item is PDD 230009. It's a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPAL 2206 Saddlebrook Resort. This is the general location of Saddlebrook within the county. The star is a little off. It should be on the south side of 54. So the Saddlebrook Resorts MPUD was approved on June 24th, 1986, and contained 530 so acres, which is before the adoption of the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan. In 1989, the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan was adopted, and it established the future land use map, map 2-15, which envisioned the area for residential density not to exceed 6 dwelling units per gross acre. And the MPUD that was subsequently created was modified that was previously created, I should say, was modified one time in 1992 following the comprehensive plan to increase the approved commercial acreage by 2+ acres for a sports science center that was proposed at that time but was never built. The proposed amendment to that is before the Board of County Commissioners today for transmittal to DEO is to consider a PD plan development, and it is intended to essentially clean up the conflict between the non-residential uses approved in the MPUD from 1986 and add a parcel that I'll show in a subsequent slide here.
Terry, if you would
to the
stay on that for a
Saddlebrook
second.
Resort development.
When you say clean up the conflict between non-residential uses approved in the MPD, what exactly are you talking about?
Well, right now the area is entirely Res 6. So everything, the golf course, all of the resort amenities, etc., all of it is Res 6, residential.
And aren't they compatible uses with the Res 6?
I'm sorry?
Aren't they all compatible uses in Res 6?
They have existed under the future land use since 1989.
And, I mean, we approved it, or it was approved by a previous board as such. Was there any problem with what you approved? What was approved?
There are uses that are currently in the Saddlebrook Resort that typically wouldn't be found in a Res 6 future land use.
Okay.
The proposal here is to amend the future land use map to PD for a portion of the existing Saddlebrook MPUD area and to allow for a mixed-use multifamily development along State Road 54 and renovations of the existing golf course, recreation, hotel uses that are there. The location is at about State Road 54 and east of the service road. And then there will be a rezoning associated with this in follow-up to any comprehensive plan amendment that the board may approve. That zoning amendment has been filed concurrently with the comprehensive plan amendment to overlap, and it is for an MPUD. So the following are policies that have been compared against the proposed use, finding the proposed use to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, proposed use change, consistent with the comprehensive plan. This area is located, as I said, on the south side of State Road 54, at approximately what will be eventually at one point the southeast corner of the new intersection of Bruce B. Downs and State Road 54, and that will be, let's see if this works, right about this location here. So this is all located on the southeast. And then the area in red is the subject property that the proposed comprehensive plan amendment would be applicable to. And then the additional parcel that's being added is this one right here, located further east of the main entrance of Saddlebrook, on the south side of State Road 54. This is an easier image to see the area that's subject to the proposed land use change. So everything in pink is what would be PD. This is the proposed area for land use change, and we're showing the existing future land use that is currently overall all of the Saddlebrook area. So this is showing everything in Res 6. And then if a comprehensive plan amendment were to be approved and the plan development would be applied, this is what it would look like on the map. So everything in yellow then is the PD. This is a concept plan that illustrates some of the uses that are, or the redevelopment areas that would have some of the uses that they're proposing in the sub-area policy that's attached to the agenda memo. This is Area 1, located up here. And this is where the mixed-use trip reduction measure area is proposed to be, which would be handled in the MPUD discussions. This is Area 2, which includes multifamily townhouse office retail activities. This is the new parcel that's being added to the overall area. These two yellow and red areas here are Area 3 in a subsequent concept plan, which I'll put up at the end of this presentation just so you all can see it. This will be marked off as Area 3A, and this will be marked off as Area 3B. And then not located on, or not shown on this map, but located in this area here is the new location of the driving range, and the new concept map will show that at the end of the presentation. And then finally, Area 4, actually, is, I've lost my little mouse guy, but it's basically all of the golf course that will remain perpetual golf course areas, the pointer. All of that in between the pods of housing, et cetera, will remain golf course. And so the recommendation for today is to authorize the transmittal of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment to the Department of Economic Opportunity and other reviewing agencies at the state level. This is only a transmittal. This is not a final decision from the Board of County Commissioners. And then if we wait for just a second, we will show the new concept plan on the overhead.
Terry, if you would hang on to that thought for a second. When you say it's only a transmittal, isn't this by sending it off to DEO that we're actually saying we approve it and we want you to check it over?
I would say no, because the Department of Economic Opportunity and the other state agencies, this is their opportunity to provide comment back to the local jurisdiction to tell them what may need to be addressed from their perspective, and then we would have to consider whatever they comment back to us and enter potentially into a dialogue with them to make any necessary adjustments. And then following that, once those comments have been addressed, whether adequately or inadequately, however they get addressed, then it would come back before the Board of County Commissioners to say, do we want to adopt this?
So how often do you get comments back from DEO?
We do get comments back. I mean, we often send a lot of amendments, comprehensive plan amendments to DEO, the vast majority of which we don't get many comments back, but we do get comments from DEO encouraging us to look at things one way or another. Sometimes agencies like Florida Fish and Wildlife will comment. We do receive comments from the state, but not on every project.
But like you said, the vast majority, you don't get comments back.
Right.
Okay.
This is a new concept map that had been provided to us that clarified some of the details that have been talked about at the local planning agency recently, local planning agency meeting that happened, I believe, at the beginning of January. And you can see Area 1 here, some of the detail that's being provided on the concept plan here. And there's a series of notes here indicating where gates will be, et cetera, access to the new road segment here that would eventually become Bruce B. Downs. This is Area 2 over here with the townhouses and the office retail activity that I was mentioning. Probably should mention too that this is multifamily apartments proposed on this concept plan with retail office along 54. Here's the Area 3A and 3B with notations off to the side that won't read from here. And then finally, the location of the driving range here with maintenance facilities that identified and parking lots, et cetera.
Now, Terry, you said that that was shown to the Planning Commission?
No, this is in response to comments from the Planning Commission for Greater Deep, the local planning agency, not Planning Commission, but the same body. In response to some of the comments that they were making for having a little bit more detail on the plans.
Commissioner Bradford.
Thank you, sir. So the Planning Commission has not seen this map?
I would say that this map reflects the Planning Commission's concerns, but they have
My
not seen it.
question is, they have not seen this map,
It's a PD.
correct? Thank you.
Not in
Its
a
present
hearing
Okay.
setting.
Terry, I listened to the whole thing. It was never said the drive room was going to go there. It was pushed off with no detail.
They requested the detail to show it where it would go, and then this concept plan. The applicant can probably speak to it more and be more articulate about the process that brought them to this depiction. But from my recollection, the Planning Commission was asking questions on where, the LPA was asking questions on where the driving range would go, and they were requesting other redevelopment information. And to my knowledge, they were agreeable to presenting this, to gathering this information and having it presented at subsequent hearings at the BCC, but certainly when they would get another crack at it with the MPUD.
When we have an MPUD application, we have a comprehensive plan. Isn't the concept plan supposed to be submitted at the start of this whole process?
Yeah, and we received concept plans at the beginning of the process, but it's a planning process, so it's quite normal for projects to change over time and evolve to meet the different concerns and objectives that certain, interested parties might have.
So one of the concerns that I have is the MPUD parcel that abuts on Van Dyne on 54. One of the changes that happened when the first presentation of the town hall meetings they had, which they did separately, not in a group meeting, was the property up on Van Dyne initially was going to connect with a trailer. They've since changed that. Now, with no change and there's no connection, why would you include that in the MPUD? Seems like you could kind of make another conflict.
You're referring to
The Van Dyne piece, number
this
2.
piece here?
Right. Why would you include, there's no connection, there's no interconnection whatsoever, it's a separate piece of property which has neighbors right beside it
Right.
that should be focused on exactly what's going to happen around them as opposed to Saddlebrook, which is going to be internal and wouldn't really be a factor.
Right.
Why would you include that in this MPUD that has no connection?
Well, I think from my perspective, an MPUD is ultimately a zoning district, and if someone wants to apply to be part of a zoning district, they can join the zoning district. It doesn't necessarily mean that they join the actual development. They can share in the same kind of, say, entitlements or in the same kind of dimensional requirements that a particular zoning district might have. It'd be no different like if your neighbor was R4 and you wanted to zone into R4 yourself. In this case, they're going to participate in the same kind of development standards and requirements as the rest of the area. It's also owned by the same developer, so rather than go through 2 different MPUD processes, you could go through one and the same.
So with 2 separate things, let's face it, when you get a piece of property that's right on 54, it can be looked at a lot differently because you're going to have the in and out, it's going to be just deal with the traffic, it's going to happen right today. You can do your own study on just that specific piece. But when you have an MPUD that's got a 36-hole Arnold Palmer design golf course with a driving range with schools, with all sorts of amenities inside, that I don't know why you'd combine those 2.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
What's before you is not the MPUD. Just what's before you is a future land use map amendment to PD. So you're making the comments that why would you include it in the MPUD? It may very well be included in the MPUD, but I need to get it on the record that this is not the zoning approval. This is a future land use map amendment, and it probably is appropriate for the larger future land use map to be changed all at the same time rather than come in with what probably could be done as a small scale amendment on that piece up front on State Road 54.
And with the land use amendment, it's something that staff really just looks at compatibility to make the approval, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little more that goes into it because of this future land use classification that we have called PD. But if this was Res 6, yes, it would be, is that future land use classification compatible with what is next to it?
Okay. And the commission's has the right to decide pretty much, is it the right thing to do, pretty much falls on us.
Correct. Ultimate authority is at the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
And that'll complete my presentation.
Okay. Any other questions for staff at this point? Did you do a economic study on the resort?
The Planning and Development Department usually refers economic studies we have worked on economic studies, but usually in tandem with the Office of Economic Growth to do them.
Okay, so I think, is David Engel in the audience? So I asked Mr. Engel if he had done one, and I'm going to let him respond to what he had to work with and what he found.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. David Engel, Economic Growth Director for Pasco County. Thank you for calling me up, Chairman. I'll just give you a little history. About a month ago, the County Attorney's Office sent me an email suggesting that it would be a good idea to do an economic impact analysis and fiscal analysis of this project. I've had some communication with Mast Capital. I've also had some discussions with a variety of homeowners that live on the premises. And the study that I would be presenting would be more attuned to the MPUD. And we've started to do this analysis, but we're not complete. And we also wanted to address a number of questions we had. And we've asked Mass to provide some information input. Number one, what's the market plan for this? Who is the consultant? What's the financial nexus between the out parcels on 54 and the internal redevelopment of the site? Why would we construct, what's the rationale for reconstructing the golf course and locating the infrastructure and common areas for the resort where it is now and relocating the driving range? So based on that, we started looking at some work, and I would tell you right off the bat that the Mass project as proposed has additional economic and financial impact and benefit to the county. The commissioner that asked me to do a study asked, well, what would be the impact if we took the garden apartments and the townhouses and eliminated them from Area 1 and replaced it with an equivalent full-service hotel? And the conclusion of this analysis using InPlan, we modeled it using the input-output data that we have, which is current to our market. The Mass plan for Area 1 would generate ad valorem taxes net into the general fund of $1,459,000. If the housing were to be eliminated, the hotel option would generate $2,492,000. So the ad valorem tax pickup to the general fund, converting the housing to a hotel, is a 71% pickup. On the contribution to the gross county product, the Mass plan for Area 1 would generate about $86 million a year to our gross county product once it's completed. The Mass plan would generate $28 million a year, and the hotel option would generate $86 million a year. And so the improvement on gross county product contribution is $58 million, which is over 200% gain. So clearly, utilizing a hotel on the premises is advantageous from a fiscal standpoint, as well as a gross county product standpoint. My recommendation is purely just on a vanilla standpoint. It has nothing to do with the merits of the development, merits of the proposal, location of land uses. And I've just begun speaking with the planning department and working with them in a collegial fashion to come up with an optimized idea and plan. So I'm still waiting on Mass to provide me with the information. I would add that if you are going to consider a hotel as a viable use in the comp plan, that there may have to be an alteration to the transmittal to allow for that. So if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
So I appreciate you doing the apples-to-apples comparison, so it's real basic and simple. Just because you don't have the information to really do the full in-depth study where you don't know what the full plan is going to be, but over $1 million to the ad valorem taxes, that means the taxpayers of Pasco County save $1 million and $50 million of gross domestic
Well, we're not
product.
saving $1 million, we're getting $1 million more.
We'll get extra revenue. So
And
we
the-
talk about,
And the county economy will pick up an additional $58 million a year doing the hotel option.
okay. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. All right. Any other questions for staff?
I'm waiting on the
Okay.
presentation.
All right. Now from the applicant?
I think they're looking for my PowerPoint. Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, 34652 for the applicant. I have Erin Landry, Jordan Kornberg with Mass Capital with me today, Steve Henry, our transportation consultant, Justina Gale, our planner, and Bryce Swanson, our golf course architect. I thought by a very basic beginning of the story here, why are we even here and why are we amending this comp plan? I just wanted to kind of point out high level here that we do not need to change the comp plan to add our 620 units to this project. The comp plan already allows for a maximum of 1,779 residential units, which can be single-family, townhomes, and or multifamily. Why we're here is because the comp plan is needed to allow for the resort and the commercial retail office uses. The current residential land use conflicts with these uses. You heard your plan director discuss that. The comp plan also removes the residential uses currently designated for the golf course areas. It is a cleanup. We went into this, I went into this with what's the comp plan look like and how do we make the comp plan fit for this resort in this area. And that's why I proposed to change the land use from Res 6 to PD to achieve all those things. But again, for the additional residential, we do not need a comp plan amendment. It already is allowed by the comp plan. What we do need a comp plan amendment is to clearly provide for those resort uses that are open to the public, to remove, for the benefit of the residents, to remove residential land uses from their golf course areas. And one of the questions we get, are there existing remaining and unused entitlements in the MPUD? Again, the MPUD was approved in 1986, amended one time, a very minor amendment. Yes, there are existing entitlements within the walking village. You can see there, the walking village is the resort area. Lakeside Village is the area where the single-family homes are, and Fairway Village is where there's condos, and there's commercial. 100,000 square feet is currently approved in the MPUD. The total new residential units proposed is 620. The ones remaining in the MPUD is 232. So the difference is a 388 unit difference. Community outreach has been extensive. For this meeting, there were 17,888 property owners noticed, both with community meeting notice. We had a round of community meetings last week, again, more meetings, and public hearing for this public hearing. Community meetings were held in October, November, December, and last week. These are all the list of the meetings that started in June and it went through last week. The last week ones fully complied with the code regarding notice. We would get ourselves in a position of how you have to notice a community meeting under the code versus getting the information out in a timely manner. As we changed our plans, we wanted to get it to the community. As we changed things, we wanted to get it to the community. So the meetings in December, my client said, I want to do these meetings. And I'm like, well, you got this number of days, you got to notice the meeting. So my recommendation was them, go forward with the meetings, communicate with the neighbors. And so we did that, and then we did again at the end of last week. We had more meetings. In those meetings last week, you could attend in person or virtually. So there's been an abundance of meetings and opportunities for people to engage and get information and get up-to-date information. A lot of different changes based upon community feedback. Redevelopment Area 4 at one time was proposed for 60 single-family units and 100 townhomes. Another change was a lot of this question of what are you doing, what are you doing, what are you doing? And at a comp plan level, we generally don't have a lot of detail at the comp plan when we do this. So what I did was I took the PD concept plan and created what's called a PD sub-area plan. Never done one before. I never had to do one before, never was asked for the level of detail that I've been asked relating to this project. So I created a PD sub-area plan. A PD concept plan is not binding. This PD sub-area plan is binding. It tells you a lot about what the development plans, what's allowed in Area 1, 2, 3, and 4. I created Restricted Area 4, which is all the existing golf course area, and said exactly what is allowed to occur there and exactly what is not allowed to occur there. Right now, all your comp plan tells you is it's approved for residential density. So I've changed your comp plan, or proposing to change your comp plan, to be very specific going forward as to what can occur within those golf course areas. That's an improvement for the benefit of the residents to have that kind of specificity. And after the Planning Commission, we were asked about Area 3, broke those down into areas 3A and 3B. They asked if we could provide, before we came here, more detail, and so we did that. And remember, all of these areas, all these plans were made available to the public, to the neighbors, and then all the neighbors within 500 feet of this boundary last week, and we've continued to update them and had meetings along the way. And we revised the MPUD concept plan as staff showed you. One of the other things is really an MPD level of detail, has to do with the access at the existing entrance. We are proposing to add dual lefts, and then a right turn lane. So that's an improvement. Steve Henry is here and will speak during rebuttal, I'm sure. More of an MPUD level detail, but we're just trying to get all the information out. This is what I told you was the binding PD sub-area plan. I have passed that out to you so you can see that at a real-time scale. It's in your packets. It's called PD sub-area plan, and it actually has more details than this slide has, because if I put all the details on this slide, you would not be able to read them. So if you look at that plan, you'll see that, and this is, the concept plan became a PD sub-area plan. You'll see exact detail with regard to Area 1 and what uses can go there and what their maximum square footage is and their maximum number of units. Same thing for Area 2, very specific. I understand your question, Commissioner Mariano, Chairman Mariano, regarding this area. This was owned by the Dempsey family. It was acquired by my client. And if I didn't include it, I would be told I wasn't transparent. And if I did include it, I got criticized for including it. So, and I also want to point out that we had proposed a connection as required by your code here, a pedestrian and bike connection, which was pushed back by the residents, and we've agreed to amend our plans and our narrative to not seek that to seek a variation to not include that connection. But our plans as submitted when we included this piece of property included a connection. And then Area 3 and 4, and then, Area 3, A and B, and I'll go over what all those areas mean. Area 1 is a village center, 3.486. It's where the driving range is now. It's designed to exceed the county's mudroom ordinance, mixed-use transportation reduction measures. It's a very nicely planned out, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly village, one of the nicer ones I've seen. Restaurants with space with outdoor seating areas, retail office space, and multifamily apartments. 75,000 of commercial retail and office at that location, 35 townhomes, 465 multifamily. The multifamily have to be located behind non-residential land uses along State Road 54. That is your policy that you've adopted for other areas of State Road 54 that say that those residential uses need to go behind non-residential uses. That policy does not apply in this location, but we have I've made it apply in this location. This is the mudroom plan. These are the integrated, vertically integrated mixed-use buildings here. You have apartments and a pedestrian-friendly layout. These are the townhomes. This is the existing entrance. This way is north. When you look at this, you generally want to go this way is north, but that way is north. Area 2, that's the area that's being added. That's a 19.52 acre parcel, already has a Res 6 land use designation on it. We're proposing a maximum of 120 platted townhomes, 25,000 square feet of commercial retail office. Again, we're putting the non-residential against State Road 54 and the residential behind, pursuant to the policy direction, general policy direction that we've heard the Board of County Commissioners express. The only access is to State Road 54, as requested by the community. That's actually an overstatement. This area will have no vehicular pedestrian. That'll actually be your decision at the MPUD. At the request of the community, I've added that as a variation to my MPUD narrative to not have the required connectivity that your code requires. So I apologize for that overstatement, because that'll come to you with the MPUD, and that'll be your decision to make. But fulfilling our commitment to the homeowners that asked us not to have a connection, we have included that as a variation. This is from the concept plan that shows you the general configuration, townhomes, non-residential in the front. Area 3, and my team will go over Area 3 and Area 4 in a little more detail because it relates to the resort.
Can you back to that slide for a second?
Mm-hmm. Oops. Hold on.
Show me the connection on that parcel there connecting to the right side.
Along this eastern boundary?
Yeah, are you connecting to that piece of property that's right there on fronting 54?
We are connecting to, we have to connect up here.
There, okay.
Yeah, because that's a non-residential use and this is a non-residential
Yep,
use.
no problem.
Area 3, my team's going to go through and explain Area 3. It's related to the resort and what they are planning to do with the resort. So I'm going to let them explain that. They can explain those details much better than I can do from a land use and zoning standpoint. Area 4. Area 4 restriction has evolved as we have worked with the condo association, and they have reacted to this language and said, can you make this clearer? Can you make that clearer? And that's why this language has evolved since the Planning Commission, is because we have a group of the board members, which are here today, I understand, from the condo association, have continued to revise what we can do in restricted area 4. This is the MPUD concept plan that has the details at an MPUD level. That's why it's called an MPUD concept plan. And you can see there's a lot of details on here. This is a working document to communicate with both the county staff and mostly with the neighbors. There are details on this plan over here about where gates go and what kind of access it's going to be, multi-use path. There are level of detail on here that have been put on here to communicate, and you can see this is all relating to the driving range, which we have a separate presentation that will explain that to you. But this is to communicate when people have questions and concerns, we address them and we add them to this plan. It's a level of detail that we never put on any plan before the county. But we have no problem doing that level of detail.
Barbara, can you show me where that maintenance shack's going to be on the driving range?
Sure. So and my team can explain this better, but the maintenance will go in the orange. What's currently located here, in this area, will come over here.
That's what you
There
refer
is-
to as a cart barn, correct?
Yeah, the cart barn, and again, let me have my team speak more intelligently about it. What's interesting is that because of your Vision Road here, your Vision Road actually wipes out their maintenance facilities now when you do that Vision Road. It's unlike anything I've ever seen with all of the Vision Road being on their property. The Vision Road in and of itself makes them remove those facilities, and this is the area where they can put them. There is a small shed storage area right here for this operation, and my team can go over that in better detail. This storage was over here, But we've had significant engagement from the condo association with these plans, and they said, no, no, we don't think that's a good location. We evaluated with them moving it here and buffering it. So these plans haven't just been done in our, back room. They've actually been evolving with the participation of the condo association.
Do the people in Wiregrass know they're going to get a maintenance shed back behind their property?
We noticed everybody within 500 feet of the boundary, and they had their own ability to do a community meeting and attend in person or virtually.
Okay, is there any houses?
And it's not, that is, they can describe what that is. That is where they put turf and dirt, and it's not the facility for cart barn, but it is a facility that relates to maintaining that driving range. I will let them answer that, and they will do a much better job. With that, whoever's speaking next on my team.
Thank you. Jordan Kornberg. I'm with Mass Capital, Managing Director and Head of Acquisitions. So I think it's important for everybody to remember what our ultimate goals are here, and we're all aligned. We want to make Saddlebrook a great community for everybody. We want it to be a world-class resort again. We want to prop up the golf academy, the tennis academy, and really all existing components of that business are our focus. So we're not singularly focused on any one piece. It's all important to us, and it all is mutually beneficial. This will create jobs, significant economic benefits for the county, and enhance the existing residents of the community, both from the offerings that they have to experience and the values. In terms of our experience, both MAST as well as our principals, including myself, have significant experience across Florida and nationwide, operating, owning, and investing in high-end resorts and high-end hotel properties. So this includes some of those examples up there, but Chica Lodge down in the Keys, the Conrad Hotel in Miami, Little Palm Island in the Florida Keys, Naples Grand, etc. From a residential standpoint, we're delivering very high-end luxury residential products that are an asset to the communities that they're involved in, both for sale and for rent. Included on here is a project in Miami Beach where we've set records for Miami Beach sale prices. So I think it's important for everybody to know we're developing communities that are really an asset to everything around them. In terms of our investment in Saddlebrook, we're very committed to Saddlebrook and really the long-term benefit of the property. In our 10 months of ownership to date, and I think it's important for us all to remember, we've only owned Saddlebrook for 10 months. We've invested approximately $5 million in capital improvements to the property. Unfortunately, after 15 plus years of lack of investment, that $5 million doesn't necessarily show as really transforming the place. I use the term drop in a bucket, but $5 million is not an insignificant spend, and if we were not committed to the long term of Saddlebrook and the resort, there was no need for us to spend that $5 million. It's been a long time since it's seen investment. We didn't need to replace the roofs. We didn't need to redo all the tennis courts. We didn't need to improve the landscaping, fix the greens on properties. We're doing all these things because we're committed to Saddlebrook and we're committed to the long-term benefit of Saddlebrook. While we're doing this in the background, and we've shared a lot of these plans, we're working on a comprehensive renovation of the entirety of what exists today that is Saddlebrook. I think, as everybody knows, it's a very expansive property. So, with not doing a new build and renovating what's there, there's a lot of time and effort that goes into it, especially given the date of this property. But our plans involve touching everything that the eye can see: meeting space, food and beverage facilities, lobby, pool, guest rooms, and really making it a comprehensive resort that the golf and tennis community continue coming back to. The groups that historically came to Saddlebrook that mostly don't come back anymore will want to come back to. And then there'll be a drive-to leisure customer that also wants to enjoy Saddlebrook, which historically has not been a big segment of the business plan. And as part of that too, we're delivering a new members clubhouse facility, which historically hasn't existed as well. And lastly, on that point, we're paying for 100% of all the improvements in the public areas. So none of that is paid for by any of the residents in the community, any of the condo owners. The only portion that is paid for by anybody other than MAST is the interior of the guest rooms, which are owned by third-party condo hotel owners. Although we are the largest owner of rooms, and so we obviously will pay our portion for the rooms that we own. In terms of our team, we've hired EOA, which is a South Florida-based interior designer. They focus mostly on high-end projects across Florida and the Caribbean. They've done the One Hotel in South Beach, the Ben in West Palm Beach, which is a new build project. I worked with them at Chica Lodge down in the Keys, Conrad, Fort Lauderdale, but a top-notch interior designer that we have confidence, and based on the plans we've seen, will be able to bring Saddlebrook back. We look at the regional comp set, and all these properties are thriving right now. Omni Amelia Island, PGA National, Marriott Sawgrass, the Reunion Resort. There's no reason why Saddlebrook should not be able to compete with and really exceed these properties. And that's what our plan takes us, is for Saddlebrook to go head-to-head and hopefully outcompete all these properties. But today, as a customer, you're really not shopping these versus Saddlebrook. And we want to make it that way again. And in the past, that's what Saddlebrook was. We talk about tennis. We've made significant commitments to tennis. As I mentioned, we redid all the tennis courts over at the academy portion. We've approved of redoing all the other tennis courts at the resort core. We brought back Sean McQuillan, who was previously the director of tennis, and we've seen some big wins already on the back of that. Re-engaged with some of the professionals who have interacted with, so we did a nice shoot with the number 10 ATP Tour player, which got Saddlebrook good press, and is really relaunching Saddlebrook back into the tennis community. And then in January, we brought back our first tournament in 4 years. It was a $25,000 ITF Pro Circuit men's tournament, and the feedback was great. It was streamed globally. We're waiting on the official rating, but we were told that it was very well executed, and the feedback from ITF was remarkable. We've got more events coming back, and frankly, even since we put the slide together, we've gotten more commitment from the USTA. So putting Saddlebrook back on the tennis map is a very important part of our business plan. Getting into the details of our plan, so as Barbara touched on, this shows Area 3A and 3B. So in yellow is Area 3A, in orange is Area 3B. So 3A is today 27 tennis courts and a surface parking lot. In our prior plans, this was all covered as one big area. We split it into two areas because our plans evolved and we've had more detail behind it. So our commitment to Area 3A is that will remain as simply tennis courts and surface parking. So no new development in place of where the tennis courts are today. And what we've preserved is of 27 courts, we're committing to maintain at least 20 of them. We've built in flexibility. We have some amount of courts that we can take from tennis use to potentially pickleball or paddle tennis, depending on what those demand needs are. And up to 7 courts we can remove and replace with surface parking, although frankly, I don't think we're going to need to use 7. But at this stage, we wanted to commit to something that we knew was a worst case scenario. And no Area 3B, that's where we plan for our new members clubhouse. So that's a renovation of the existing buildings with an expansion in order to make it a competitive clubhouse facility with fitness use, locker rooms, etc. So that'll have food and beverage, locker facilities, fitness facilities, outdoor dining, pool area, etc. And then we've also carved out what is here, which is a pool, and then pickleball courts. We just actually took 2 unutilized tennis courts and converted them to 4 pickleball courts. We've carved that out of the area as well to ensure the preservation of those. So this shows the preliminary footprint of what is in Area 3B. Oh, sorry, and I'll go back. Barbara had also mentioned a movement of the maintenance facilities to Area 3B. So Area 3B today has a cart barn as well as resort maintenance. We will continue to have our cart barn and resort maintenance facilities here. In terms of the larger maintenance facility, we don't have capacity in this area to move the larger golf maintenance here. So the preliminary plan that we're exploring is the Grand Pavilion, which is, which is down here in the resort core. It's a very large open exhibition space that doesn't have much to it. That's where our preliminary plan right now is for that larger maintenance facility to go to. It's away from all the houses. It has good connectivity to both the resort and the golf. It's on the main road, so for a lot of reasons, we think that's actually going to be the best location for the golf maintenance facility. What was shown in Area 4, ultimately that's going to be outdoor storage that's heavily buffered and landscaped. And so we're not talking an actual building or facility there. It's mostly going to be storage of materials. So this, back to the clubhouse. And then this shows a 3D model of that area, 3B, and what the clubhouse is going to go. And you can see where the 4 pickleball courts that we just added are on that plan. So mostly existing buildings that get fully renovated with some expansion of new buildings. For the golf, we brought on Reese Jones and Bryce Swanson from Reese Jones' team is here and will talk. But, Reese is a world-class golf architect who has it in his blood and lineage, the golf business. And this is just some of the amazing courses Reese has done, but, U.S. Open venues, PGA Championship venues, Ryder Cup venues, both from a new build course as well as a renovation of existing facilities. So, their resume as a firm is quite impressive, and we're confident that they're really going to deliver us a very high quality facility that competes with anything around us. The new driving range plan. So ultimately, the course will be a 27-hole course with 3 nines. We were sitting down with the Reese Jones team today, and so we don't yet have the full 27-hole routing plan to share, but we are close. But the driving range, the location's the southeast corner, which keeps it distant from a lot of the residential homes in the area, and ultimately it's a 2-sided range that meets the needs of both the academy members as well as resort guests. So all of the facilities that exist at the driving range today in its current location are replicated here, and it meets all of our needs. And then the 27-hole routing plan, ultimately, what we do know and we can commit to is anybody who has a home with a golf course view today will continue to have a home with a golf course view, and that will be unimpacted. And we touched on the deed restriction, but we have agreed with the Hotel Condo Association on the form of deed restriction. And so we've worked with them over the last several weeks. And that is our commitment to the Saddlebrook. And we think it benefits the community overall. But that's the only association that's thus far has engaged with us, but we've reached full agreement on that with them. And that will protect as golf into perpetuity. So with that, I'll turn it to Aaron Landry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Aaron Landry with Mass Capital. Thank you for your time. I wanted to highlight some of the economic benefits of our proposed plan, and I appreciate Mr. Engel's comments earlier, and certainly look forward to hopefully sharing some of the information that we have with him to make sure he has everything he needs. So the few of the aspects I wanted to focus on is job creation, in particular the real estate values, as well as some of the direct fiscal benefits. So since Mass purchased the resort a little bit less than a year ago, we've already added 100 jobs to the payroll. And then we also commissioned our own study by a group called Miami Economic Associates that do these types of studies that David was referencing all around the state. And so we have, based on our plans, generated basically information that creates these outputs that I want to share with you. And I think the highlights from this is, the way to think about this slide and information is you have non-recurring, which is effectively your construction period. And then you have your recurring, which is obviously post-completion. And so based on our plans as proposed, and Barbara had shared, obviously, the concept plan between all the areas, inclusive of the resort renovation, you can see that in using, in fact, even M-Plan, which is a proprietary software, which is very common, and David also referenced earlier, that 2,300 approximately jobs will be created during the construction period. And then post-completion, approximately 700 jobs moving forward. Ultimately, that generates significant, obviously, dollars in terms of where those wages are spent.
If you could you hang on that slide for a second?
Yes.
Just because you're touching exactly the same data he was using. I think he said it was like about $28 million would be the GDP, and I think that's your number at 26. So what were your thoughts when he made the comment he's going to increase the GDP by 58 million compared to doing the apartment complex and developments you're proposing, as opposed to putting a hotel in?
So I'd say in terms of trying to create more value, we're all in favor of that. I think to be fair, we've not seen any plan or inputs based on his study. We've done this based off the actual plans that are in front of you. So it's sort of it's comparing a hypothetical to what we have proposed. And so I can't comment on something I haven't seen I have no idea what inputs he put forward to generate those numbers. So,
All right, so he asked you for information. Did you give him any information? Did you have all this and you just didn't share it with him?
no, so I reached out to Mr. Engel last week, and we've had conversations prior to that to make sure we provide him any information he'd like. We've shared information along the way in the past weeks, significant presentations with a lot of this data and information. This report was not complete in order to share this with him. Otherwise, we would have. We're happy to share it after to provide that information to him. But as far as the plans that have been described and proposed and other information and details that we had, we shared that information with him prior to today.
So when did this get completed?
So this was completed on Friday in terms of having a version that we could actually.
So we have a planning commission meeting that's a recommending body to us to have data put in front of them. They're supposed to get a whole concept plan, including all these economic figures. And you guys have it ready for Friday before we're going to see it? I'm going to say his $58 million GDP, higher than what you've got. And as far as tax revenue for us, I mean, all this should have been looked at by us way ahead of time. But go ahead.
Again, happy to share all this information with Mr. Engel. In terms of increased home values, since we purchased the resort, there's been significant increase in home values. It's undeniable. You just look, I think the two takeaways are, if you look at the number of sales in 21 versus 22 when Mass purchased the resort, and you look at the actual increase in values, it's significant, almost doubled. There's been no reason for a change in the values of the units at the resort, other than, or but for, basically word of mouth and the fact that Mass has put forward plans for the resort. The resort has been on a path of decline. There's been lack of investment. There's been no reason logically that the values would change, but obviously folks are benefiting, and we haven't even fully executed our plan. Simply $5 million invested thus far.
So just to be clear, you're saying because of Mass, these values have gone up. Hasn't been the market itself? How does the market compare to what your values have gone?
So that's actually a good point. So the way this is broken out too is the top is the resort, which is the condo hotel units. The bottom is lakeside. So just by pure analysis, the top being the condo, you're seeing lakeside, which is a traditional unit. You can live in the unit, full time. The condo hotel, you cannot. So you can see the increases in the condo hotel, almost 300% increase in certain instances. You compare that to the bottom chart, which is much more, I would say, typical of a traditional, obviously, real estate value for a home. You're seeing approximately 35% increase there. So that's an indication that, again, Mass hasn't renovated the resort of any great extent other than the $5 million we put in, and that's just the beginning. But that goes to show you kind of what I'd say is the hyperactivity that's clearly associated with the plans that Mass has put forward for renovation of the resort, and investors taking the opportunity to try to have some upside and get in early. It's a classic example of that.
I recall seeing an email from a lady who I think had bought one of these for about $260,000, maybe $360,000. And is that one of those units that went down, what we're talking about, for as low as from 11 to 35,000?
I have no idea what unit you're referring to. I'm telling you, we can obviously go back and try to find the exact transaction, but I'm happy.
All right, we'll wait to hear from the people. So just one more question. With these units here, what did they generally sell for maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago? Any idea?
5 years ago, I don't know, but I think it's clear from 21, and the resort has been on a path in terms of valuations going down. To see them jump and double in 22 when nothing's changed, it's inexplicable from a real estate perspective.
On a purchase basis, does Mass have the first right of refusal on these Walking Village condos?
So Mass has a right of first refusal. I think the key to understand is that does not mean that the person has to sell their unit to Mass. So if you own a unit and you have another buyer and that buyer is paying a higher price, you don't have to sell at Mass, you take the higher price. So you're not being harmed as an owner.
No, but Mass can buy it for the same price that the other person's being offered a sale for.
You can match that price.
So Mass can match it and then buy it.
We could match it, but if you get a higher offer, you're not obligated to sign it.
No, but you have first right of refusal.
Correct, which
So-
is pretty typical of a condo hotel structure.
Okay, so how
which
many
we
of the-
inherited.
how many of these have you bought in the past year?
To date, 22,
22?
22.
Thank you.
In terms of the bed tax, I'll just highlight briefly here. Again, in '21, the bed tax that was generated by the resort was around $200,000. Since Mast has taken over, that tax has increased by about $100,000. Clearly, I think that's, again, partly due to good operational expertise and changing over of the team and staff and implementing new policies. But ultimately, I think the bigger takeaway here is the potential to generate significantly much more in bed tax through the implementation of our plan, as discussed earlier.
And if you could stay on that slide for a second as well.
Yes.
When you get to the point of having all your data together, which you have for Mr. Engel as well, do us a comparison as well like he did. Show us what the tourist development tax would be revenue-wise if you made them condo hotels as opposed to apartments.
Okay.
Thank you.
In terms of direct fiscal benefits, this is again associated with the overall proposed plans for the new development areas only. So this is not information related to the renovation. So generally speaking, these numbers would actually be higher if you included that portion of renovation work. But the point is, in terms of overall fees that will be paid associated with the new development, that's approximately $7.6 million. And then on a go-forward basis, just for the residential components that we had shown on areas 1 and 2, we have that estimated at approximately $2 million. Again, that does not include what would be the retail and office components that we had shown in our proposed plan. So that $2 million would be ultimately higher. And then lastly, before Jordan comes back up, just wanted to highlight, these are meant to be what I would say is inspirational images. They're just, again, these are not Mast-owned properties, but in terms of trying to give a sense of sort of flavor and direction, if you will, for the town center concept. Here's one, which is the square in West Palm Beach, and then the second one here, which is the village in Leesburg, Virginia. Again, not to be that what we intend to do is precisely or exactly as that, but it's meant to be more of a sense of direction or intent with the town center concept. With that, I'll let Jordan come back.
Commissioner Waitman has a name for that. What's your name?
Downtown?
Oh, that,
Oh,
entertainment.
Entertainment.
I love that word.
Thank you. So we just wanted to walk you through some of our plans, but real quick before that, when we talk about 500 new hotel keys on the northwest portion of the site, what we inherited was a 500-room roughly hotel that sits largely.
Hey, Jordan?
Yes.
You're out of time. I know we've asked a few questions, which is okay, so I'll give you extra time, but how long do you think you'll need to wrap it up?
So I only need a few minutes. We were going to have Bryce Swanson from Reese Jones' team speak, who was planning on 5 minutes as well. So I think with 7-8 minutes, we could get through the rest.
Okay.
So we have 500 hotel keys today that sit largely vacant. They're running 20% occupancy when we inherited the resort. We have a lot of condo hotel owners who have economic interests are aligned in that resort. So I just want to make clear, before we add 500 new hotel keys to the property, we have roughly 400 hotel keys a night that sit vacant. So we need to focus on filling those 400 hotel keys that sit vacant before we add 500 more. And so in terms of our renovation plans, as I mentioned, really everything the eye can see gets touched. So enhancing the arrival experience, that's an image of it, adding a new fountain, and landscaping obviously all throughout the resort. New coffee bar and marketplace in the lobby. Lobbies are generally places to meet today and places to interact. Saddlebrooks is very transactional, so creating this will really enhance that whole lobby experience and make it aligned with most resorts today. Taking what is today Dempsey's 2 and really making it an activated restaurant and sports bar concept. We have shuffleboard and pool table areas shown there, significant capacity enhancing the seating, and then really an indoor-outdoor connection. That outdoor area overlooking the 18th green of the Saddlebrook course is truly beautiful. And there's no seating there, there's no activation. So really activating that area we think will benefit everybody. specialty restaurant. This is today where Tropics is, really making it, a high-end 3-meal fine dining execution. And then this is a rendering of ultimately our guest room product. The guest rooms are in dire need of renovation. The entire resort's in dire need of renovation, and this will bring the product up in line with those competitive resorts we talked about and really bring Saddlebrook back. It's just another rendering of the guest rooms. And so ultimately, our plan is to enhance Saddlebrook. We've done a significant amount of that to date, as I shared, as Aaron shared, and this is going to benefit the overall community. So, I think it's important for everybody to remember that. And with that,
Jordan, a question for you.
yes.
You say your occupancy rate's 20%?
When we inherited the resort, it was 20%. It's ticked up since we've owned the resort, just based on some sales strategy, but it was running roughly 20% occupancy when we inherited it.
Okay. And when you took it over, it's February?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's a TTM, trailing 12-month annualized number, so no seasonality or anything in that.
So let me ask you this. You have the right to make these people renovate if you choose to, correct?
We do not have the right to make them renovate. They have to choose to renovate.
They have to choose.
Correct.
Okay. That's different one of the contracts I read, but I'll wait to hear.
So they can, if they don't renovate, to be in the rental pool, they need to be up to standards, which is typical of condo hotels. We can't force them to renovate. So ultimately, it's their choice whether they renovate or not. And when you develop standards, it's then a question of rental pool participation versus not.
All right, so 20% when you took it over, it's up now. What is it now?
34%.
Okay. And do you remember what it was the year before when you guys first started looking at the property, what those numbers were?
18%.
Okay. Thank you. Question?
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Waitman, sorry.
I was waiting, I've been making notes as you've been going along. When it comes to these rental standards, y'all mass set the rental standards. They're not like part of any county ordinance code, that sort of thing. It's mass standards that the third-party owners that aren't mass, if they choose to renovate, obviously I would think they can make that decision in due time. Is there a timeline? Approximate budget, if they want to renovate it, do they have to use the mass contractor? Not necessarily know if that's the role of the county to really understand the detail in the questions, but it's our job to ensure that ownership and public benefit and quality of trust is there too. So can you answer those questions?
Absolutely. So ultimately, we're working on finalizing, we've shown the renderings, we're finalizing a bid package to have pricing on it. And ultimately, we will then go to owners once we have all that buttoned up to say, here's the cost, and even beyond that, here's our projected pro forma. Here's what the revenue will go to if you renovate and where we think operations go, and this is what the return on your investment will ultimately be, and your payback period. And in terms of payment timing, that's also going to be something that we're going to look at. In terms of people doing it on their own, ultimately, there's going to be a significant benefit through contracting them all together, and significant benefits of scale. So, ultimately, I think the idea would be that they would all go through our contractor from an execution and logistics standpoint. It would be, frankly, very difficult to have 300 different contractors, running around the resort, and you'd get the benefits of scale you learn from the model room project. So ultimately, the idea would be that we would contract it all for the benefit of everybody, and everybody would get the scale savings that you get from buying 500 times versus once.
And are you putting them on a clock? You putting a time expiration for those that still own third party? Are you putting them on a 90-day, 6-month? Like, is there a time frame in which they have to come into the?
No, ultimately, if somebody decides down the road, obviously, we're happy to then renovate their units in the future. So there's not going to be a ticking time where you need to come in by this date. There could be an additional cost, though, if you don't, when we ultimately bulk buy, there's lead times on all this stuff, things are ordered in bulk. So if there's an owner who chooses not to renovate and then a year later wants to renovate, we're very happy, obviously, to coordinate that and do it. It just might cost a little more ultimately to buy things one-off.
So then who markets the, say, non-renovated condo?
So the non-renovated condos, ultimately, through the condominium documents and everything that exists, those determine, but, what can be done with it, and, they can be used as a residence. There's certain limitations, obviously, in terms of, what those units can and can't be to protect the resort. But they're on their own to do what they want with their unit within the documents that exist.
So when a customer comes into town and they choose to stay at Saddlebrook, they can go online. I'm assuming they can go online and choose what, if they want a room that's been remodeled and renovated, and then versus an old one. Those rooms that say that third party owns, they'll have the ability to still market their room and collect revenue, right? Or will those be pushed to the bottom of the pile and all the shiny rooms be set for sale?
So for short-term rental, it needs to be a part of our rental pool. Nightly rental as a hotel would go through our rental pool. But obviously, there's they can use their units, they can do longer-term rentals on it. But short-term rental is restricted to the resort owner.
So Mass is going to ensure that the folks who may not necessarily choose to renovate their condo right away will have the opportunity to still have their room to collect revenue off of that.
Of course, no. Listen, we obviously can't restrict anybody from accessing their units. It's they own it. They have a contract with us. If they no longer have a contract with us, it's their unit. We no longer have rights over it.
Are we still doing questions?
Got another one, sure, while he's here?
Thank you for that detail. So back to I think Aaron showed a slide that said 38 million in local job creation with construction companies. Are y'all bringing in out of Tampa Bay? Is that contractor chosen? I mean, are these jobs that you're going to be paying, which is great? Are they going to be paid for? Is there going to be local contracting opportunities associated with it, or does Mass have their preferred contractor that comes in from wherever, and that's kind of how that 38 million is figured? Because I kind of look at that as that doesn't necessarily stay in Pasco County. That figure may or may not be fair on an economic.
It's a good question. Ultimately, it'll be a combination. I'd expect we always try to work with local groups where we can, and especially in the subcontractor community. I'd say a lot of the subcontractors ultimately are local. Contractors, we'd look both locally and for larger, more statewide groups. So I'd expect there to be some combination of local and outside, but definitely not all outside. But we also can't commit that it would all be 100% local.
Thank you. To Area 1, in our planning process, do we have any I mean, I've always been open with concerns of traffic. Do we have any comments in the plans from our sheriff's department? Those on the record? Because they're supposed to make comments on it. And I say that out of concern of half dozen or so red lights from the interstate.
There are comments within your agenda memo. They're not very helpful in terms of that sort of information. It's this. What I saw was the standard sheriff's comment is that they are 64th out of 67 counties. I mean, it doesn't even. It shows that there's a concern from law enforcement. It doesn't really ask you to do anything.
My point to that is that type of detail on a project like this is important, especially in a congested area. Commissioner Bradford.
Let's see, Commissioner Starkey first. You had her hand up.
Go right ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you. So first, I got some emails that suggested that my son is involved with your project. I wish he was, but Wheelock Street Capital is not involved in this project.
Correct.
And but I know from my son, and you all know his company did Starkey Ranch, that they had been contacted by many groups who were looking to buy Saddlebrook, but they passed. And I know even Tom Brady's was in on a deal to purchase Saddlebrook. And that didn't come through, so within the group. I'm personally very excited that someone's willing to invest and bring Saddlebrook back up to where it used to be. It's interesting, I'm looking here, and there are a lot of homes in Saddlebrook that are on VRBO. So I don't know how that works with our short-term rental program that has only about 6 legal homes in it, but this is another reason why we have to fix that ordinance so these people can rent their properties legally, because right now you can't rent on Airbnb or VRBO, except for about 6 houses in the county. I just wanted to touch on the subject of having to update your condo to be in the pool. And I like to travel, and I stay in a lot of VRBOs, condo hotels, and others, and I understand the reason why they want to protect their new name, because they're trying to brand Saddlebrook as a 5-star resort. And if you go and you stay in a outdated room, it's not going to reflect well on the new brand they're trying to bring to the county. So my son's company has purchased a resort called South Seas Plantation. Some of you may know it, down in Captive Island. Same exact thing. If you want to be in the new, upgraded, rebranded resort, you're going to have to upgrade your product to fit with what they're trying to promote. And so I'm even surprised you're allowed that there's other sales allowable in the community, because someone rents something with a broken couch, the oven doesn't work or whatever, then you start getting bad reviews. It's tough to overcome a bad review. So I understand what they're trying to do on their rooms, and I'm not going to get into all the other stuff until we're done with the presentations. I just wanted to touch on that aspect of how these operate.
Commissioner Bradford?
Thank you for your presentation. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I made a note that you said, what your statement was, that if you have a golf course view under your development right now, you maintain that golf course view. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
Okay.
Do you have another part of your team speaking?
Yes, Bryce Swanson.
I don't think we've heard the whole presentation.
No, we haven't. Still got.
And while he's coming up, I want to remind you when we had the governor at Saddlebrook, and I don't
Years.
Okay, so he left early because it was so hot in that room because the AC didn't work. Do you remember how hot it was in that room?
I think the whole Florida cabinet left.
Yeah, they couldn't take the heat. So we need a new air conditioner in that big room.
Chairman and Board, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'll go quick. My name is Bryce Swanson. I'm a Vice President, Senior Designer for Reese Jones, Inc. We're based out of Montclair, New Jersey, but we actually work all over the world, in the U.S. Predominantly from that standpoint. Those who are golfers, perhaps in the audience might recognize the name Jones. Reese is actually the son of Robert Trent Jones Sr., who was a famous American golf course architect. Reese and his brothers started out learning hand in hand from his father, and ultimately he went out on his own. As I mentioned, we've worked on over 240 projects completed throughout the U.S., overseas. We're also all members of the American Society of Golf Course Architects. That's why I have my jacket on. From that, but some of our projects, they vary in scale. We've done anything from municipality public golf to resort golf and then to private clubs, but we've also had the opportunity to work on a number of the U.S. Open venues, PGA Championships, Ryder Cup venues, to prepare those for those special events. In Florida, we've actually worked both courses for the Breakers over on the other coast. We've done some work further south down around Naples, Bonita Springs, I myself just finished up 2 over in the Palm Beach area from that, so we're used to the conditions or the environment here. But when Mass Capital approached us, our job, once we first came out, was to evaluate the existing golf course. And as you've heard today, one of the items being concerned is the relocation of the practice fairway. The practice fairway is located up there in the kind of the very northwest corner, up by the Highway 54. Did I get that correct? And just from a logistics operation standpoint, it's substantial distance. So to make all the pieces go together with the redevelopment and to bring Saddlebrook back, ultimately the item they asked us to take a look at was relocating the range. What we focused on after studying the entire property was the southeast corner, which is currently made up of Palmer number 1, Palmer 2, Palmer 16, 17, a number of holes there. We settled on that area because it gave us the greatest space to build a state-of-the-art practice facility, not only for the members and the guests, but also to grow the golf school back into what it once was. The golf school's dropped down in the number of kids who actually attend, down into high teens, where back in the day it was up in the 20s from that standpoint. This slide right here with the white line around it highlights the area that we've focused on to create the new range. Practice amenities that all go with that. Short game areas for not only members in the resorts, but also for the golf school. This right here is a preliminary concept that we've developed, something similar to anything we'd build at any other high-end resort, private club. But it has the capabilities to allow members to use the west corner of the range. Don't know how to, but that's the closest piece, closest to the pool as you're looking at it. Resort guests and members would have a quicker access to it. The further corner of it to the east would allow the Golf School Academy to have the same components that they currently have, but actually give them more state-of-the-art, bring it up to kind of the current industry and where things are going. With that, we had to take into a different account safety, setbacks, everything that we look at in terms of the setbacks. So we found plenty of space to set it back from one end of the tee to the other end of the tee. We're at 365 yards from that. With that, just to kind of hone in our focus, if somebody now is coming to the range, you can see we've repurposed what was Palmer number 18 green into a short game area where players could kind of work on their game, a little putting green for them to warm up. We have found some additional parking, which is currently on the existing Palmer number 1 tee. So if there was a need for additional parking spots, we have found a spot. We've created a space for the turf nursery green from that. And then as you move through it, the range floor is designed such to allow people the maximum practice experience to really work on their game. But the beauty of this spot is we have nice setbacks from the surrounding development, property down to the south, the surrounding condos and that. And then it was touched on earlier, the additional maintenance storage, just to clarify, again, it's not a full-blown building or anything that. It's nothing more, to a certain extent, of a concrete slab with some bins, which are concrete walls, 6 feet, 8 feet in high. It's just somewhere where they could store some of the materials that they periodically use out on the golf course, like the bunker sand, top dressing sand. Maybe it's a spot too where the ball picker and some of the equipment used to clean up the range gets kind of housed. They wash down balls, those type of components. But the full golf course operation, the site is being considered as the old Grand Pavilion on site, with the idea of repurposing that. To give everyone clarification too, the back portion of the range is set up not only for the idea of the Golf School Academy, but then too for the ability of the members to be able to go down there, get away from people to really work on their games. Maybe something too for the resort to grow more of a one-on-one teaching or Golf School Academy for people who come to the resort for an extended period of time. There is a proposed building structure at the very back of the practice fairway for the golf school. It's 40 by 60 feet. The idea of that is restroom facilities for the students, teachers, controlled environment in terms of AC, break room, somewhere to go in, actually watch some video, break down their swing from that. And then with that, additional components, putting green, short game areas, space where everyone could really use and maximize their experience. With that, this is just, again, overall. The rework of it, it does require us to fill in and relocate some of the water usage, preliminary conversations with the engineer, and also based on my past experience in Florida. Those are all things that are doable. It just requires to go through the proper channels as it relates to permitting and the process from that. But there is a small pond being proposed to be filled, and then certain ponds being reconfigured in the lighter blue. The dark blue indicates the current shapes. And with that, that's all I have.
All right. Question for you. So you're going to be taking up pretty much 1, 2, 16, 17, and 18. So the Palmer course, the old style course, kind of a links course that goes out for 9 holes, keeps on going, comes back in for 18. Where are you going to have the first tee for this new golf course?
Sure. So on that, one of the things that I didn't go into is the current state of the golf course. You have the Saddlebrook. The original course is a 9-hole loop, kind of returns back to where the pool area is. From that, the Palmer is one long continuation. What we've developed right now, preliminary on paper, and we're just not ready to present because we need to check some things. But the new configuration would be actually the Palmer holes would get reworked. Everybody who has golf outside their backyard would still have golf from that. We're not taking away any of the golf from that. What we're going to do is actually what we looked at is breaking some of the front 9 of the Saddlebrook layout, holes 1 through 9, to allow us to rework a configuration for a new 9 that uses 2 of the existing Saddlebrook front 9 holes with a rework of 7 holes of the Palmer course to get us 3 9s that return back to the pool area. So from a resort operation standpoint, and also from the members, we'd be able to provide them with 3 9s that are equal in yardage, par 35 or par 36, but a similar level of tested golf.
So where's the first tee going to be?
How do I use the red pointer?
No idea.
Okay, so the first, here, let me go back. I don't know if we have. All right, so all right, so right now this is Saddlebrook hole number 1. Right here, the green with the sand around it, that's Saddlebrook number 4. Ultimately, this would be hole number 1, hole number 9, and what we'd be proposing is using Saddlebrook hole number 5 as the new start for the new 9. That's
So
being
Saddlebrook course is 18 holes of 9 in, 9 out.
right.
If you disrupt 1 and 9, what are you going to do for the other
So
balance of that golf course? It makes no sense.
no. It does. And
Go ahead.
I wish I had the full drawing. But so if you know the course and you remember how it plays, in theory you'd play Saddlebrook number 1, you'd play Saddlebrook number 2, and then you would go over and you would go down the road and then you'd hook into some of the Palmer holes. Ultimately you'd come back and you'd play Saddlebrook number 4, and that finishes 9 holes of golf. If you're going to play, call it the new 9 holes, which is made up of some of the Saddlebrook holes and the Palmer, you would then come over here, you'd pick up Saddlebrook number 4, you'd play number 5 coming down, you'd play a new golf hole shaped in here. From that standpoint, you go around the corner here, and then you hook into the Palmer holes that make up that, and then ultimately you come back around and the new finish would be Saddlebrook number 27, or is
So
it
we-
Saddlebrook number 9?
So show me Saddlebrook number 1,
Hopefully you have.
the new Saddlebrook number 1. I'm not done yet.
I know, just let me know.
What?
When
It's
you're
not gonna
done.
be easy.
I'll wait on
Go
it.
ahead.
Show you the new Saddlebrook number?
Yeah, I mean, you just took out number 1 and 9 of Saddlebrook. Where's it gonna be, where's the new number 1 of Saddlebrook gonna be?
So ultimately, it becomes 3 9s that are 1 through 9, 10 through 18, and 19 through
Okay,
27.
so where's the Saddlebrook number 1 gonna be?
So Saddlebrook number 1 would still stay as hole number 1 or Saddlebrook number 1.
You just said that was gonna be part of the Palmer.
I think I need the overall map. I think I'm making it a little
You'd love to have
confusing.
seen a map at some point in time.
Right,
I know,
so-
and I know you're new into it, because I know they worked with Palmer before and some other ones too, so I know you're new into it, but again, we're looking at things, but what's gonna happen? And I'm trying to look at some of the things you're saying. I don't see how you break up the Palmer course, the way it's set, without really doing some major shift. The Saddlebrook course, if you kept it in place, and it's hard to do anything else, because it's just loaded with cypress trees
So-
around it, so you got a flow. I'm gonna talk now. When I look at you say, it's gonna be nice for the people to be able to go where hole number 2 is, or number 3 is, where they go to the practice range over there and be in a nice quiet place to go, guess what? The practice range right now, that sits out over on 54, is a nice quiet place to go practice. And beside it, the students can go practice. So why do we have to do all these changes, put all this construction in, changing the ponds, changing elevations all the way through here, going through all this construction that these people got to live through? Why can't we just work to go improve what's there, which is a pretty good facility, some say, and then, you know, keep this in place, because that, I mean, Armor Palmer designed 2 really good courses. Why would you go through all this,
So
other than make money?
to make fun. So I don't think it.
Don't do that, please. Don't do that.
I don't think. I mean, from that standpoint, we don't have the slides. We didn't want to take up everyone's time. I think the reality of the place is it goes back to 1970s, and then you have the Palmer work that occurred in the 80s. You throw in the number of years of neglect, of no money being put into the golf course to repair any of the parts out there. A golf course is like no different than your house or car. So the pieces have started to fall out. The reality shows the rounds have dropped. The average rounds right now are somewhere 36 to 40,000 rounds. If you do a comparison to what other golfs have been doing in recent years, and COVID was a big boom for golf, but I know of other facilities that a typical 18 holes in Florida have been doing anywhere from 50 to 60,000 rounds with a limited membership. The rounds have gone down in terms of what they're able to charge from a resort standpoint. The golf course is in dire needs of a repair. It's reached a point that you can't just put a Band-Aid on it. So we've got to a point now where pieces are broken, carpets are falling apart, the drainage system doesn't work, the irrigation system's on Band-Aids, things need to be repaired. So with that, I understand going all the way up to the range is, you know, it is quiet to a certain extent, if you want to say. I would come from a golfer standpoint that outside of living there in the community, if I was a resort guest, I have to jump in my cart, I have to drive over 4,000 some feet. I find that a little disconnected. It doesn't match up to perhaps some of my other options out there. But then too, taking it a step further, you have the golf course, the original that goes back to the 70s. Technology's changed. For some people, it's a fair, fun, you know, golf course experience. I think for other players, it's no longer that. I think the conditions have suffered greatly. There's points in time where the Saddlebrook course has to close during the rainy season, late July to early October. So there's major work that needs to be done. And what we've advised the client to just go ahead and put things back is more of a short-term fix. It doesn't really address some of the issues in terms of the original design or even the Palmer design as it relates to options from the green surfaces or components like that.
Well,
Maybe that's
I've
long-winded.
spent a lot of time out there on the course. Recently, I made sure I played it a few different times, especially when I heard how bad the Saddlebrook course was. So I played it right after hearing that at a public meeting. Went out to look and play it. It played great. I had played the Palmer course before that, had played great. I happened to be out there Friday during the storm that was going on. And from the storm that's going on, the water that's there, it was raining down real hard as the bands were coming through, but you could see the drainage working to where it went. And by the end of day, pretty much, there were some wet areas, obviously, but the course is drained well. Could it drain better? Absolutely. What's happened over the years, I think you'll know, is you can drive down some of these cart paths, you go look, the drainage coming in, the dirt where it's supposed to go into is higher than the cart path.
Yep.
What's gonna happen? It needs to get cleaned out. As we know, it needs a lot of maintenance. But I don't think you just rip this whole thing apart, changing this whole thing and going from the southeastern part of the course to go put the new range, to take it from the northwestern part of the course, is any bit of an answer. And then you're gonna have to go do a lot of changes to make this whole thing go, and then take from a 36-hole golf course. And as a golfer, if you went to a place and you're gonna take, let's say, go with a group of guys, you're gonna wanna play 27 holes and kind of mix them up, or would you rather have two 36-hole or two 18-hole courses to go play? What would you rather do?
So for me, I want the best golf, and I would say currently what's there right now, it's a one-time stop as it relates to a resort guest. With all the new developments that have come online from that, I think it's a beautiful site. I think the setting of, the Saddlebrook course is something unique and different. I think the Palmer course, they moved a lot of dirt to a certain extent, but I feel like it becomes redundant. So I'd rather opt out for the best golf course, whether it's 27 or 36 from that.
Commissioner Oakley.
My question deals with the fact of going from 36 holes to 27. I've heard in the past that 27 holes managed properly can do as much work, I guess, as a 36-hole golf course. Is that true, or?
So it's not 100% in terms of matching, but it gives you the capability to get somewhere around 75 to 80% of what you were.
Of the four.
From that.
Okay. Yeah, my problem with golf is after I hit it, I'm still standing too close to it. So I go from there. But I think the redesign of some of that and B27 holes can fit that community, because the resorts as we've seen them in the past, especially Saddlebrook, back in the day when it first started, it was a tremendous resort, bringing a lot of people out of the Northeast, and a lot of that kind of activity coming to Saddlebrook has kind of died off. But I look forward to seeing a new beginning of something just as great as it was in the early days.
I just want to add one thing. To properly fix this golf course, it's like, again, the comparison to when you're going to renovate your house, or, honestly, some point your car. Like, the engine gets so old. If you do normal maintenance on it and you replace the tires, you do all the oil changes, you change fan belts, you do all that, you can prolong the life. I hate to say it. The reality here is the golf courses, two courses that have been severely neglected over the years. And to attempt to try to fix, it does require a certain amount of work. So I understand, how big of a scope, but I think that's part of us, is to be able to develop that final plan to show people what perhaps it could be, to give them an idea.
All right.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
Playing that golf course right now, the courses and the greens especially are fantastic shape, as good as I've seen them for maybe ever. So as far as you're knocking the course right now, and just like one of the other people that owns the property right now tried to knock it earlier, I don't know why, but I'm going to tell you that course is well designed. It drains well if it's maintained. But when you have all the wet areas that have all the silt that's all grown up and never been cleaned out, it doesn't get the chance to drain as quickly as it should or could. But all the stuff, the infrastructure's there. Now, maybe it needs newer infrastructure to be put in place. Won't argue with that. Maybe it doesn't. Because if the silt's in there and it's stuck in the pipes, and so be it. But when you have your wetland areas that are higher than where the cart paths are and where the well's supposed to drain, and if you look at the maintenance, even though they've had it for 8 months now, 9 months, you can go right down by the first tee or the 10th tee at Saddlebrook. You can go look, and there's pine needles all over where the drain's supposed to go. Right from where the apartments are, the condominiums are, taken in through. So even with what they've done for maintenance hasn't been good. And when you showed that cut over from number 4 to 5, the par 4 to par 5, they replaced the sidewalk there. I don't see any pipe that was connecting the two ponds. I got to think there was one there before.
No, there is a pipe. It's just
buried under?
Yeah.
Buried under, thank you. All right, any other questions?
No, Mr. Chair, but this can be a long meeting, so I'd like to keep the meeting moving.
Okay, well, we get questions, we get the questions. I'd like to ask if you would come back up again. Not you, I'm sorry, Jordan. Jordan, you showed a picture of a lot of high-level developments that you guys have done, multi-story structures, et cetera. So I know, looking at your website, even before you showed this, that you can do that type of thing. Now, Pasco County, we like to get good things to come to the county. I mean, we're working hard at it every step of the way. Why would you not want to build one of those monumental buildings and facilities, like the pavilion? As Commissioner Starkey mentioned, we had the governor here, and no heat in there, you can't make it go. And now you're going to turn it into a shed. Why wouldn't you take and build a structure like there, where, like you say, it doesn't get a lot of use now because of its constraints? Why wouldn't you put a nice building right there that would be right in the heart of the development that could actually feed all the stuff you want to go do, rather than go build apartments out there on 54 that are going to be bound in traffic when you get only right turn out only? That means you're going to cross over and create more jams. Why would you do that?
So I'd say two things, Chairman, with all due respect. You see the size of this room today. If I was planning to do high-rise in the heart of the property, it would be standing room only. There'd probably be 500 people here screaming, saying they don't want that. People's greatest concerns are traffic, and if we build high-rise in the heart of the community, it's going to definitively make it a much worse Saddlebrook for everybody. So it's actually counter to everybody's interest in this room to do that. And then also,
let me stop you for a second, though.
Yeah.
The NPUD that was granted years ago here was actually to allow a 9-story building to go in. So that's in the NPUD that exists right now that these people knew about when they bought. The problem they're having is everything else that you're going to hear in just a few minutes.
The other thing is, as you go vertical and building 9-story, it's a lot more expensive cost of construction, so you need much greater, sales, rents, et cetera, that, while Pasco County is, growing immensely, and as you know, we are huge believers and huge investors in Pasco County, we don't think it justifies 9-story construction at the moment.
Thank you. And try to wrap it up in a couple minutes?
Yep, I'm Barbara Wilhite. So in wrapping it up, that is our presentation. I would ask you to bring this back. We offered a lot of detail that has nothing to do with comp plan and zoning. How we configure the golf course, we've been asked about it, so we provided those things. So we do need to get back and think about what it means for this comp plan amendment and why we're doing the comp plan amendment. And if we would make available our golf course architect team to meet with you, Commissioner, and consider your ideas. We're not saying, we wouldn't consider your ideas, but it really it's outside of land use and zoning about how we reconfigure and how the investment the client wants to make in the resort. And if there was a cheaper way to do it, they would do it. They have a reason why, and he's explained why they want to spend the money and the time to redo these courses. And I think it's pretty persuasive when he explains that. But you have a lot of ideas. We'd be happy to make our golf course architect available to meet with you and listen to your ideas based upon your experience out there. But coming back to a land use amendment, which your county attorney would say, a lot of these things are MPUD, and a lot of these things have nothing to do with either. And the golf course reconfiguration, I don't think has to do anything to do with land use or zoning. But coming back to why we're here because we have a Res 6 land use that allows 1,779 residential units over all of over all of the resort property, and we're trying to make this a more specific plan development to specifically allow for these commercial and resort uses that exist and have been entitled in the MPUD, and to actually provide a benefit of having certainty about where things will go and where things won't go by doing a binding sub-area plan that's never been done before. So I just would ask you to try to keep a focus on the comp plan and what we're trying to accomplish with the comp plan. We're already approved for residential, we're already approved for multifamily, we're already approved for townhomes under the comp plan exists today. So it's really the non-residential in making sure that those are recognized as uses that exist today and entitlements that exist today, because there's already 100,000 square feet of commercial entitled today. We added 5,000 to that to make it 105, so that they could, in that clubhouse area where they're renovating, if they wanted to add some more retail or restaurant, we would have a specific allocation for that. that wasn't considered when the project was initially entitled. So with that, I know we've been up here a long time. We appreciate your patience and listening. We only wanted to present this because we thought you wanted to hear it and that you were important to hear the details because you've been people have talking to you and you want to know the details and you need to know the details. So that's why we were up here so long, not to waste your time, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Barb, before you go, I'll just make one comment just to what you said as far as like to fix the conflict zoning. And with the commercial aspects, I mean, the MPUD was granted what it was granted for everything that's there. But in it, it did have the component for the 9 stories. So at the time the code, and this was done, it was all okay. But would you be able to do any apartments if you didn't have Res 6? And what would the density be?
If we didn't have Res 6?
If you didn't get, if we have Res 6 now, would you be able to do any apartments out there, and what would the density be?
We can put 1,779 units within the boundary of Saddlebrook under the Res 6 land use designation.
Okay, with what's available for land now, with the Res 6, would you be able to put any apartments in?
Yes.
Okay.
Barbara, I had a meeting with the residents. Unfortunately, there was a mix-up, and they came here, and I was in Newport Ridge. And so unfortunately, our meeting got shortened. But I did listen to the Planning Commission meeting, and the residents had a lot of questions that I felt didn't get answered, but I know you didn't get to do the rebut. You might have mentioned it here, but I was having some issues with my iPad, so I maybe didn't catch it in one of the presentations. You already touched on no one's view gets lost, but one of the questions I heard at the Planning Commission was the concern about the second entrance that would be on the new Vision Road. Does that Vision Road have a name?
Vision Road H, as I recall.
Okay, we'll keep calling it Vision Road. That entrance would be gated so that there would not be public access to Saddlebrook, and I understand there's a gate on that road. I just want to answer that for the resident.
So I'd have to put my presentation back up and I can show you on the concept plan. Actually, you have it in front of you. If you look at your concept plan, it's called MPUD Concept Plan. You'll see the details about gating and where things are gated. It's important to the residents that the fact that they all live behind a gate is maintained after we develop area number 1. So there is a gate off of the Vision Road, but it's only for the residents and guests within Saddlebrook to be able to go through that gate and use that Vision Road. The Development Area 1, whoever's going to Development Area 1 cannot get into Saddlebrook Resorts via that gate. Okay. And it is on that MPUD concept plan.
I see there. The other question that the residents, I thought, brought up during your meeting and maybe didn't get answered, and I asked during my meeting with the folks, is the commitment to the Saddlebrook School. I understand there is that's not going away, and that the layout of the new road does not hurt the Saddlebrook School.
That's right. I don't know who's best from the team to answer your question about the school, and Jordan, you want to? Yeah.
These were questions that the residents were asking, so I just want to make sure they got it.
On the school piece, the school is actually a joint venture between us and another group. It wasn't a requirement for us to buy the school. The school loses money today. We chose to buy the school. A lot of the other investors who were looking at the resort actually would not have bought the school and would have carved that business out. We view it as an important part of what has historically made Saddlebrook, so we are committed to the school and view that as a very important part of Saddlebrook.
Does the new road hurt the school or help the school?
It does not. The new road doesn't impact where the school facilities are from a tennis, golf, dorm, or the classrooms itself in any way. And we actually just renewed our accreditation for 5 years for the school this past week as well.
Okay. I think the other questions have been answered, but if they come up again when they're speaking, I may ask you more questions.
We have our team ready to answer questions after we hear more from the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. So before we get to public comment, do you guys want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll take public comment.
Thank you. How am I going to do this?
line 3. There he is.
Please have a seat. All right, so we're going to start public comment for the hearing, and if we could, please, no applause. Let's let everybody speak. There's a few groups here that have asked for extra time. We're going to allow that as well. And then the clerk will go down the list one by one, so everyone will get a chance to get heard.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to remind them about the mics?
Oh, and please, for all the commissioners and also the people up front, please speak right into the mic so everybody can hear it and the clerk can pick up the minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first group we have is a collective group of Jane Graham, Larry Barbetta, Joanne Barbetta, and Drew Rourke for 45 minutes collectively. I don't know who's going to come speak first, but when you come up, if you can give your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. What group is this representing?
The Saddlebrook in total.
So they're speaking for the Saddlebrook residents?
A lot of the residents, yes.
Is it the Saddlebrook HOAs, the Saddlebrook Condos Association?
It's a group of Saddlebrook residents that formed the group to represent Saddlebrook.
How many do they represent?
Jane, how many people do you represent, do you figure?
Actually, at least 2 HOAs, Fairway and the Saddlebrook Properties Association, and in total.
So those, I'm Larry Barbetta. I live at 5326 Vauxhall Drive, and I was one of the people that founded the Save Saddlebrook Coalition. We were formed just because of everything going on, and because we have 5 different HOAs, which we'll discuss. There was some fragmentation, and we felt there was a need to have a more unified structure. So we created a nonprofit organization. It's open to anyone who owns property within Saddlebrook. It's also organized as a nonprofit coalition, so HOAs could join. And so we've had the 2 largest resident HOAs have joined the coalition, and we provide education, community outreach, and legal support.
So you're speaking in place of the other?
The others that want to speak are going to speak. There's a couple other groups that had information they want to share as well.
And this group's getting 45 minutes?
They're getting 45 minutes, yes.
So just to clarify, we represent individuals. We represent the Saddlebrook Property Owners Association, which has about 100 residents, and we represent the Fairway Village HOA, which has just under 200
Yeah.
residences.
For the record, I've met with the applicant, I've met with this group, I've met with others as well. So.
Yeah, I hope that. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. So, name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. My name is Jane Graham. I'm an attorney at Sunshine City Law at 737 Main Street, Suite 100, Safety Harbor, Florida. I represent the Save Saddlebrook Coalition, which was just discussed, a Florida nonprofit corporation dedicated to providing a common and unified voice based on the shared priorities and values that span the entire Saddlebrook community. Membership includes individual property owners and homeowner associations within the Saddlebrook community. The coalition respectfully requests that the County Commission denies this amendment. My client would like to find a solution with MAST and has had conversations with Ms. Wellheit and MAST, but based on the incompatibility with the neighborhood, inconsistency with the comprehensive plan, numerous glaring failures to follow required procedures in the comp plan and the land development code, and lack of data, my client cannot support today's proposal. This is not vacant land. This is an existing long-standing community and a legendary athletic resort with a world-renowned reputation. Its unique role in Pasco County must be acknowledged and considered. As you consider this large-scale comprehensive plan amendment and future land use map text amendment, remember that this is a legislative decision. So, okay, what does that mean? It means it's a major policy decision. You're changing the land use on 500+ acres. The comprehensive plan requires that you consider implications of the immediate property, also the surrounding area, and the effect on growth management policies throughout the county. As a legislative decision, you are looking at the policy issues, and as an elected representative of Pasco County, you decide how you want the county to grow and change. A comprehensive plan amendment is your policy decision where you can deny an application for just about any reason as long as it's based on some kind of rational, legitimate reason. Courts in Florida have found that resident opposition to land use changes, as long as it's motivated by legitimate and rational concerns, including issues with traffic, lack of compatibility with the area, and inadequate infrastructure, are grounds for denial. It's also unlikely that denying this will expose the county to liability from the developer as long as it's based on legitimate reasons. The developer is actually asking you a favor to change the county's existing long-term plan for growth, and the burden is on them to make you agree. Future land use map amendments are not intended to occur with the same frequency as rezoning, and their effect is to look at the practical consequences of the policy shift. And so you should be looking at big picture issues as we go forward and you hear the testimony today. So for a comprehensive plan amendment under the future land use appendix A1, it talks about the different standards of review. And I'm not going to go through each of these in detail one by one, but these are the criteria that you need to look at, including things like anticipated demand on facilities and services. So questions about traffic are absolutely relevant to this issue, as well as EMS and police and other types of public services. Natural resources and natural features are also relevant. Comprehensive plan review, which I'll get to in a second, and then transportation. Now, the land use amendment application has to comply with the transportation needs assessment. We have Drew Rourke on the line today. He is our traffic engineer, and he has had a chance to evaluate the transportation needs assessment and is going to share some of his findings. There are multiple inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, and this is one point which is part of the criteria that you have to look at. There cannot be inconsistencies. There are actually more than 12 that I've isolated. A number of them include issues related to incompatibility and impact of the neighborhood character. Interestingly, 1.10.1 compatibility review, you should be looking at things like consideration of cultural features and community character. So as you'll hear, and as you know just from the general history of Saddlebrook, it does have a cultural feature in the Arnold Palmer Golf Course in its longstanding history as being a resort throughout Pasco County. It's something that's well loved, and these are types of issues to take into account. Also, in looking at the land use features, this is an existing land use map which shows that the area, I don't know if I have a pointer here, where development area 1 is recreational, and so that's where the driving range is. And so if you're going to change that, that is a significant change to the existing land use map. I want you to really keep this one in mind. This is objective 1.2 of the future land use element, natural, historic, archaeological, and cultural resources. The county shall ensure that natural, historic, and archaeological and cultural resources are protected. And this includes things like sites that have the integrity of location, design, materials, workmanship, and associated with with lives of persons and are significant in the past, and also distinctive characteristics. And so the example of having these unusual Arnold Palmer golf courses, as well as being an elite athletic facility, having people like Jennifer Capriati and Pete Sampras who had trained there, it does have some historic and cultural significance. And so it's important as you look at how this area grows that you take these issues into account. And other people will go into this much more in detail, but just as a little teaser, the Condé Nast Traveler has actually listed Saddlebrook as a top 100 golf resort in North America and top 25 tennis resort in the world. So it's really unique. It's a cultural resource that's extremely important for Pasco County, a piece of athletic history. You'll also hear about residential compatibility and transition. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but you will hear complaints from people who live in the area of issues related to noise and concerns about the development in development area number 1 that could potentially impact them. Also, protection of residential neighborhoods and on-site traffic flow. Something about the on-site traffic flow that I want you to really consider is that it's not just about the traffic on State Road 54. It's also about the traffic jam that you will get as a log jam at the entrance of Saddlebrook, as well as the internal circulation and delivery trucks backing up based on some of these issues. So it's and moving the maintenance from the front to in the center. And so these are things that you should be asking yourself, how is this actually going to impact this community as far as the viability of the neighborhood and the overall traffic flow? Commercial development is something to think about as well, in that they are asking to add a little bit of extra commercial space. And also just, again, the issue of minimizing noise and lighting impacts, things to keep in mind. One thing that I do want to talk about as well, without going too much into the weeds, is that you hear a lot about, well, this is actually a cleanup because it's residential 6, and therefore it's, we're doing everyone a favor. But I want you to remember that property owners aren't entitled to the most dense classification within a land use designation. And actually, if you look at residential 6 within the comprehensive plan, it allows recreational facilities such as a golf course. One last thing is in the housing element of the comp plan, you need to look at how these requests for additional residential acreage or density increases are supported by residential growth trends. And I understand that you've had some discussions in the last couple of years about how are people growing within Pasco County, and are there apartments or the bedroom community. This is going to be more information that people will provide, and big picture items that you should be thinking about. Is this really the way that you think residential growth trends are occurring? As far as other issues, and I know I'm kind of taking a little bit longer than I imagined, so I'm gonna speed up a little bit. You should also deny this because it fails to meet state and county standards for comprehensive plan amendment. The Florida statute for comprehensive plan amendments requires that it's based on data and surveys, things like public facilities and services. And what you'll find is that there actually is no fire or EMS report in your materials. It hasn't been done. There also are significant flaws in the transportation needs assessment, which I will leave to Drew Rourke to further describe, but what he's come to the conclusion of is that it's actually very close to being a failing road for infrastructure, and also very close to an existing failing road. So as far as transportation, these are things from a policy perspective to be taken into account. As far as police, in your staff report at page 6, you have a comment from Bureau Chief Chase Daniels, who actually recognized, and I believe that County Attorney Steinsnyder even mentioned this in the prior conversation, that the Sheriff's Office is currently 64th out of 67 counties in terms of deputies per 1,000 citizens served, and that there is concern regarding the impact of planned developments, such as multifamily developments, to bring hundreds of people into a small area. Now, as far as legal issues as well, there's a fundamental piece of the application missing, which is the concept plan. And the section FLU A6 of PD plan development in the comp plan requires that you actually have something that's a concept plan that identifies range of uses, density, intensity, maximum uses, and the general arrangement. Now, the thing that's strange is that you have a sub-area plan in your materials, but that sub-area plan has actually changed. There actually was no sub-area plan or concept plan at the September 2022 Planning Commission meeting. There's actually no concept plan at the January meeting. There was a sub-area plan. And then in this meeting, you'll find that this is the one from January, and this is the one that you're just seeing now. And there are some differences as far as the different uses, but what's really interesting, aside from, as well as not including density and intensity, which is a requirement, it also has totally different restrictions under the notes. And so, for example, in January, it was pretty restricted as far as restricted area 4, which is a golf course, of how it's used. If you look at the difference now in February, it now also allows vehicular parking areas and activities associated with special events. And so this is actually changing the uses. This is an expansion of what had been previously looked at. Another issue that I'm kind of concerned about is number 2, which says that the maximum levels of density are going to be subject to a land use exchange matrix. Well, that land use exchange matrix is not in any of the documents that I've seen on the agenda, and it appears that that's actually looking at something that would be density, which density is units per acre, and there's actually no calculation in these documents. So I think you should be keeping this in mind. The other issue I do want to raise is that the neighborhood meeting, there have been a number of neighborhood meetings, well, called neighborhood meetings, but what they actually are, it's a element of divide and conquer, because instead of having all the neighborhood meeting together, they're in all the variety of different homeowner associations, and sometimes it's even with different information showing. There's a little bit of questions circling, oh, what did you hear? What did you hear? There's also a violation of Section 305.1 of the Pasco LDC, which requires that these meetings are 30 days before the first hearing. The one that's posted here on this public notice is actually December 28th, but you originally had the hearing in September, so that didn't happen. But then, even if they were doing it now, that was only a week before the January meeting. So you will be hearing more evidence today, and I would like to take the opportunity to submit some of this evidence into the record when I'm done. It includes Drew Rourke's report on traffic, some historic documents relating to Saddlebrook, and also our presentations with photos, videos, and maps. In conclusion, you must deny because there are numerous inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan. That's at least 12 that I counted. It's unsupported by infrastructure and services, police, EMS, and traffic. And there are also significant flaws and omissions in the application and data. And just in general, it's bad public policy to dismantle Saddlebrook, which is a well-loved and elite athletic institution, and in its place put an apartment building and something that, while it could be placed somewhere else in the county, and it's not that my client is not anti-development. They want to see their area develop in the right way. We just want it to be done sensitive to the needs of the community and acknowledging the history and culture of Saddlebrook itself. So with that, I'd like to pass on Joanne Barbetta.
Okay.
And
do you want
also-
us to receive and file? What if you would hand that out to
Oh,
us?
yeah, could I please reserve 5 minutes for rebuttal?
That'll be after, sure.
May I ask her a question?
Sure.
It's just that I just looked, and you said that Saddlebrook was in the top 100 golf courses. Was that the world or the U.S.?
I think I'll have to go back. I think it
Because
was
just
the
went
U.S.
It's not in either.
Okay, well, that was a document that had been pulled up, so, that's...
Do you know what the last time it was ranked in one of the top 100?
I can...
That's okay.
I
just want to clarify
the
that.
document, yeah.
Thank you.
I think it,
I
it's...
could probably Google it.
Yeah, all right. So may I put this in?
Do you have a motion to receive and file?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pass them to the clerk, and she'll pass them out. Okay.
Okay, so Joanne Barbetta, if you want to come to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I am Joanne Barbetta, and I live at 5326 Fox Hunt Drive. 10 years ago, we came to Saddlebrook when our daughter had dreams of training at a tennis academy. The tennis drew us in, but the wonderful people, the natural beauty, and the abundant wildlife made us stay. It seems like my age.
Could we pause for time, just while we get this?
All right, go ahead. Now, this historic and world-renowned resort is at risk of being diminished by mass development plans. Their plans are incompatible with this community's character and charm and open and green space and sense of arrival, which all golf and tennis resorts have. Mass plans will increase commute times and traffic congestion while not being a significant job creator. You can see that Saddlebrook is simply spectacular. The expansive and dense collection of trees, the winding roads, the spacious driving range were all thoughtfully laid out at a scale not seen in Pasco County and beyond. The homes are spaced far apart with a lot of privacy and large open spaces. The peacefulness and serenity of that can't be overstated. The entryway welcomes visitors and reminds them to slow down and enjoy what nature and recreation have to offer. Those who designed the entryway took great care to create this beautiful environment. Back in 1979, its developers required a road system that will set the mood for the arriving guest. Top golf and country clubs all share that design style. Just look at the beautiful sense of arrival at PGA National Resort in Palm Beach Gardens.
Motion to receive and file?
We already did it. Yeah.
Or am I just getting
Okay, I'll just go without. Okay, sorry. They all, and also the Waldorf Astoria, Bonnet Creek Resort in Orlando, and tennis resorts at Rancho Valencia in California, they all share that wonderful sense of arrival as you drive in. Indeed, some developers make this their priority. Those who recently bought the scenic Cabot Citrus Farms resort up the road strive to improve the overall playing experience and bring out the best of the picturesque property, which weaves through towering sand pines, palmetto trees, and ancient moss-covered oaks. Clearly, their first order of business was not to destroy the entryway by erecting huge multifamily apartments. Yes, they're adding some housing, but it's in the form of small, modest cottages. How in the world would apartment buildings be compatible with the lush, welcoming atmosphere inside the resort? Mass boasts over and over about building a town center, but we already have a sense of community. A large group of us used to get together weekly, play tennis, and have drinks and dinner at Dempsey's. We would drive home in our golf carts, no need to leave our community, no need to get in the car and drive. We have a school here into which golf and tennis students walk or bike. There is a shared interest in athletic excellence where we regularly interact with the best elite athletes in the world. I am an avid tennis player and often stand close by watching the world's best practice and train. It was a wonderful opportunity for our daughter, too. Imagine being a young player and running into John Isner by the training room, or feeling proud that your primary tennis coach was used to train Pete Sampras. When a developer comes in and peddles nostalgia and town center dreams, but in reality are selling high-density apartments and commercial space, it feels disrespectful. Saddlebrook values peace and quiet. Saddlebrook at night is actually very dark and quiet. How in the world would a sea of cars and apartment buildings be compatible with this? Mass creates issues of security and incompatibility and then turns around and tries to solve the problems they created by essentially walling us off from each other. Two separate worlds divided by a chain link fence, key fobs, and gates. I'm hard pressed to think of anything less compatible. And I don't have to tell anyone in the room about all the proliferation of apartment buildings around us. We see them everywhere. Mass proposal for their apartments would dwarf all of these. Mass wants to build 465 units in Area 1. The story apartments out east, which a lot of us have seen, is only 320 units. The apartments by the outlet mall, the Mava apartments, are supposed to be 260 units. Again, 465 units is huge. And what about the congestion and commute times? Pasco County has one of the longest commute times in Tampa Bay and one of the longest in the state. 70% of employed Pasco residents work somewhere else. We are in the southern end of Pasco County, and building more apartments so close to I-75 would be a natural draw for those wanting to live in a desirable area but work somewhere else. If you build it, they will come, but they will drive to another county for work. All of this degradation to Saddlebrook might be forgiven, I suppose, if there was significant job creation because of it, but that is not a case. In the September Zoom call, Mass representatives said, "We are thinking this is meant to be some small office space, like a coffee shop, ice cream shop, and things like that. It is not meant to be a major employer." If one of the objectives is economic contribution and job creation, focusing on making repairs and improvements at the resort and the resort core will likely create far more jobs. Don't we value being able to live in interesting and inspiring places, even along busy roads like State Road 54, and maybe because of those busy roads? Protecting these wonderful spaces reminds us that Pasco County is a place of beauty. If we don't protect these things, a small group of developers will have an outsized role in shaping our environment and our county. Our places become their visions. Is that what we want our legacy to be? In sum, we don't need hundreds of apartments on this property. What we need is to put our efforts, resources, and creativity into improving what we already have. Saddlebrook is a gem and needs to be treated that way. I respectfully implore you to protect that gem by denying Mass application. Thank you.
Now, Larry Barbetta will be speaking.
And Larry, name and address for the record.
Hello, Chairman. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Larry Barbetta. I live at 5326 Fox Hunt Drive in Wesley Chapel. And it's very nice to see you all, and very nice to meet you, Council. We are working through technical difficulties. Joanne's presentation was not Joanne's presentation, so she improvised pretty well.
We wouldn't have known.
Yes, yes. Okay. Now, let me ask a technical question. Pointer here, the middle button, okay? And then forward and back. Is the middle button forward? Okay. Multi-purpose. Okay, well, thank you. I am here as a resident of Pasco County. As my wife mentioned, we've lived here about a decade. We love our community, and we are here to make sure that anything that's done in the development and redevelopment of our community is consistent with the values, heritage, and builds on the legacy of Saddlebrook. So we've talked about the coalition a bit. I think you know the gist of it is we are a nonprofit organization that was formed in response, I won't repeat everything that I said earlier, to what's going on. What I would say is that our values are unified across all of Saddlebrook. We try to protect the value of all our property owners. We want to maintain our quality of life. We want to restore and work with a company that's going to help restore the luster and heritage of Saddlebrook, that's going to build on the incredible legacy that it has and protect and preserve its natural beauty and wildlife. And this is Saddlebrook, as many of you know. Okay, a little more technically, lots of talk about HOAs, XYZs. Here is a geographic map of Saddlebrook. What you see are the different color codes are the different HOAs in here. So as you can imagine, one of the challenges is that because the community was built over time, there are 5 different HOAs. The coalition is open to any resident in all of these HOAs. We have members from all of these HOAs as individuals. And we have the one in red, Saddlebrook. You see the red, which is about, like I said, around 200 homes, just under, and their residence is important to note. The Saddlebrook POA in blue, just under 100 homes. Again, these are residents that live here and own. They're not rental units.
I did see a lot of VRBOs in there, so they're
No,
also...
we have, our bylaws prohibit it now.
Oh, I can rent, they're there.
There are a few that are legacied in.
I understand that challenge.
Okay, there are a few in there, but where you see them is more in Lakeside, which has different rules, which is part of the Green Association. See the green ones? And that's part of the condo-tel, or resort condo. An important difference here everyone has, there's values that span whether you're an owner, resident, or you're an investor. The condo-tel is the room product at Saddlebrook. So they have an investment mindset, principally. And anyway, we've had some initial communications with MAST. We are open to that. The coalition is not anti-development. We want Saddlebrook enhanced, and we're not anti-MAST. We just want it done in a way that, again, adds to what makes Saddlebrook so special. Okay, so if we go back, Saddlebrook is an interesting history. Many of you know it. I won't dwell on it. But from the beginning, the intent was to create a world-class resort and, of course, play upon the natural beauty of this county and bolstered by its incredible reputation for athletics. Certainly, the resort is aged and needs attention. We don't deny that. But we also believe that we need to maintain what makes it so unique and special and valuable. Okay? So this is the core. And Saddlebrook's kind of an interesting, synergistic world. And when you start picking apart the pieces, it creates consequences. So the resort core is where we have the pools, all the condo-tel units, etc. We have, as you know, 2 Arnold Palmer golf courses, which again is very special and unique. Certainly, again, like many things, in need of attention. I'm not a golf expert. I will not speak to that. Other than I know that many of the homes are built around the golf course and courses and designed to feature those views. We certainly have concerns, in spite of what was said, and we'll get into that in a little bit. We need assurances that golf course views are golf course views. Because, see, we bought here with a reason. We knew what our properties were. We knew what this community was. We knew what the land use rights were. We know what you could or couldn't do in our backyard. You're being asked to consider things that impact that and could change that. As you see, that's a very lovely house at Saddlebrook, but that's one on the golf course. This is the tennis area. The tennis area has incredible history. These are not just courts. That would be like saying, where a famous musician first played is just a, studio. Okay? This is what it should look like. It is not look like that and not even before MAST, I'm not throwing them under the bus on this, but it has been 10 months to a year, and there's been progress, but certainly there needs more, and I'm sure they would acknowledge that as well. Okay? But this is an area that's also covered by some of the changes, so we need to talk about that. Okay? As I mentioned about famous people, I don't know if you're into tennis. As you can see, my wife is. She taught me, so I'm trying to get better. Long way to go. But this is the who's who, and these are people that trained there as children, that continue to have a connection with this place. They went to school there. Jennifer Capriati, the Bryan brothers, Pete Sampras, Martina Hingis, John Isner, okay? And again, there's many that still own homes there. There's also many current day players that are on to doing incredible things, which I'll speak of shortly. So this is an incredible thing. Also in golf, like we said, we draw people because of the Palmer golf courses. What's interesting and kind of subtle is this athletic excellence is the magnet that draws people. It draws children to come and train like our daughter did. It draws adult groups to come. It draws businesses for golf, tennis, etc. So we need a resort product that can house that and that can service it in an appropriate way. And that's why, again, as that has declined, we have a lot of challenges, okay? It has to work together. It has to be synergistic. It can't be picked apart. These are just some of the golfers. Keegan Bradley, PGA Rookie of the Year back in the day, PGA champion, okay? Saddlebrook doesn't only have yesterday. Saddlebrook has more than a past, it has a present. And hopefully together we can make sure it has a future. We'll get to that in a minute. But, okay, young man on the right, national junior champion, Carl Phillips, attends Stanford University now, trained at Saddlebrook, went to school there, Golf Academy. Wonderful young man, heck of a player. You should know this person. This is Jennifer Capriati, came to Saddlebrook at 13 years old. By the way, she has a letter in here asking that you look at this carefully, and I think specifically asking that because it concerns that you consider denying the plan as proposed. Jennifer lives there still. Pete Sampras trained there. Alvaro was his coach. Alvaro is my daughter's coach. One of the best guys in the world. Andy Roddick, graduate of Saddlebrook Prep Academy. The Bryan brothers trained there for years. And again, let's talk present. On the left, Gabriela Dabrowski. Gabby has won multiple Grand Slams in doubles from Canada. She too, a graduate of Saddlebrook Prep Academy and is a homeowner in Saddlebrook and neighbor to Dave and Allison, among others. This is Luisa Stefani. Luisa and her family came to Saddlebrook when she was an 8th grader. This is her winning the first medal in tennis for Brazil at the last Olympics. Her partner was seeded 298 in the world, and they upset some of the best teams. This is her on the left. Last week, she just won the Australian Open Mixed Doubles Grand Slam Championship. Okay. She and her family have a place at Saddlebrook. Okay. So we don't just have a past. We have a very much a now. I could go on and on. There's incredible depth that's there, and we need to preserve and protect that. That is so unique. You can't get that. This is not a golf course. It's not some muni course, and it's not a country club for tennis. Okay, so now here we go. This is ground zero, the driving range, okay? It looks like a driving range, and it is a driving range. The plans are to make that something very different, okay? But the driving range serves a multitude of purposes at Saddlebrook. So when we do this, and I need to break for a moment, I'm really confused, okay? I'm up kind of late, just like some of our other friends here. We're spending our personal money for lawyers, and we're looking at plans, and then we come here today and there's different ones, okay? I don't understand how that's fair. I don't. This is the plan that's there. Where's the driving range? Where's Waldo? He's not there. And then today, he is. Now, we've seen plans before. They were kind enough to share some plans with us about a week ago where the driving range was there. But then when this is filed, this is what's on the agenda. There's no driving range definition. A bunch of those slides, with all due respect, are not in the agenda packet. How am I supposed to know what I'm going to comment on? Okay? So, and if you don't think it matters, my 80-some-year-old parents, we bought them a cute little house on the fairway. Okay? They want to look at a fairway. They don't want to guess where the driving range is going to be. Okay? So this still, and this is the one I guess, and you know, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a layperson, but I mean, I don't understand. They said that the PD sub-area plan is binding. This is I think this is the PD sub-area plan. Well, where's the driving range? So is that not binding? This is binding. That's what I'm being told. Please, someone later correct me if I'm wrong. So you see, it's a domino effect. And the driving range is the domino effect. It's the first domino. Because with that, what happens is everything changes. And as Jane Graham pointed out, the wording that's supposed to protect the people with the golf course views, how does this say I'm going to always have a golf course view? It says I could have a view of a vehicular parking area. That's exactly what it says. I can read. Okay? It says I could have, you know, player-based food and beverage. It says I could have a special events area associated with the operations. Okay, that's not a guarantee of a golf course view. And that, again, impacts what we bought. We bought with certain expectations. And we made our investments that way. Okay. Now, the tennis area, the courts I showed you, and Jordan, we and I even discussed this the other day. If the intent is to say it's going to be at least 20 tennis courts, why does it say that it's 20, quote, courts, which may be used as tennis, pickleball, padel, whatever? Those are lovely sports, don't get me wrong. But also look what it says. Additional surface parking. And we need parking down there. That's a tough area to park, okay? If you follow this to the letter, you can fit 4 pickleball courts on a tennis court. You could end up with the physical area of 5 tennis courts, okay, and a bunch of parking, okay? That's a lot different than where Grand Slam champions are born and raised, okay? And that has a huge difference. And I'm not accusing anyone of evil intent, but we need protection. These are plans that you're voting on that, as I understand, they go up, they go, I mean, this is the time. If we have a problem, we need to fix this. Okay. Also, we have an issue here. This is the Area 1 stuff. I'm not going to go nuts because other people are going to discuss this. But what's going to happen here is everything that's there has to get pushed somewhere. Okay. We're not talking just cart barns. We're talking massive maintenance things. There's giant fuel tanks. There's chemicals to run the golf course. There is also a huge laundry facility up there. State-of-the-art equipment, a little old but very powerful, and does a great job. There's also a full storage area. It's the equivalent of like a giant Sam's Club. Because remember, there's 500 plus condotels. So what's going to happen if your refrigerator breaks? You're going to call it up and with the supply chain issues, wait 7 months? No, they store them. So there's a whole bunch of things that are happening there, and it's going to create a strain on the rest of the resort. We have to figure out where those are. And again, we haven't had that detail. And I don't care if we call it an MPUD or this, that, the other. If you can't tell me where you're going to put like all of the gas tanks and all the chemicals, and we don't know, that doesn't strike me as the spirit of what Pasco County wants. Okay, so where are we now? I thought in the last Planning Commission hearing, there was a request for greater detail. But what we saw was almost the same thing. And then today, now we see the driving range again. I mean, it seems that things are shifting every day, every moment. I'm not seeing a comprehensive plan for a sustainable, viable resort and to take it back to its, original state and standing. So is this really the right thing to do for what really is a true landmark? You can't replace history. You can build a new golf course, but you can't create history. You can build a tennis court. You can't create history. We have history. I believe, and the vast majority of our community believes, and I know the coalition believes, that Saddlebrook deserves better. We heard some very interesting information today from David Engel. It seems that there might be things that are better for the county than a bunch of apartment buildings that create the domino effect. Okay? And I think Pasco County deserves better. I think we all deserve having more clarity and more information on what we're doing, because your actions have significant consequences for everyone at Saddlebrook, all of the residents and owners there. So we respectfully ask you to deny the plan. We ask you to help us in our quest to save what's best about Saddlebrook. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now, is Drew Rourke on the line?
Yeah, I think Drew Rourke is on the line. Drew, can you hear us? Can he be patched in?
Mr. Rourke, are you there? Yes. Can you hear me? We can hear you. Name and address for the record. Thank you.
Drew Rourke with Alex Rourke Engineering, 2017 Chimney Swift Hollow, Tallahassee, Florida. First, I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners for allowing me to participate in this meeting virtually. So what we did for this is we took a look at the needs assessment that was mentioned by Ms. Graham for this proposed development. And our review simply compares the traffic analysis to the rules outlined by the county and compared it to the industry standards for traffic engineering. We did find a few issues with the analysis, and they're outlined in the documents I think have been provided to you. So we'll get right to it. I'm going to summarize them very quickly. I just wanted to note that these comments are limited to the needs assessment only and not to any other traffic analyses like the timing and phasing analysis, which is separate. So one point to keep in mind and with this analysis is that one of the segments that was included in the study area limits, the segment of State Road 54 from 581 to Saddlebrook Way, in this analysis without any changes or any edits, the way it sits today, it shows that it's within 1.6% of its capacity, which is very, very close to failing. The future volume is projected to be 5,305 vehicles per day, or excuse me, per hour, and the capacity is 5,390. So the point of that is to say that the accuracy of this analysis is very important to be able to make the conclusion that they're making with confidence. So the primary issues that we noted in the analysis are, first one is the study area itself. The study area was established in the methodology statement agreement with Pasco County, and it includes State Road 54 from County Road 581 to Curly Road. This study area really is not reasonable for development of this size. There's no logical basis that was provided for the establishment of the study area itself. And the Pasco County Comp Plan Amendment application addressing transportation doesn't specifically address the process for establishing a study area. However, it does state that, quote, each application will be required to demonstrate that the level of service standards are met or will be met concurrent with the impacts of the development. So I think it's unreasonable to assume that the project traffic from a development of this size at Saddlebrook would not have significant traffic on the development of State Road 54, for example, west of County Road 581 to a major principal arterial like I-75. So that including the segment from 581 to 75 and other segments, I'm not sure that this application is demonstrating the level service standards are being met. I'd also note that the next segment of 54, which outside the study area, which is 581 to 75, as well as the next segment of County Road 54 beyond 75, excuse me, are showing as failing in the 2045 LRTP. The level of service is failing without the addition of this additional traffic. The next issue was related to the distribution that was used. and I apologize for getting very technical, but I'm trying to explain it without too many details and taking too much time, but the traffic distribution was 65% to the west and 35% to the east. Again, no explanation of how they came up with it, other than it states the distribution of the project traffic was based on the existing traffic and development patterns in the vicinity of the project. However, a turning movement count that was collected by the applicant.
Hey, Drew, we can't hear you so well. Can you try to go a little closer to the mic?
Sure. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so the distribution showed 65% to the west and 35% to the east. It stated in the report they came up with that distribution based on the existing traffic patterns, and development patterns in the vicinity of the project. However, there's a turning movement count, which is an actual count at Saddlebrook Way and 54 that shows that percentage in the PM peak hour, which is when the study area or the study analysis period was, is actually 72% to the west and 28% to the east. So that basically means that more of the project traffic should have been distributed to the west, which is where the segments of concern are. That segment that is close to being over capacity and the other segment that is over capacity create an issue. There are a couple of process issues I won't get into too much detail about, but the process that was used overall basically allows for a lot of room for error. And again, kind of going back to that point about how the segments being so close to being over capacity, you need to be pretty accurate in your analysis, be able to say with confidence that you're not over capacity. I provide those, and they're provided to Mass, their traffic engineer, to, if they would like to use that. I think they would be able to have much more confidence if they use that process. It's not overly onerous on the applicant either, so it's just throwing it out there. There are also a couple of trip generation calculation issues that are also summarized. There's a 5,000 square foot high turnover sit-down restaurant, which the land use that they use for that is similar to like a Chili's or an Applebee's restaurant. I believe it's included and proposed to be development in Area 3, which is over a mile from the Saddlebrook development. The issue is they included something called pass-by reduction, which basically means if you're driving down the road and you decide to stop into some area and then say you're coming home from work and you're going to stop at a gas station along the way, the gas station didn't actually create a new trip. You were already on that road. So that's called pass-by. So they don't have to add that traffic. They get that reduction. In this case, with this sit-down, imagine a Chili's, for example, being over a mile away from that road. That's not exactly a pass-by. So there's some reductions that they took. They probably shouldn't have taken. There's a hotel description. In the description, they use the land use code 330, which is resort hotel. There's another land use code for hotel, which is 310. Finally, I'm just not sure if this is correct or not, but there's land use code 540. They use for the tennis and golf academy, but that land use is for a community college. So whether or not that's appropriate is questionable. So bottom line is I believe that this study needs to be revised, including these edits that I've mentioned, for it to be able to make a claim that there's no impact.
Thanks so much. So this concludes our presentation. And now I know there will be others from the public who'd like to speak. Thank you very much for giving us so much time.
Quick question. It says the study was done August of 22. That's like not prime time peak seasons from January to March. Any effect on the traffic?
Drew, are you still there?
Yeah, there's no impact because trip generation, they didn't use actual counts. They used trip generation estimates, which are not seasonal. And the distributions could potentially be affected a little bit, but again, the distribution they used probably needs to increase based on the time of the count that they took already. It's one of my comments.
All right, and with this, I don't think I had a chance to look at it, because when did you ask for this study? How long ago?
Well, I actually did a public records request for this study in December. I was provided a response and wasn't given a copy. I was given the methodology document. This study isn't even in your agenda. I was only given it last week from MAST, from Barbara Wilhite, and we appreciate that them sharing it with us. But this hasn't been open in the public or reviewed. And the Planning Commission hadn't seen it either, to my knowledge.
Okay. So a quick question, if you can answer it. So if we're going to use that Vision Road to the side, people are going to take a right turn only to go out. What's that going to do to the intersection of Saddlebrook itself, especially if most of the people there are going to want to head to the west?
Want me to answer that, Jane?
Yeah,
If you
go
can,
ahead.
please.
So that will be an issue. My understanding is at this stage, only the needs assessment is being evaluated. That issue is covered in the access management piece, which is actually in this project is embedded in the timing and phasing analysis. So we have recognized that issue. We did not comment here because it's not currently being analyzed. That will be a significant issue, however. They would have to weave over 3 lanes to get over into the left-hand lane and make a U-turn. It could create some safety issues and other issues.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For clarity.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This traffic study was completed by whom? Which party?
So Drew Rourke works for the Save Saddlebrook Coalition, and he analyzed the needs assessment, which was done by MAST.
And what are his qualifications?
We've included his resume
His bio's in
in the packet, and I don't know if Drew, if you would like to quickly speak to your resume and your qualifications.
Thank you. So, Mr. Rourke, your methodology for this study was based upon the MASS project formula?
What I did was I reviewed their study and made comments on everything, including their methodology, based on industry standards and the rules, Pasco County LDC rules.
Thank you. So, I guess this next question would be for our staff is, how does this compare to the county's findings?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the commission to hold his questions and let public comment.
Okay,
I mean, just
Okay.
so that we get public comment.
Sure. Commissioner Oakley?
The new Vision Road that's going to come in there is going to affect that driving range as it is. So some of those buildings are going to be affected by our Vision Road. And if I'm not mistaken, that Vision Road, doesn't it have, it'll have lights and actually go across 54 on to the north?
Why don't we let staff address that afterwards?
So that affects the traffic in that area also.
It's not happening right away, but we'll let staff address it later.
But it's Vision Road and it's going to happen, so.
Oh, I heard that developer that has that corner starting.
Okay. Are you done with your comments at this point? Okay.
Yes, yeah, we are. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one I have is Julie Pines, and I believe you gave her 12 minutes.
Right. She's speaking for...
I don't have the list does not say
Okay.
who she is speaking for, so she'll have to let us know.
And actually, if we may, can we switch to have Patrick Hogan first and then Julie Pines?
Sure.
Right.
So I have Patrick and Sherry Hogan listed for 10 minutes collectively. And so, Mr. Hogan, when you come, can you give your name and address for the record? Thank you.
My name is Pat Hogan. I'm at 30304 Laurelwood Lane in Wesley Chapel. Good afternoon. Thanks for giving us a chance to make some comments. I'm a resident of Saddlebrook. I'm also a member of the Save Saddlebrook Coalition. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Fairway Association. That's one of the 5 HOAs that Larry had outlined before. And Fairway Association is a supporting HOA member of the coalition. I'm here today to talk to you about golf at Saddlebrook and the impact of MASS proposed changes on golf there. Currently, we have 2 golf courses, the Palmer courses. The Palmer name carries enormous weight in golf. There's an expectation of a certain level of play at a Palmer course. Many websites, including Tee Times USA, Golf Now, Golf Pass, Golf Advisor, Golf Pack Travel, reference the Palmer courses in their advertising of Saddlebrook. Even Mast on their Saddlebrook website invites you to, and I quote, experience our 2 legendary Arnold Palmer golf courses. The Palmer name helps our property value. That's the main reason why my wife Sherry and I sold our Saddlebrook cluster home that we had bought in 2019. And we bought a larger single-family home with views of holes 12, 13, and 14 on the Palmer course. We felt good about this increased investment in the larger home as the resort had been sold, and there was positive news about the new owner's plans for upgrading resort. In our mind, we didn't just buy a home with a golf course view, we bought a home with a Palmer golf course view. We had the expectation that the golf courses were and would continue to be viable golf courses, attracting visitors from around the world as they had previously. Mast had plans, to use their words from early media releases and presentations, and I heard the statement today again, to restore Saddlebrook to its former grandeur. All of this could change depending on your decision today, and further, your decisions in the coming months, depending on whether you agree with Mast's vision for adding more apartment buildings to an already busy corridor. It also depends on whether you agree with Mast's vision for Saddlebrook. And further, if you believe they will actually spend the money they say they will to restore Saddlebrook to the shining gem that it was. Mast's plans are to pave over and develop the driving range. And that's why we're all here today, really, is because of the driving range. Saddlebrook property owners have reasonable investment-backed expectations that we have bought into a legendary golf, tennis, and athletic resort community. However, Mast plans care more about a quick buck to build apartments and a small shopping area instead of making thoughtful improvements to the interior of Saddlebrook consistent with its character. The current Mast plan calls for a course redesign down to 27 holes. We still don't have any details. We don't have any drawings. We haven't seen anything. One thing that is certain is that the golf experience at Saddlebrook will never be the same and will never attract the same tourism that it did in the past. The golf courses are now 18-hole courses. The holes flow together. On the Palmer course, 18 holes are all consecutive. The 10th hole, you cross Kemcurry Road, is right after the 9th hole. The halfway house, which hasn't been open for years, was opened by Mast last spring for a short period of time, but now it's closed again. It also houses the only public restrooms on that part of the Palmer course. Both restrooms are less than great and in dire need of upgrading. On the Saddlebrook course, the front and back nines are divided by the resort area, which gives you a chance to grab a beer in between the nines, soft drink on your way to the back nine. The 2 courses couldn't be more different. Most holes on the Saddlebrook course are lined with cypress tree wetlands on both sides of the fairways. The greens, while not perfect, have improved and are now very playable. The Palmer course is far more wide open. There's lots of room for stray shots, there's lots of water, but there are big, wide, open fairways that make even the most offline shot playable without a penalty. I tell you this because the final layout for the 18 holes will inevitably lead to a combination of the 2 courses. This is sure to give the courses the feel of a good municipal course, substandard to Palmer. Mast tells us they've hired Reen Jones, Garfalk Architects to rework the layout of the golf courses. Reese Jones is very reputable, but they're not Arnold Palmer, and we will no longer have Palmer courses. We will have 3 9-hole courses. There will no longer be an 18-hole course at Saddlebrook. How do you attract tournaments and tourists without an 18-hole golf course to offer? There are more than 1,100 golf courses in the state of Florida. I did a quick Google search, and what I searched was 27-hole golf courses in Florida. Less than 50 turned up. If 27 holes is such a great option, why aren't there more of them? Mast, in their presentation, has made strong statements about the condition of the courses and the amount of money that it will take to make the necessary improvements. Specifically, they also stated that the Saddlebrook course is unplayable in several months in the summer rainy season. I personally played the courses, and yes, they can be wet. It's cart path only, but we still played the courses. They were playable. There are some drainage issues. I took some photos recently that show some of the chronic wet areas on the golf course. This is hole 1 in Saddlebrook. And you can, oh, hang on, that's not it. That's not it. Go back. Yeah, let me do it. Oh, no, no, I know.
This is
Forward back, okay. This is hole 1 in Palmer, and there's a chronic wet area. You can see the post down near the center there. If you have a look at the topography of the fairway, the right side is about 2 feet higher than where the pond is. The only thing you need there is a working drain, and you don't have a wet area. This is a shot looking back at the green. Looking back the other way gives you a better idea of the layout of the hole. Here's another one. This is hole 3 on Saddlebrook. There's a wet area right here. There's a pond right there. It's not hard to figure out what the problem is there. Again, there's not a good working drain there. This is hole 11 on Saddlebrook. Same idea. Between where I'm standing taking this picture and the green, there's often a wet area just ahead of me where I'm standing. There's a pond on the left. Actually, there's 2 ponds on the left. Again, working drains would fix the area. This is hole 15. Same thing here. The pond is on the right in this case. There's a chronic wet area there just before you get to the bunkers. Same problem with the drains. They could be fixed. In addition to this here, there's some silted in and overgrown ponds that affect their ability to drain the fairways. This is Saddlebrook 1. You can see the condition of the pond on the left. And then here's further down the fairway, you'll see the condition of just before the green of the pond there. You can see how it's overgrown. Here's Palmer 10. That's the pond there. Palmer 10. Here's Saddlebrook 10 with all the needles and everything around there overgrown. You can barely see the drain there. All conditions that can be corrected with some maintenance.
Yeah, hang on that picture right there. If you look at the 3 cypress trees, then to the right, you see the drain that's there? That's what I'm talking about, number 10? That thing is covered over the grate with pine needles, but sitting there for over 8 months.
That was Palmer, or Saddlebrook 10, wasn't it? So there's some other work that's been ongoing at Saddlebrook, and this is referenced earlier today. This is where the cart path was repaired, but the drain was never put back up, and there's been pylons there for months.
All right, so Mr. Jones said earlier there was a pipe that was replaced. There's no pipe there, is there?
Well, there's no pipe there that I ever saw when I
so
played.
I can't, that's what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned it. Yeah. Going into hole number 5?
Yeah, there's nothing to connect the 2
Nothing there. They
ponds.
replaced the sidewalk. There's 2 ponds connecting. They don't put a pipe into place. Go ahead. Thank you.
This is on the 18th hole, and I want to call your attention to the area on the right. I just put this in for context, and you see there's a drain just laying there. It's taken apart and hasn't been fixed. The last 2 pictures, one on the left is of Palmer 11, and the one on the right is of Palmer 12. Those holes have been ongoing for many, many months. I show these pictures to illustrate that the courses need work, but not to the point that we need to tear them up. They are fixable. They can be restored to the quality golf courses they were in the past. Over the past few months, my HOA Fairway has had 5 public meetings with MAST. All of the plans presented by MAST show the driving range being paved over, and there are detailed plans for them on the maps. There's also detailed plans of Area 2. These 2 areas have been consistent. In every presentation, they're always there. All other areas are in a state of constant flux. There's no plan. Details change constantly. The plan is being developed on the fly. And all plans and all the new plans are hastily put together, few graphic illustrations, marked up maps, and few details. We're being asked to buy in and trust that they will invest in restoring the resort, yet there are no concrete plans. One more paragraph. I just come back to my earlier point. All of this is so Mass can pave over the driving range and make millions from a high-density apartment development. All of that without a binding commitment to Saddlebrook. This development helps one party and one party only, and that's Mass. There is nothing in it for us as residents or Pasco County taxpayers. I ask you to save our 2 golf courses at Saddlebrook. I ask you to reject Mass' application. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I had Sherry Hogan signed up with you and then also signed up separately.
This is a very unusual situation, but I've spoken for my wife this time.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Okay, so then I have Julie Pynes, I think is how you say her name, and I have her for 12 minutes.
Hi guys, I've got my trusty assistants with me, brought my kids. They're here for Civics Lesson 2. They were here for the Planning Commission last month, so they're here just to listen and learn. And my husband will run the slideshow. Okay, good.
So name and address for the record.
Okay, sorry, I'm at 5249 Saddlebrook Way in Wesley Chapel.
So you're going to speak for your husband?
No, he'll speak on his own.
Commercial coming up.
He doesn't dare speak for me either. Thanks, Pat. Okay, so we own and are investors of a 3-bedroom condo hotel in the walking village of Saddlebrook Resort. We intentionally chose Saddlebrook for the vast mature nature preserve, gated security, and peaceful neighborhood with a strong sense of community. Now, like I said, I brought my 2 kids here today because I want them to really understand the importance of speaking up for your community and protecting your community. I think it's important. Now, over the past year, I've learned so much from my neighbors who have lived here over 40+ years. I know that Saddlebrook is the sports legacy property of Pasco County. It was designed to attract all size business groups for sports, business, leisure, bringing in people from all around the United States. Now, first off, I'd like to address any argument stating that golf business is waning. Current trends in the hospitality market show otherwise. Obviously, certain factors such as COVID put a hardship on the industry for a short time, but those days are clearly over. New golf course development is booming in Florida, as you'll see on the slide. According to Golf Pass, after a decade-long post-recession hangover, golf course development is jolting back to life in a big way, particularly in Florida. Now, you'll see, I don't want to bore you with all the different courses that are being developed, but it's obviously a booming industry. And I just want this to be noted that in case you're not aware, MAST has presented to our condo HOA members that they plan on taking our golf course private, thus eliminating any access to any county residents who enjoyed playing Saddlebrook for the past 25 years. Secondly, Saddlebrook Resort is on brand for Pasco County, which has rebranded itself as the Florida Sports Coast. Here's a quote from one of the former commissioners, Mike Moore, chairman of the Pasco County Tourist Development Council and Pasco County Commission. He says that with recent rebranding as Florida Sports Coast, the new Wiregrass Ranch Sports Campus of Pasco County will increase our competitive role in the sports tourism market. Now, Saddlebrook Resort easily dovetails with other sports projects in Pasco County. It's an attraction and boost to Pasco County, having a world-class reputation golf and tennis resort, such as Saddlebrook, bringing in professional athletes and golf and tennis enthusiasts from all over the world. You'll see that local news reports have stated the following. In 2022, Tampa Bay Times had a news article, and they quoted Adam Thomas, the director of Pasco's tourism agency, and they noted financial results. They said, "We've picked up tremendous steam since we rebranded ourselves as the Florida Sports Coast, and we want to keep up that momentum." It shows the practical results that happened. 9,254 jobs were supported. 3.6 million in tourist taxes were collected. 231.6 million in wages and salaries were generated. Fox News in 2023 just did an article, said Pasco County grows its sports destination, gives boost to local businesses and residents. A new report from Pasco County Sports Tourism Agency, Florida Sports Coast, they found that visitors spent more than $636 million in the fiscal year of 2022 in Pasco County, and that is up 24% since 2021. Now is not the time to drive away any golf and tennis hospitality offerings and jeopardize sports-related revenues in Pasco County or for Saddlebrook. Now, with respect to jobs, no doubt creating additional commercial space for doctors' offices and ice cream shops in the apartment development in the front of Saddlebrook could have a positive economic impact. But as part of the calculus, I think we need to consider what is being lost in the process. Now, you can see the SEC filings. Historically, Saddlebrook has employed anywhere between 500 to 800 workers and brought in tremendous economic revenues to the county. And again, with some thoughtful investment, it could be that again. Large groups came in and spent money inside and outside the resort. The basic infrastructure at Saddlebrook and the current business climate in hospitality supports job growth at that same level today. Our resort has many acres of land that is being used for golf, tennis, hospitality, business, and training school. So all of this just leaves me with a few questions. One, why would Mass want to take an existing hospitality business, which is known, by the way, on their website? It is posted, you can find their accolades, as the top 100 golf resort in the world by Condé Nast Traveler, and chop up its award-winning Palmer golf course. Well, they say they need to relocate a driving range, but it's really so they can build multiple 4-story apartment buildings and 900 parking spots in front of our community resort. I have another question. Why would they risk reducing Saddlebrook's golf footprint, which is what has attracted so many hospitality events and endless press and media recognition? Indeed, a few days ago, Mass Capital boasted about the importance of having both of the Arnold Palmer 18-hole golf courses on their Saddlebrook Facebook webpage. Here's what the lovely article has to say. It's from Golfing Magazine. This is what they posted. Golfers from the USA, the Northeast USA, excuse me, and Canada have been flocking to Saddlebrook for years. The 2 Arnold Palmer designed courses are surely the #1 reason. Mass says it needs to reduce the course to 27 holes, yet a few days later they're boasting and proud about how the 2 Arnold Palmer design courses are giving Saddlebrook all of this attention for the golf tourism world, but at the same time they want to rip it apart and replace it? Mass Capital they basically bought Saddlebrook Resort. It is a sports hospitality resort, first and foremost, within an existing planned community of 300+ residential homes, a community that was carefully and thoughtfully built around and interconnected with the resort. In closing, golf and tennis hospitality is on the rise. Let's invest in it first, not reduce it. Saddlebrook has the existing infrastructure for job growth in the sports hospitality business. I wish Mass would do what they said they would do and focus on just invest in the existing structures. They have Saddlebrook, a sports hospitality business and a landmark property in Pasco. And they get to benefit financially from Pasco County as the Florida Sports Coast, which you guys are doing a great job. Build up the hotel. Build up the structures you were already permitted to build within Saddlebrook. Create the walking village or town square within the resort. There are plenty of growth opportunities within the existing permitted plans, the plans that were in place when Mass purchased the resort. This resort brings in hospitality and can do so much more. Reviving the resort depends on all of the condotel owners to invest approximately $25 million to upgrade the rooms. Without that, there is no resort. MAST is asking our community to take a financial risk on our financial investment in our residential homes and condos so that MAST can profit on theirs first, the apartment development. It's easy for them to not invest in the resort if things don't work out. They can just simply choose not to. Or they could pack up and head back to Miami, leaving us all with a forever changed community without a sports hospitality resort, no landmark property business that has an existing job engine, and in turn, we get incompatible apartment developments in front of our community. Please, I implore you to vote no to allowing the redevelopment of an already established business community, a community built around Pasco County's sports landmark property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so then, Mr. Pines, were you planning on speaking too? Okay. So name and address for the record.
Okay. Andrew, I have a PowerPoint too.
It'll be tough to follow that.
Okay. My name is Andrew Pines. I live at 5249 Saddlebrook Way. Thank you. I'm grateful for this opportunity to come speak with you. I'm going to touch on a couple of the topics that were already touched on and that you were asking about, Chairman Mariano. Mainly that the current proposal lacks traffic safety and workability. This came to us in November in the mail. I talked about this at the Planning Commission. More apartments are coming. We counted on just what they presented here. There were 24 new multi-family complexes that have yet to be occupied just in and around the Wesley Chapel area. I think there's 8, I counted 8 just around within a few minutes drive accessing the 54 as well. So again, all this congestion is coming even without additional approvals for additional apartments in the space. Here's a picture I took the day before the Planning Commission. This is pretty typical at Saddlebrook. This is just to get out, and I understand they're putting a second left-hand turn lane, but they're talking about doubling. So the number of units that they're proposing in the front here is literally twice the number of all the homes and the condos and the townhomes at Saddlebrook today, plus all of the trips and traffic that's going to come from 900 parking spots from commercial real estate, et cetera. I don't see how this is going to work. It's going to create congestion on the 54. It's going to create congestion within the resort, within the Saddlebrook, just from the construction. It causes safety, usability issues. I think pictures speak better. So here's just the other day. This is, again, not even using the service road that's supposed to be used. This is going into the residential community. This is what we're going to have to deal with on our roads. We as residents actually pay for those roads, and it's just unacceptable that all this construction, everything that they want to do is going to have to come and congest our community. Here's a map. The red arrow points to what you're asking about, which is the road that they want to build to access this right off the 54. It does, go eastbound off of here. I've got even better slides here, but as you can see, let me see. Right here, this is the current entrance and exit. All the traffic is going to naturally end up coming through there, and you'll see here in a second why. This is pictures yesterday. I went out there and took pictures. So the first one is the end where the gate is today, where they want to. I stood in the middle over here taking pictures of what it looks like, the traffic oncoming down below. This is where we're going. I'll try to wrap it up real quick here. I did had...
You good time.
Thanks. Again, more pictures. Oops, sorry. I don't know if I can hit play on this. I'll just skip it. It's video that shows how much traffic is flying through here, one way eastbound. I think it's safe to assume that the service trucks that are going to be accessing this one little road are ideally going to be needing to go to the 75, and here the only way they can go here is three-lane road with massive traffic heading east. They're being asked to do U-turns. They're going to ultimately take our entrance and exit because they know they can go to that signal and turn left, and that's just already congested, and it's only going to get worse. These are a lot of the issues I brought up. So thank you for your time. I'm going to stop here, but it just unfortunately doesn't work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the last one I have for additional time is Nancy Foster, 4 minutes. Ms. Foster.
Why are these people getting extra?
Nancy is a president of an HOA. As a matter of fact, she's the lady that lives right next to she's the closest house to the guard shack. So she's representing an HOA. Everyone else after this person will be 3 minutes.
And the people before got additional time?
Hi, I'm Nancy Foster. I live at 5485 Saddlebrook Way. And I would like to show you what it's like for me when Mass builds. So. I made this map, kind of a homemade map here, and I wanted to show you here. This is the entrance going in, and you're already familiar with that. Here's the gatehouse. This is where they're moving the gatehouse. This is where I live. I'm the first house. I'm 290 feet away from this. Across from me is Villa d'Este. It's the villas with 12 units. They're about 100 feet further than me, so they're even closer. As you know, this is the golf course, and you can see all the homes here that back it for their backyard. Over here, we have a backyard for golf courses. This is conservation. So my concern is, I have a tranquil place and it's going to change. Now I'm going to have noise level coming in. I'm going to hear the traffic. There's 900 parking spaces. Things will be open till probably 1 in the morning. I'm going to have trucks coming in delivery, and I'm going to miss my quiet time here. So I want to show you exactly, I hope I'm doing this right. Do I point it up here to get to the next one? Am I doing that right? There. All right, on this side, on the left side over here, I'm on my property. This is my view. I can hear the ping of a golf ball coming off the golf club, and I could see, players just getting ready. I don't know if this is going to be 2 or 4 stories. I'm hearing 1 week it's 2 stories, 1 week it's 4 stories. This will be my view. And probably, this is the front of this, but probably I'll see the back of it because it'll probably be facing the other way. Everyone in Saddlebrook who leaves, this will be their view going out. So, I need the next slide. Thank you. I am on Ainsworth now, and as you can, this is my cousin. She stood there. That's my property, and that's my driveway over here, and this is 290 feet. Ainsworth is not going to be there anymore. They're going to fill that in. Next slide. All right, this is my house. Now, what's interesting to me here is that this is not a scale drawing. So Ainsworth is gone here. See how they built it up? My house looks like it's more than 290 feet away from this. I don't know why it stretched that long. But anyhow, right here and my neighbor, we're gonna have this traffic coming in through us. The gatehouse is gonna be here. The little bridge that was in the picture is right about here. So my concern here is not only the noise level, now they're putting a chain link fence here. We don't have fences in Saddlebrook. There might be just a few for some reason. We don't allow fences, and we don't allow chain link fences. So now when people come in, this is what they're going to see. So thank you very much.
You got a minute. You have another minute.
I'm done.
Okay.
Did I?
Well, you did it in 3.
Did I do it in 3?
In 3 on the button.
I told you I wasn't sure.
I know.
Okay. Any questions? No?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm moving to the list of standard 3-minute times. I'm going to actually call 3 of you up, and if you'll line up, Mark Pairings, followed by Tracy Maxey, followed by Mary Coleman, maybe, or Colna. And name and address for the record when you come to the podium. Thank you. Mark Pairings. Okay. Then did Tracy Maxey also leave? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Maxey.
And I have
my name is Tracy Maxey. My husband John and I own a home at 29449 Azalea Lane in Saddlebrook. Though we have vacationed here often over the last 20 years, we're relatively new homeowners moving here for retirement. We are drawn to the area because it is incredibly beautiful, tranquil, and has quiet private streets and teeming with wildlife. It is a slice of heaven hidden from the craziness of State Route 54. Every day I see amazing wildlife and picturesque views. I found myself constantly sharing the beauty of the flora and fauna with my family and friends in Ohio. Many of these creatures are protected, like the wood stork, and are unique to Florida and certainly not seen in the Midwest. The sandhill crane is federally protected and as a state-designated threatened species by Florida's Endangered and Threatened Species Rule. Its habitat is wetlands and grasslands, which are threatened by wetland drainage and development. Additionally, flooding can lead to nest failure, and this can be exacerbated by runoff from developed areas. Limpkins are another protected bird. Habitat destruction, wetland drainage, and pollution impact them and their primary diet of apple snails. I just watched this one use its specially curved beak to extract snails from the shell. You can find a resort or go to a tennis tournament just about anywhere that is going to have some awesome pool with some palm trees and high-rise apartments and lots of concrete. But you aren't going to find a combination of these things mixed with a neighborhood that has this natural habitat, an array of birds and other creatures right outside your door. So I'm not a photographer. I just like to get out and walk and use my cell phone camera and see the amazing diverse creatures that I come across every day. And the most amazing part is that just outside the neighborhood gate is 54 with all the hustle and bustle of traffic. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. And that thankfully blocks the noise and is our buffer zone by using the driving range and the lush landscaping and forest. We looked, and there is no other neighborhood like Saddlebrook. Turning our diverse landscape into concrete plains and picturesque views into concrete Lego structures threatens the lives of these wonderful creatures and the very essence of the Saddlebrook community. When my 4-year-old grandson Jay comes to visit, we don't need toys or games to keep him occupied. We can just go for a gator hunt or armadillo hole expedition or check out the Spanish moss on the cypress trees. He's learning about the American green tree frogs, Lieber grasshoppers, brown anole, wild turkeys, even otters we saw running from one pond to another. There are red-shouldered hawks, wood storks, and peninsula cooter turtles, too. You can find all these and more in Saddlebrook, whether out on the golf course or in the marshy wetlands and cypress tree forests. All these creatures' survival is impacted by habitat loss, wetland loss, pollution, and development. They must travel farther from their nests to their feeding grounds, which makes them more susceptible to predators.
Need to wrap it up, please?
And getting hit by a car. Hopefully, future generations of grandchildren will be able to see these creatures with their own eyes, not like the dodo bird. We strongly urge you to not allow the rezoning of Saddlebrook Resort that will change the character of our neighborhood and ruin the habitat of so many interesting creatures. Thank you.
Thank you. So for folks coming up, after your name and address for the record, you're going to speak for, we're going to give you 3 minutes, and then after 2 minutes, you're going to see the yellow light come on. That means you got 1 minute to go. After that, if you would, if the red light comes on, just try to wrap it up quickly. We'll keep it moving. Thank you.
Okay, Mary, is it Coleman or Colnar?
Hi, I'm Mary Coleman. I'm a resident of Saddlebrook. We're relatively new. My husband and I moved here this year, but that was after several years of exploring where we wanted to be in this area, and we chose it for many of the things that have already been talked about. I'm also a family physician who works remotely from my home in doing telemedicine. The reason I wanted to just, there's some questions that just to me haven't been fully answered, and I just want to bring them up so to make sure you guys are thinking about them. One is just how will this mass development's population expansion affect resources that are already short in Pasco County? And I very much understand the benefits of population expansion. It has a lot of rewards. But there are, especially those rewards only come in if we really do our good planning, right? And accommodate the health and safety of all of us. I'm worried that the resources might not be able to keep up with the planned growth. So how will mass development's population expansion affect resources that relate to healthcare? The total number of physicians, according to this Florida health chart that was done, that in Pasco County per 100,000 is 212 versus what it is in Florida, which is 308. So we already have a shortage of physicians, and then pediatricians, there's only 7 per 100,000 versus an average of 21 in the rest of Florida. Just anecdotal evidence after coming here and myself trying to find healthcare and get it established. Healthcare delays are not unusual. I take care of a lot of people who can't get into people so they resort to telemedicine. And I am licensed in the state of Florida. Recently, though, I noticed that an MRI for an acute onset of knee pain was delayed for more than a month. Echocardiogram to determine the gravity of fluid around the heart was delayed for more than a month. I just think that there are some issues that maybe the rapid population health growth of this county has not taken into consideration, and that might be affecting us. And also, I'm wondering about how mass projected construction and expansion of the population living in the area will affect soil saturation and flooding. And almost a quarter of Pasco County is wetland, and it's increasing. The challenges of maintaining that appropriate drainage are very much there with the rapid growth. And so I know we read a report in the newspaper, recent Wesley Chapel residents experienced unexpected flooding in a 100-year flood plan, thought to be due to irrigation changes caused by new developments on 56. Now, I don't know, this is not my area of expertise, but I can tell you that the land and the property in Saddlebrook, where we are, our lawns are already easily saturated after rains, with limited capacity for drainage, contributing to conditions that have resulted in more mosquitoes, more grub room proliferation, attracting a whole bunch of armadillos, poor soil drainage, unhealthy for a lot of the foliage, including some 100-year-old live oaks. So my question is, are we ready? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next three are going to be Liz Alonzo, followed by Patrick Cullen Burns, followed by Karen Howland.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Liz Alonzo. I live at 5140 Pine Tree Lane. I'm a realtor. I've lived in Saddlebrook since 1987 and have always sold only Saddlebrook properties. I've never left those gates in 33 years. First, I want to just say, I am totally against taking away the driving range. I'm also against changing the uniqueness of Saddlebrook, not having those two 18-hole golf courses and making it a 27-hole course. Next, this is the important thing for all these other folks. I have some real concerns that I'd like to share with all of you. We had some high hopes when Mass Capital bought Saddlebrook, I included, and we have all been let down. That led me to look into what Mass Capital is doing with other properties. I wanted to see all the apartments they have talked about in their letter that they sent to all of us when they bought the resort and talked about it in their presentations. Well, to my surprise, I found 2 apartments, around 240 plus units, half of what they want to build on our driving range. I looked up the reviews to see what their residents say about living there. Well, what I read is awful. It's really just awful. I brought the reviews to show you so you can see that I'm not just picking on the bad ones. I have a packet that I've given to each of you. There's a slide and a video that we're going to be putting up now for you. First is the Mass Wake Biscayne Bay video. All one-star reviews over the past year. 1 star. Many of the reviews say that there's trash everywhere, bugs everywhere, dog and urine smells in the elevators and hallways. They state that the apartments are filthy and run down. Next, Ocean Walk Apartments, which Mass bought on September 14, 2014. Out of 23 Yelp reviews, 4 are 5-star reviews from 5 years ago. But there are 19 1- and 2-star reviews from 5 years until just a month ago. Hallways look like slums, unpainted and dirty. Dirty office never answers. Garbage everywhere, poop everywhere. Is that what we want at the entrance to our community? Do you want us community residents calling the county, complaining constantly about the things these other apartment renters are having to deal with? And next I want to just discuss this. The question I have is, if Mass was so confident that residents of Saddlebrook would benefit and be happy with their plans, then why be so secretive and not have all 5 homeowner associations meet together in Saddlebrook Ballroom to discuss it, which still hasn't happened? And why would Mass tell the board members of the condo association not to share their slides with the members in the minutes? Mass said not to share anything with the members until the plans have been approved by the county. I have given those minutes for you to see and put in the record. In closing, I'd like to take also Nancy's minute or 2 minutes that she had and didn't get to use, if it's possible.
Go ahead.
I ask you to please not approve the apartments in this area. We are a community and are willing to make concessions, but not apartments in the entrance where it is meant to give everyone that enters the feeling of what to expect once you enter our community, a feeling of calmness and tranquility, changing the look and feeling of the entrance, which immediately draws you in with its beautiful flowers, trees, and palms. I know you see that apartments do not belong in this area. We trust and are confident that you will give all the proposals before you thoughtful consideration and how it will affect everyone now and in the years to come. I'd like to also take this thought with you. A private club is the first thing I heard today that I had not heard before. A private club, how are they going to make any money that way? There aren't that many members. How much are they going to raise the cost to be a member? That's something new I heard today. I'm just floored by that. What does that mean to us as a community of club members?
Okay, Patrick Cullen Burns. And if Karen Holland can just line up behind him, you'll be next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Patrick Colin Burns. I live at 5140 Cricket Lane in Saddlebrook. I just wanted to talk, excuse me, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Commissioners and Chairman Mariano. I wanted to talk about a point that Commissioner Waitman brought up before, which is the public safety aspect to this. I did bring up the public safety aspect during the Planning Commission meeting, and I had a question and answer session with the Assistant County Attorney at that point in time. He questioned me as to why there was no comment received. Since that meeting, I understand that we received some comment from the Sheriff's Department. But ironically enough, I had the privilege and the opportunity for the last 2 days to host a training session with the Special Operations Commanders from Pasco County Sheriff, Hillsborough County Sheriff, Tampa Fire Rescue, and many other public safety agencies within our area. And being the host, you can kind of set your own rules. So I took the opportunity at 10:30 this morning to stop the training and propose to them this question. Given this development, would you or would you not comment on the effects given your department, whether it be police, fire, EMS, or other, to give comment to the commissioners regarding this proposed amendment to the plan? And I can state for a fact that it was unanimous that every single commander in that room would respond to this plan. So I posed the question, and I guess the question I have for everyone, and not only the county commission, is why there was no response from either Pasco County Fire or a more fervent response from Pasco County Sheriff. I just wanted to leave that with your thought, and that's all I have. Any questions?
We're not going to do question and answer, so you have 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm good. I'll yield the time back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Karen Howland.
Is there a motion to receive and file?
Second.
I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
You get it.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Quick trigger. No,
I'll
ma'am.
just-
You
hang on.
need to
We'll do
do
a
it
separate
during your
motion.
presentation. She missed doing it during hers, but just ask for it when you present.
Can she do it before she presents it?
Sure. She's up next.
May I
Okay.
have permission to
Is
submit
this,
these?
this is another receive and file?
Yes. Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank
No,
you.
it's out of the way. Thank you.
First of all, I know this is a long evening, so I'll try to keep this brief. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Karen Howland. My address is 145 Collingwood Avenue, Oakwood, Ohio. I am a hotel condo owner of 21 years. And we fell in love with Saddlebrook so much that when our hotel condo degraded down from lack of upkeep, we went and we bought a condo down at Lakeside and totally remodeled it. And that's where we stay now. We still have a hotel condo, but we don't stay there. We don't bring our friends anymore or family anymore because of the condition of it. But the property itself is spectacular. We have since also bought a retirement home, which we are in the future are going to be renovating and hope to move down to Saddlebrook. A lot of property that gets developed in Pasco County is developed bought and developed on undeveloped land. Well, Saddlebrook was a bargain, okay? One of the things I think that's important for Mass Capital is I actually probably should be talking to them, but it's probably good for us all to hear, is they need to understand how the resort operates. And this is huge. They have removed our security from down at Lakeside. And we pay condo dues, and our condo dues are combined between the residents full-time and the hotel condo owners. Okay, so we're paying multiple condo fees. And so down at Lakeside, where there are more residential condos, we lost our security down there. And they also lost our Lakeside management. And that's huge because a lot of people who live out of state, if they have an apartment leaking up above, you have to be able to call someone to get it to fix. And we've spent thousands of dollars in doing repairs because of not having that contact. Now they have since, I think, done some corrections on that, which is good to know. But as far as taking the hotel, first of all, the resort is the whole bailiwick. And the resort hotel condo owners make up about 500 property owners who pay property taxes, but don't cost you anything. We don't have kids in school. We don't have, police issues, emergency issues that the regular daily residents have. So we are a bargain for you. And Saddlebrook is a huge employer. So I'm not going to go into all the other stuff, but a hotel condo cannot be turned into a private resident, like was suggested earlier. Hotel condo owners have no electric bill because the condo association pays. It is one bill. Same with water. There is no parking. You have to park on the resort property to access your condo. You have to have access to a resort golf cart to access your condo. There are no laundry facilities in these hotel condos either, so they're not livable. But I just want to share that with everyone. Anyways, thank you very much for your time, and please, we put all our hope in you.
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, so you asked for something to be received and filed, which you didn't reference in your testimony. So what was it that you asked them to receive and file?
Letters.
Letters from?
From residents writing to you about their thoughts.
Okay.
Are you going to pass those out?
I'm trying to get everything
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask the next three to line up. So Julia Bartunek would be first, followed by Denise Reichenbach, followed by Keith Swope.
Yeah, hi, my name is Julia Bartunek, and I live at 2645 Meadowood Drive, Newport Richey, Florida, 34655. And I'm here as a representative from the Sierra Club Pasco Conservation Committee. The Sierra Club Pasco Conservation Committee supports measures here today to preserve wetlands, concretizing wetlands, impacts drainage, and in this case, P50, the federally listed endangered wood stork. To note, habitat wetland preservation for the sandhill crane is imperative because they will migrate back to the said same habitat section when it is paved, then slowly die. They never relocate. The gopher tortoise burrows located in these areas need preservation since they provide habitat for 350 species. When burrows are tragically covered, the tortoises die slowly, suffocating, unable to dig out, sometimes up to 6 months, notwithstanding other species critical to a balanced environment which fosters mental and physical health. Thus, the targeted hardwood conifer area needs protection. Please consider saving these critical habitats. This project, as it stands, is not recommended by the Sierra Club Pasco Conservation Committee. Additionally, important for inclusion in all developments supported by Sierra Club is building sustainably compatible, vertically where possible, dark sky lighting, EV charging stations, solar resourcing, and EV train systems transportation. Thank you, and I would like to have a motion entertained, please, to submit my comments into the record, please, and thank you.
You have a motion?
Comments.
Does comments okay? Do I need to receive file or just?
It's just comments.
Okay.
They're already on the record, ma'am. You just.
I would like to submit the
you have
paperwork.
something received
Yes,
in
I would
file.
like to submit this.
Can I have a motion to receive file?
Approval.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Denise Reichenbach, I think.
You did really well.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Denise Reichenbach. My husband Rick and I live at 5017 Pine Lake Road, Wesley Chapel, in Saddlebrook. I had a whole thing, but I don't think I need to say that whole thing because a lot of people have already said it. Rick and I specifically bought the home that we're in right now because it has a 180-degree view of both the Palmer and Saddlebrook golf courses, probably about 7 different holes that we can see, greens and driving ranges. Obviously, we've put a lot into it. We've had a lot of concerns, and hasn't been a lot of details until recently about what's going to go behind us. And it was clear to us that the reason that there was an Area 1 and there was going to be the apartments there, that everything that's in Area 1 had to move somewhere. What I heard today, though, is it was good news, and I believe somebody helped get it on the record, is that we were told that anybody that currently has a golf course view today will maintain their golf course view. I don't know that we're going to maintain 7 holes of golf in 2 different golf courses, but that's a real relief to hear. And I would just want it on the record, too, that it's not just a golf course view. That I just want to be clear that it's not going to be golf related, right? Which would be golf maintenance and the equipment and chemicals and everything, or laundry. I didn't know about the laundry. That could be in our backyard, too. So appreciate that that's been put on the record. Very much appreciate all the time and the questions and the quest for details that all of you have been asking about, and that you're going to help protect our investment in our property in Saddlebrook as well. That's it. Thank you. Have any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Keith Swoop. Swoop.
Hi, I'm Keith Swope, 5066 Foxwood Drive.
I just want to talk about common sense. Our first trip to Saddlebrook was in 1979. And my first impression was the golf course is gorgeous. It's peaceful, so quiet. I was ready to move as soon as I saw it. My wife said it's too far to go. So second trip was 2 years later, in 1981. I convinced my wife to purchase a lot to build on, even though it was 15 minutes from the nearest grocery store. The benefits of a peaceful, secure sanctuary was well worth it. When the resort first came in, it was great. 18 more holes of golf, all the tennis courts, exciting tournaments, and a beautiful resort pool. However, the last 18 years have not been good. It's not been maintained properly. We've been praying for a while that somebody would come in and take it over, take care of it. However, now they have, there's been a lot of changes that we don't know what's going on, and we just have a lot of questions. What are the business plans? Has anybody even seen them? Short-term plans, we know those. They want to, in order to rebuild the resort, the course, they're going to have to get rid of the range, put apartments, townhouses, shopping areas, get rid of 9 holes of golf. And what about the long-term plans? Once you move the range, you put 14 plus apartments, you seal the fate of the resort. In 10 years, the front door of the resort will be 400 plus 10-year-old apartments. That peaceful, serene entrance will have 400 10-year-old apartments that you drive in to welcome everybody. This board is our only hope. What you decide today will determine what happens to Saddlebrook's long-range future. At least see what the long-term plan is. We don't know what that is. There's got to be a better way than opening 1,400 apartments in the front door of our resort. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The last 3 I have signed up are Rebecca Pairings, followed by Ann Schachter, followed by Dan Richardson. Rebecca Pairings. Ann, and then Dan, I think, also left. Okay, so I do not have anyone else signed up for public comments.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anyone else.
You got some hands that are raised.
There's a hand up. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to speak that wasn't on the list? Please line up. Is there anyone on WebEx that's holding?
There is no one else on WebEx.
Okay.
My name is Geraldine Mayerman. I actually live in the Groves off of 41, but I own an apartment at Saddlebrook in the Condotel. I've owned there since 1985, so I'm one of the first ones. When they talk about rental returns, there is a long list, and I'm not going to go into the details now, but if your unit is used 20 days out of the 90-day quarter, you don't get the rental returns. By the time they chop it up into all the different people that get a piece of it, or different departments that get a piece of it, maybe we get a third, if that. Also, I was just informed that, well, I know that they want to do renovations and that this is going to cost the condo owners anywhere between $30,000 and $60,000 each. I'm a retired school teacher. I don't have that kind of money, but I may lose my apartment. Now, the other thing is they said you can take it out of the rental pool. That's fine, except that do they say that I'm going to lose my club privileges even though I pay them? I pay them quarterly, but I won't be, if my apartment is not in the rental pool, they're saying that I will not be able to even come over and play golf as a member, use the pool, nothing. They say they're going to allow us to lease the units for a year, but the people that lease it can't use the laundry facilities, they can't use the trash, they can't use the parking lot, and they will not have a membership. They can't use the pool or any of the other things that are around there. This is very disturbing to me, because basically Mast is putting those that don't have large checkbooks out of Saddlebrook. So I think you need to keep that in mind. It's inconsistent to what they've been telling us. We do pay HOA fees. We do pay resort maintenance fees and club fees, and we're not going to be able to have anything. Thank you.
Please, the next speaker, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Barry Shine. My wife and I have been coming to Saddlebrook for 20 years. We own 7 units in the condo hotel, and we own a house at 5151 Pine Lake Road. So we are a member of the Condo Association as well as a member of the Fairway Association. First, let me say I'm not sure that the coalition people were truly transparent. They did not say how many people they represent. There are many of our friends who live in Fairway that did not join the coalition. They do not represent our view, and they made the impression on everybody that they represented all of the homeowners. This is not true. I am not only an owner, I am also a member of the Condo Association Board of Directors, and I act as the treasurer of that organization. I've worked very closely with Mast in preparing the budget for the 500 and some units that make up the condo hotel and the Condo Association. Mast now has become the manager of that resort, providing services to all of the condo owners. In so doing, I work very closely with them related to making the budget for this year and analyzing what had been spent in the past by the prior owner. I believe they are people of integrity. I believe they will do what they say they will do. And I believe they need to have some development to create the earnings and the funds available to make the needed repairs and improvements in the resort. As a board member, I have been involved with our attorney in drafting the declaration or deed restriction, which was most important to all people associated with this property, to make sure in perpetuity the golf course would remain a golf course, and not when they're gone or when they're there, more development would come before you for additional development of that golf course to lose those views and the beauty of the golf course. So that is a critical part of this development plan. I would encourage you to not be swayed by a minority of people that don't represent all of the homeowners and all of the condo owners that live in this development. I would encourage you to make some way conditional that the promises made here today with the plans that are here today are actually implemented. I'm a layman, I don't know how to do that, but if they do, we will have a better resort in Pasco County, and that resort will attract quality people to Saddlebrook and to the entire area. Thank you. Questions?
No questions. Everybody's
We've asked other people.
Now we got one more speaker.
Well, I just want to know how many homes, how many units are in Saddlebrook? Total.
This is Mike Sullivan. He's the. Go ahead.
Okay, I can ask anyone afterwards.
Thank you. I am W. Michael Sullivan, Professor Emeritus now. I bought a place in Saddlebrook about 2 decades ago. My wife and I found it, thought it was a gem, said, here's a place we're going to learn to live, so when we stop being practicing snowbirds, we can land and stay. We both play golf. I spent 40 years at the University of Rhode Island teaching in what was a golf and sports turf management coursework. I have been a lead consultant on golf courses' current value of somewhere around $300 million. So I have some sense of the design work and capability of Rees Jones and Company. I have some fairly well-developed idea of what the courses need, what the land needs at Saddlebrook. People repeatedly have told you the drainage system has failed. Yes, it's not a quick fix. It would require thousands and thousands of yards of excavation to create it and make it functional. The same for the irrigation system. A good irrigation system has a lifespan of 20 to 25 years. These are well past that. That requires a lot of cash to repair that. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to your golf capability, the greens are a vast improvement of 2 years ago. They're still in very poor shape.
I disagree.
PGA or other league, we've tried to bring Northeastern universities to Saddlebrook in recent years for a spring collegiate tournament to help the local economy. The courses don't meet the conditions. The other real issue with those conditions are the youthful flexibility of the student now, or the younger golfer. When Mr. Palmer was on the course, in his best day, his tee ball was 230 to 250 yards. Today, a PGA pro, on the LPGA Tour, they're averaging 310. On the PGA Tour, it's 330, 340, 350. It's less than 325 yards from the tee boxes on the current practice facility to Route 54. So you have some safety issues if you continue to maintain it there. That's a revenue. I look at it, yes, it will change the entrance, it'll change the sense of passage, but it's a revenue stream to make the necessary repairs, the necessary upgrades to improve the quality of the residual facilities. I look out at the proposed new practice facility. I will see a small building that'll house the students or the residents in rain, and I want to go hit some. We have spent a lot of time talking to the Mass people. They have shared every rendering, every drawing, every presentation that we've asked them for. So the suggestion that they're difficult to deal with, I haven't had that experience. Give me one more minute, one more second. The needs of the courses are substantive. I can live with the idea that we have negotiated, and I'll leave it to them to present what I would call a very enforceable conservation easement, a deed restriction that lives beyond all of us, so that should golf continue as it is in the nation, we're losing 100 to 120 golf courses a year in the United States. Florida is the outlier. It's even or growing 0.2, 0.3%. That's because all of us from New England are moving here and want to keep playing. But there'll come a time where we won't. And so I like the idea of a legacy agreement that says, should golf fail, you now have an area that was once 2 golf courses that evolved to 27 holes, but also now remains as open space in perpetuity for the wildlife many have suggested are their most valuable. So I would urge you to carefully consider the pros and the cons, and I thank you, having sat for 20 years on the local boards at home. Thank you for your seat time today and your endurance.
Mr. Sullivan, before you leave, your address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here it's Unit 659, where my wife is, and I still won't. She's all the way in Rhode Island, 35 Cliff Drive, Narragansett, Rhode Island, and I still won't speak for her. Thank you.
My name is Dan Augustatus, and I'm at 5346 Pine Bark Lane. And the question I've got in this raising world of crime, I want to know if Mass is planning on converting our streets from private streets to public streets. even though if they say they're going to keep gates, you can't stop people from coming in once it goes to public roads. Just want to put it on the record. Want that cleared up.
Highly unlikely the county would take them from them. Just experience.
I've been in a
Administrator's reason beyond that one.
I've been in some subdivisions and they've gone from private to public and it's caused nothing but a rise in crime because they can't control it.
Not looking for that.
That's it.
Okay.
Are we rebuttal?
Yeah, with the, any other public comment? Anybody wish to speak that hasn't spoken yet? Okay, and there's nobody on WebEx?
Correct.
So public comment will be closed. I'll have the applicant come up.
Do you want to ask questions of your staff first, or do you want to have the applicant come up?
I'll ask some
Well,
questions.
to the board?
I want to ask some questions.
To the staff or to the board? I mean, to the
I
applicant?
have one for staff.
Hang on.
Well, just, I can do it to the staff. It doesn't
Well,
matter, they're
Well, I
here,
can
so.
bring-
So from a procedural standpoint, I'd rather you have the staff, and then Ms. Wilhite can rebut them if necessary
Okay.
when she comes up for her rebuttal and get it over with one.
So,
All
we'll
right,
ask
so-
that, we're gonna ask that for Terry, or who's that, who's coming up?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a question.
All right, Commissioner Oakley, go ahead.
All right, Terry, I've listened to both sides, and I understand what Mass has said and what the residents have said. Somewhere in the middle is the right fix for the residents and for Mass. My problem is, if we don't transmit this today, I don't know where that's going to leave our citizens with property that needs to be redone or put some things on it to bring it back to life, that it'll be very much more profitable, it'll be more financially stable as far as the homes. But I don't want to say no to this and then come up and they're not at the residents aren't at the table anymore, and you just got Mass. So I'd like to see them come together. I don't know how the best way is for them to come together, but they need to meet in the middle so both parties win, if you know what I'm saying. So if this is turned down today, what happens with this project? How would it go forward?
You mean to say if the transmittal is denied?
If the transmittal is denied, what happens? Where does that leave the residents? Because I know they want something better than what some of that they have. So where does that leave them if we deny it today?
So I'm going to throw the planning
Okay.
director a lifeline, because it's really a legal question. If transmittal is denied, the applicant has the ability to go back through the whole process again, but the applicant is left with Res 6, and they can do whatever they can do in Res 6, and maybe whatever vested rights they still have on the property from their original approvals. You've not done a vested rights determination on this property, but the chairman pointed out that there are things in their approvals that they never used. I don't know whether this board would give them vested rights to do a 9-story building. There's a different process for that, but the answer to your question is they can do Res 6. They might be able to do something more if they were determined to have vested rights by this board, but and you can ask the applicant, it probably creates a problem for their redevelopment.
Right. So then that problem causes the residents a problem also, because that way they don't come up, meet together and have maybe a downsized resort that's better than it is today, because I was out there working in the 80s when it started, and I serviced Saddlebrook with fresh orange juice from a fruit stand right there at 75 and 54, and I was there for about 11 years till most all the oranges froze out. But they were a very viable resort at that time, and it was great times, and some people probably remember how it was. But I want them to see them succeed, but I want them to meet with Mass somewhere in that middle where they will succeed. I just hate to see the fact that it would kind of go away and be whatever you can do out of Res 6, and then of course you might get some remodeling and all, but I don't know if financially it'll be able to do some of that with the new way they've purchased the property. So that's my concern.
To maybe
Well,
provide.
if I could, something to think about. You know, our land development code has one thing that starts off, and the first thing we're supposed to do before we're going to go submit a plan like this is to have a neighborhood meeting. They say that the early citizen participation in an informal forum in conjunction with development approval applications to provide the applicant an opportunity to understand any impacts the neighborhood may experience. Now, I will tell you, if they did have that neighborhood meeting with everybody in one shot, and I think Saddlebrook could have accommodated it very easily, as we all know, right? Had they done that, that meeting could have get them the opportunity to actually consider maybe they wouldn't mind more density in the central part of it, keeping the nature all around it. But they didn't do that. Matter of fact, frankly, this thing, in my opinion, never should have even seen the process going forward because they didn't have that meeting ahead of time before they submitted, which is in the code. It's definitely significant across the board, the land use changes being done. And, you know, one thing that you mentioned, you know, what's going to happen to them if we don't do something? I will tell you, the apartments out there will be surely devastating. Never mind the apartments we got coming all around. We saw the map.
Commissioner, did you have a question for staff?
No, I'm talking because he made a statement. I'm going to talk. And I have the floor. Thank you. When I look,
Rules of order in a minute.
you have at it. When we look at what's going to happen to the people if we don't do something and they go try to build apartments, granted, Res 6, it could probably have limitations. That's going to be effective to directly destructive to what goes on from what we've heard with the citizens going out there.
Well, what I see at this point, it would be better, I think, that they continue it, and I don't know how long that continuance should be, to a point that Mass has a definite plan engraved in the sand that stays there, that they can present to all the residents and come up with that plan that they all meet and greet together on it, that'll make Saddlebrook, like it was back in the 80s, much better than it is today. Because I know the people coming from the north and all that's changed. Smaller groups probably can come in from anywhere in the United States here, because this is a destination to come to. We know that. But I just hate to see it fail because we don't have a good plan that residents can agree to. Today, I can tell you what most of the residents don't seem to want anything. But in fact, I honestly believe they do want something. They just want it better than what they've been shown or told by Mass at this point.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner, I appreciate your sentiment. My question would be, we're kind of at an impasse and, measuring both parties. I am extremely grateful that somebody's willing to have picked up Saddlebrook and want to give it a shot in the arm and bring it back to life. It's fantastic. It's fitting into what Wesley Chapel and the sports tourism market that we have, and then increasing the investment of the homeowners. But today, I saw a plan that I hadn't seen before, or my office has seen before, and learned a few things and have a list of questions. So to piggyback off Commissioner Oakley, is it appropriate to continue this item to work it out? Because I'm not comfortable with shutting something down when I think if we get a little bit more time, we work together to come up with a quality product and a success story here. So I guess my question is to county attorneys, is there an option to continue this item for?
There's always an option for continuance, but you haven't heard anything from the applicant at this point. You were still in staff inquiry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. So the
You
question
had, you had a question for staff.
Yeah,
That
okay,
was-
so my question to staff is back with the traffic study, there's a third party who conducted a study. How's that measured with what the county has diagnosed?
So at the comprehensive plan level, we do what's called a transportation needs assessment. As a project progresses and gets into entitlement considerations under zoning, we'll do what's called a timing and phasing analysis. But the transportation needs assessment was reviewed by staff, and the conclusion that came from the assessment was that adjacent roadways will be operating within the acceptable levels of service. And actually, the Res 6 would generate more trips than the proposed PD would. And so that's what enabled that conclusion, or those conclusions enabled us to move forward with the analysis of the comprehensive plan amendment. Online right now is Dr. Amir Jamali, who actually did the transportation needs assessment review. So if there's any particular questions related to that conclusion, he could provide some support and answer.
Well, my question to that would be, obviously this third-party study is a challenge to what the county has determined. So I'm curious to see how far off they are from one another.
Amir, were you able to hear that question?
Yes. Good afternoon, this is Amir Jawani, Senior Transportation Planning and Development. Actually, the county has not done any study. The study has been done by Links and Associates, which is traffic engineer hired by MAST, and we only reviewed their traffic study. And their traffic study shows all of the roadway adjacent to this project, which are 54 segments from Kelly Road to Bruce B. Downs, we are going to operate within acceptable level of service, and they are not exceed V/C of 1.
I'll do a follow-up question with that. The report that was said earlier from the transportation expert said it was at 98.6% capacity. So does that mean 1.4% away from failing? Is that an accurate number?
No, the V/C of one segment is going to be 0.98, which is 2% less than V/C of 1. And it's not going to be failed.
V/C, can you define V/C, Amir?
Excuse me?
Can you define V/C for the public?
V/C is volume over capacity. Volume is the background traffic plus the project traffic. And the capacity is determined by FDOT generalized tables, which is like a manual or guideline we usually use for such projects.
I don't understand that.
What's the answer?
In English, please.
What's the answer?
Basically, a VC ratio of 1 would equal that your road is at capacity.
Say it again?
A VC ratio of a 1 would indicate that your road is at capacity. Basically, the volume of traffic matches the volume allowable onto the road.
And that's what the professor said.
Numerator and the denominator are equal, correct?
So are we at 0.98 then?
We're measuring from the level of service, though, which is not. What is the level of service, Amir?
Level of service E.
Which amounts to what numerical value?
The value, let me check, I will give you one more.
And while he's looking that up, your level of service on a road varies. So you can have a level of service of A, which is free flow of traffic all the way to failure where it's complete standstill. So when we talk about acceptable levels of service, a level of service D, for example, would recognize at certain peak times you're going to have a lot of traffic. It's a way to help optimize the sizing of your roads. We can't build 7-lane freeways to have level of service of A at all times. We have to allow peak hour to congest, quite honestly.
So what's our grade? What's our letter? So what is the letter then?
I'll let the expert go. I heard him say D in this particular case.
There's a couple laymen's out there, so I'm right there with you here, so, thank you.
So if we're at D, how close are we to, is the next one F?
Well, I think that's what Amir's currently calculating.
So, yeah, currently the capacity for the rotary segment is about 5,400 MPM, but the volume is going to be 5,305. So there are almost 100 trips away from the failure.
I'm going to ask a question. This might help you. I know. So let me ask a question. It used to be when we did a PD, we would have the MPUD coming with it. And in it, we'd have all the documents for transportation. You guys would normally go through it, dissect the whole thing, and maybe part of the report. So when we heard the land use, we would hear the zoning as well at the same time.
Not for transmittal. You do that for adoption.
When
and
they
that's what this one is queued up to be, but you couldn't approve the MPUD rezoning and transmit the comprehensive plan amendment to this date, because then your zoning would be inconsistent. You couldn't adopt it.
But you would have at least that document at some point early on where they could look at it. I mean, we haven't even got the concept plan, and we've got a new concept plan as of today. I mean...
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the idea here, I mean, so this is a public hearing, and the whole purpose of these is basically for people to see the progress of the project and make comment on it. And what we have done in the Planning and Development Department is to essentially stagger the comprehensive plan amendments with the consideration of the MPUDs so that we can collect public comment, understand what issues may exist, and then incorporate, having understood and heard all of this, incorporate those concerns into the MPUD conditions of approval. We bring the projects forward to the LPA and to the transmittal hearings if there is one, because sometimes it's just a small scale amendment. And having received public comment and feedback, we then take that information and translate it into the MPUD conditions of approval if we're doing an MPUD on such a project. And at that point, as the county attorney mentioned, marry the two workflows together so that when the adoption comes around for the comprehensive plan amendment, there is a complete MPUD conditions of approval package that hopefully responds to all of the concerns that have been enumerated from the podium.
All right, but Terry, the land use says, our plan says, the land development code says we do a neighborhood meeting with a full plan shown to the people. Clearly that hasn't been done. Matter of fact, before the planning commission was even heard, this was going to be on consent heard over in Newport Richey. We remanded it back, so we got a hearing. But even from that point, we're getting new information back that if we're going to use the information from the feedback for the people to make something that might work, and again, as the gentleman said, he doesn't think the 9-story complex would work. Well, maybe if he had the conversation and centralize it, maybe it would have. But we didn't have that. Well, is there something wrong with doing that? I mean, we just had another development where you actually shut it down because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. Shouldn't this have been shut down by not having the concept plan?
Well, I mean, a concept plan was submitted. It has changed over time. And the evolution of a concept plan in response to comments that are being made by the public, both at various neighborhood meetings, but also in these proceedings, I think is kind of a healthy thing because it's showing that staff is listening and the applicants are responding to those comments. You can't always go to multiple neighborhood meetings that are not being watched by everybody, but you can come to a public hearing which is being watched by everybody.
Terry, we're at Saddlebrook Resort. They've got an auditorium that can fit 1,000 people. This is not one of those occasions. They could have had everybody in the one room. They were asked to have everybody in one room. They didn't do it. They didn't want to do it.
Well, I'm just saying that...
I think the applicant can probably speak for themselves on that one.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me go to Commissioner Bradford first,
And then
then Commissioner Starkey. Okay. Commissioner Bradford?
You know, I ran for this job to make decisions, and this is a hard one. I want you to know I hear everybody. I hear people making $1 million investment. I hear residents saying, we want Saddlebrook back to its original glory. I remember Saddlebrook. I played golf there. Wasn't very good at it. Don't play golf anymore. Lived on Northdale Golf Course. Lived on Plantation Palms Golf Course. And it's cursory knowledge of golf courses. I am in no way an expert like a professor. But I would say this. I do believe in transparency. And I like everything transparent. I want to know what's going on. I want the facts. Whether it's the facts from a developer or facts from county staff or the facts from a fellow commissioner, I want the facts. I don't want opinions, I want the facts. I get paid to make my own opinion. And that's where I'm at right now. So I wanted to put that on the table. The other thing that a good friend of mine told me when I took this job, and he said, you do what you think is right. And always do what you think is right. And I haven't forgotten that. So that's my comment, sir.
Commissioner Starkey?
Yeah, so I have a couple questions. I had the county administrator get the map that, and this is before some of you were on this board, and I don't even remember what we call this. What is this called again?
Urban service area.
Yeah, can you explain what this is? And hey, this has a lot more on it than I wanted to vote for, but commissioners wanted more in their district. So we expanded this. So what is this?
So the urban service area, also known as an urban concentration
Can you
area.
put that mic closer to you, because you are a tall man. I don't know, I'm having trouble
I'll
hearing,
just
I don't know
hold
if
it.
anyone else.
Okay, here we go. So the urban service area, also sometimes referred to as an urban concentration area, the intent is to service a more urban environment, hence the name. I know it's a bad way to define something. But essentially, this is where you're going to concentrate all of your utilities. This is where you're going to make your major roadway investments. And this is where you're going to try to put as much of a population that you can in order to service them within a smaller geographic area. So the red, what you see is the urban service area. It encompasses both the West Market area, which is the coastal portion of Pasco County, and then the South Market area, which is the southern portion up to about 301. The South Market area matches the urban service area. It also includes the extensions to the urban service area, which is those finger-like extensions that are going up the I-75 corridor, up around State Road 52, and then those areas along State Road 54, north and south of it, just west of Zephyr Hills.
Okay, and Commissioner Bradford was asking, when did we adopt this?
The urban service area, I believe that was a state mandated requirement. Do you remember the day? 2010.
And so this is what we call kind of our blueprint for growth, and where this board and this community, because it was a publicly vetted document, has said we want to put density. Is that correct?
Yes, the comprehensive plan calls for density within the South Market area and West Market area for the urban service area.
So if there is a company or someone coming and wanting to invest in our county and they see this map, they know that this is the law kind of that we follow, that this is where we say we want density. I mean, they make business decisions based on this. Is that correct? They may make business decisions.
Yeah, they may
based
make
on-
business
okay.
decisions based on this.
Because this is the area that we said we want density.
This is where you are supposed to concentrate your infrastructure.
Okay.
That's,
And density.
well, it's an urban service area. That's where you're increasing your services. Yes, then the consequence of that is you can approve more density because you've got facilities to
Right.
serve.
And we just opened overpass on 75, adding more public investment in infrastructure in this area. And I don't know what that hash mark is, but is that?
That's
I
it.
guess some of these hash marks are Village of Pasadena Hills, and what
No,
are those hash marks?
those are the extensions that I was referring to.
Those are extensions?
Yes,
Extensions.
if you recall, this was developed in 2010 is correct. But it was developed because changes in state law disadvantaged Pasco County. Unlike Hillsborough County, DRIs could not be abandoned. The DULA, which was the name that was given to the dense urban land something. But anyway, we developed, the planning department at the time, strategic growth administrator, developed this concept, which we fought with Tallahassee about, to allow us to create the urban service area and allow increased density. The extensions were areas that folks wanted to be in, but the state didn't want us to said it was premature. So that's what those extension areas are historically are all about.
Okay, and so my next question is, and I listened to the planning commission, like I said, I learn a lot. I get a jump on some of the issues coming when you listen to the planning commission. Like I said, I heard what the residents were saying about the gate, the school, some other things, and so I was able to do my homework and ask those questions. So that's why I put in the time listening to the planning commission. And I heard Denise speak. I heard the planning commission members questioning why they didn't have a more detailed plan, and I'm looking for it here. And I heard Denise explain that this is, what do you call it? A transmittal.
Transmittal hearing. Yeah.
Not where all those other things get etched in stone or whatever you want to call it. So what are they required to submit? What is the depth of design? Because I don't think they were ready for that. I think that's why they didn't have it ready. But, and I'm not saying that, well, I'll make that comment about their process later, but what were they required to submit for this transmittal?
Well, I don't have the actual application requirements in front of me to read it off the top of my head. But in general, with the plan development, you're going to be required to submit a sub-area policy that's
and no one's going to know what that is, so what is it?
Yeah, much like there are other policies in the comprehensive plan that are directing how development should take place within the county, a sub-area policy accompanies the plan development, and it essentially defines what the development is going to be and also direct it in terms of the design. So in a sub-area policy, you can start adding things in there to say, thou shalt have trails, thou shalt do this or that. And you can make these broad enumerations within the sub-area policy. At the comprehensive plan stage, if you can imagine, we're like 30,000 feet in terms of what we're looking at. And then as the project moves through its life cycle, it then gets lower in altitude to maybe 15,000 feet when you start talking about what kind of entitlements are going to fulfill the sub-area policy that's been enumerated. So again, going back to the plan development, you're going to have the sub-area policy, you're going to have a concept plan that's going to illustrate what that sub-area policy could be, but that's not the final plan. Then that plan is going to be worked on, and we're going to figure out what kind of conditions are going to be needed in order for this to be properly implemented. That's what the MPUD is going to figure out. But the MPUD is not going to get totally detailed either at that point because it's simply a zoning district. It's setting up the zoning parameters for how this development is going to look. It's going to talk a little bit more detail than what the comprehensive plan did, again, given feedback and input that's being received from public hearings. And then finally, you're going to come in for a landing well, I shouldn't say landing, you're going to come in at about 5,000 feet with the site development, the preliminary site plans and the preliminary development plans that are actually going to design the project. I won't say landing because landing will be when building permits get issued. But that's basically how you're going to approach a project in every case. So we are going to talk about design. The heavy design discussions are going to come at the preliminary site plan stage when we're actually comparing what they're proposing against what's in the MPUD, but also what's in the land development code.
Okay, so I think they've gone far beyond that here already, but so that was one of my questions. And for the planning director, do you know how many units are in Saddlebrook now?
Off the top of my head.
Okay.
I think
Someone will get me that answer.
I think the applicant has the information for that.
And on the traffic analysis, did that contemplate the overpass being open? Or was that done before it was open?
I would presume that it was done right before it opened, as the transportation needs assessment was submitted in August.
Okay, and also
But Amir can confirm.
Oh, yeah.
Usually TNA or transportation needs assessment analyze the 2045 traffic conditions. So analyze the current traffic in TNA. So by 2045, of course, will pass the street.
Okay. So the answer is...
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Yeah, the answer is that it did consider overpass open because it was looking at the 2045 and long-range transportation plan.
Oh, okay,
So
it
overpass,
looked
so it did consider that overpass would be open, yeah.
Okay, and it passed?
Yes.
And he says it's not. Okay, that's my questions for the planning director.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, really want to emphasize my question about traffic. What's our letter grade? What's our number? I'm a little disappointed that that's not something that we don't know as we're planning projects that have this level of volume of folks traveling it. I don't know if anybody's traveled overpass lately, but it's a little, it's full. So I guess that's a good thing, but it's full. So again, I really want to understand the traffic issue. And that's something that I'm not hearing clarity on. My next question is...
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I could, I mean, if the applicant comes back up, you can obviously ask their traffic engineer the question.
Okay.
He is
and
here.
then the next question is if the transmittal goes through today, we're not obligating, the county's not obligating itself to approve the plan that's been shared with us today. It's merely approving that there's a potential project in a potential area. I want to make sure that we understand that if it does, if there is a transmittal, that we're not locking ourselves into something that we can't undo or ask questions or modify or work through over the coming weeks, months ahead. So I really want some clarity on the transmittal and what, should there be a yes vote, what that means to us and for the folks out there.
That's illegal?
Yes, I'll
County
do
Attorney?
that one. So transmittal gets you the input of state government as to the plan which is being submitted. You have not adopted an ordinance changing the future land use maps. That, when transmittal, when DCA, sorry, old days.
DEO.
DEO gets the comprehensive plan package from us. They will look at it. They have X number of days to make comment and get it back to us prior to our adoption. And then we have so many days to either adopt it or turn it down once it comes back. The only thing that today's transmittal does is it sort of locks in the maximum density that DEO is going to review and comment on. So whatever we're putting in it is all they're going to look at. So it's going to be difficult to add things later.
So if it were to, transmittal were to go forward, come back, board says, don't like it, or whatever, we can come up with a new plan and send another transmittal.
Yes, I don't see any reason why you couldn't resubmit to DEO a comprehensive plan, but you'd end up turning down that. You wouldn't adopt that ordinance, which in effect would be denying it, and then you'd start the process over again.
Okay.
Jeff,
Thank you for that.
Jeff, can I ask how?
Commissioner Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember someone saying that the state hardly ever comments on these. Is that a true statement?
The level of commenting from that state agency has decreased dramatically in the last 25 years.
Sounds like a lawyer.
They do, I mean, they comment
He's our lawyer.
as Terry said, I think in the beginning of this hearing, they do comment from time to time, but
I got it.
I'm dating myself, but back when I started,
I got it.
they'd tell you, local government, you shouldn't adopt this. I don't think that is going to happen very much anymore.
Thank you, sir. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Are we going to have a vote?
Any more questions for staff at this point? We'll bring it back up later, Terry, but.
Okay.
All right, the applicant?
So I'm unruly amount of notes here, so I have to try to not drop all my papers. Barbara Wilhite for the applicant. Commissioner Starkey, to answer your question regarding the number of units that have been constructed within the Saddlebrook MPUD, there's 718. There's 373 resort units in the Walking Village. There's 172 resort units in the Lakeside Village. And there's 173 residential units in Fairway Village, as confirmed by the zoning administrator in a zoning determination that she made after reviewing a whole bunch of information some time ago. We're going to bring Steve Henry up, but I need to address neighborhood meetings and plans and all these things. We've had multiple neighborhood meetings. We've had no request by anybody that says that they haven't been able to get the information that they need. We've had a lot of attendance over time at these meetings and a lot of meetings. The concept plan, the MPUD concept plan that I handed out is just that. It's an MPUD concept plan. It has a level of detail that doesn't belong in the comp plan, and that's why you have a concept plan. But let me tell you, when they stand up here and say they don't have information, the first people to see that concept plan was this group, represented by Ms. Jane Graham. We sent it to her before anybody else saw it on the 25th of January. We submitted to the county on the 27th after we met with them to go over it. We answered all their questions. We asked for comments. We asked for feedback. We didn't get any. To date, we still don't have any. I don't think you've got any feedback on anything that they would like to see us change. They oppose and want you to deny our ability to move forward. But they have the information. We provide the information. We've had community meetings and provided the information. So the information is there. Staff didn't include the MPD concept plan in your package because it doesn't relate to the comp plan. But what happens is when we try to do what we're supposed to do in the comp plan, everybody asks for more detail. Then we give more detail, and then we get criticized about giving more detail. So it's really a classic can't win situation where I can tell you that we're giving all the information, we're being transparent, we're having those community meetings, we're meeting with people, but still there's this question on information. We have a very specific PD sub-area plan that exceeds the requirements of your comprehensive plan as to what you need to do for a PD plan development, comp plan amendment to move forward. We have a sub-area policy that's got the guiding principles in it. We've got a specific plan that says what we're going to do where. And let me tell you, there was a criticism about the land use equivalency exchange matrix. I'm fine with just taking it out, because we can stand here and tell you that what we proposed on that sub-area plan is what we're going to do. So it's to give flexibility. That's why you do a land use equivalency matrix, is to give flexibility. But we're willing to say what
Barbara, can you explain what that is? 'Cause
Sure.
I'm not
So
sure what you're gonna know with that.
one of the criticisms of our documents that we heard today, obviously could have heard this before, but we're not hearing that kind of communication. We're not getting communication with the Save Saddlebrook Coalition folks. We're not getting any communication. Unlike the Condo Association, where we've worked with them every day, daily, about where things are going to be located, what things are going to look like, and you can hear they were here today in support because of that level of work we've done with them. The criticism was about the land use equivalency matrix. It says, in the sub-area policy, the comp plan, it says, here's what's the maximum, here's the uses that are allowed in the comp plan, and here's the maximums. It's got multifamily and a number. It's got townhomes and a number. Yes. And so
The report we just got with the minuscule font that none of us can read? Yeah, we got
I'm reading that one.
no, you have a sub-area policy that you can read in your package.
5,000 square foot restaurant.
Yeah, you have a sub-area policy in your package you can read that says
I'm just
exactly
saying,
what the
one you
densities
just
are.
handed out to us, look at the font size of that. You got all this white space down here, and look at the font size you guys picked. And we get this right before the meeting.
So, back to the question Commissioner Starkey asked. In the land use sub-area policy, which you can all read, it's in your package, it provides for the ability to do a land use equivalency matrix exchange. So it says, here's the uses that are being approved and the maximum units and square footage, but it says, oh, but we can change those numbers through the MPUD. And so there was a criticism regarding that. What I'm telling you is that I'll take that out. We don't have to have any flexibility. We're so confident in what we've asked for in our comp plan, because we've analyzed this and gone over this for a very long time, that the densities and intensities and the uses in that comp plan, we don't need to exchange them. We don't need to change them at the MPUD. So we can have the comp plan look just like the MPUD. So what I'm telling you is that we know what we're going to need to do, we know what we want to do, and we don't need to change things without coming back through a public hearing process. So I just want to offer that to you again, to tell you that every time I hear a concern, we address the concern, and that's the only concern that I heard, that I said, okay, I'm fine with that. I can live with not changing anything at the MPD level. I'll live with what we have in our comp plan, and what we're proposing will be the same as what we have in the zoning. So I wanted to throw that out there. Let me have our transportation consultant come up. There's quite a few questions regarding that. So I want to make sure that he can explain that to you.
Before we get to transportation, I want to just bring up a point. On the agenda item I got here, it was 1979. We talked about the development conference facilities up to 500 people, 950 saleable condos to the resort complex, a new 9 holes of golf. And then it says in here, a road system that will set the mood for the arriving guest and have adequate alternatives for fire protection. So the service road to the side was designed specifically to have fire trucks go that way, as well as all the other trucks. The drive coming in, the road system setting in as you drive in, where that range was designed to be, as Mrs. Barbetta showed, how the look came out. So when you look me in the eye and look at these board members in the eye and tell us that you listened to what their complaints were and you've addressed them, you're missing the point. They don't want the apartments. I don't know how you missed that.
I didn't say that I satisfied them. I said, I said that I answered their questions. You're not going to satisfy everybody. But you got to remember, 1,000 people were noticed about this meeting, and you had 17 people speak here.
Yeah, well, I have a question on that.
So I just want to make sure you understand that, the numbers, if we're talking about numbers.
But Barbara, this board asked you to have a meeting with everybody. Now, whether you wanted to do it or didn't want to do it, it didn't get done. You have the capacity to meet everybody in one shot, and it didn't happen.
We feel we've had adequate meetings.
But you didn't do what the board asked you to do.
Well, the board didn't ask me. You asked, Commissioner, you asked, Chairman.
And
you asked.
we had consensus.
That's correct. You asked.
And we had consensus.
Well, I don't believe that to be true. I believe that we have had community meetings. We've had adequate community meetings. Other than these 17 people, the rest of people have got the information. They have the information, by the way. I'm not sure what else you would achieve in a community meeting other than giving information and receiving comments. And we've done that over and over and over, and we do that outside of meetings. So, format of meetings, the fact is that we've had meetings, we've given all the information out, we've received comments from people that want to comment and work with us. And then there's a group that don't want to work with us, that want you to deny us, and that's what they've come here today and are asking you to do. That doesn't move this project forward. What moving this project forward is looking at it, and what Commissioner Starkey asked, do we have the information that we provided, required by the code and the comp plan, to transmit a comp plan amendment to start this process? The answer from staff is yes. My answer is yes. We actually exceed the information that we're supposed to send for transmittal. So, and by the way, we're decreasing units. So all of the conversation about impact on resources, the comp plan allows 1,779 units. We're reducing that. We're reducing your comp plan to 620. And that's where I actually want to have Steve Henry talk to you, because he actually did an analysis that he's not required to do, because I told him go ahead and do the analysis. Because if you look at, do an analysis, transportation needs assessment, because if you look at those trips that 1779 number generates versus what we're reducing the comp plan trip generation to do, it's actually a reduction, not an increase. So with that, I'd really like for him to talk to you about the transportation issues. Let me look at my notes and make sure that my team is going to answer the rest of the questions that were raised. But let's have him talk to you about transportation, if you would.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates. We did conduct the transportation needs assessment. So first I want to talk about some of the comments that we got. And as far as the analysis we did, as Barbara had indicated, we did it actually two different ways. And I'll talk about the first way, which is actually above and beyond what is required in the code. But that's what we submitted, and we compared what the current, land use or the MPUD would allow for the total project versus what we're proposing, including the total project. And so the comments that we got were the study area. That was the first one. The study area wasn't big enough. And if you look at the code under the transportation timing and phasing analysis, it says you had about 5% is what you look at as far as your study network determination. We are actually less than 5% beyond where we studied. So we, in fact, the study network that is in our analysis is more than adequate based on your code. The second comment was the distribution, that the intersection of Saddlebrook Way is 72% to the west. Well, that today is primarily residential. When you look at what we're doing a mixed use. We're doing commercial and residential. So in addition to that, we also looked at the intersection of Wiregrass Boulevard and 54. When you look at that distribution, it's actually 54% to the west. So when you take those two and you average them, it comes out to be about 65%, what we used in the analysis. So we think, given that we're doing a mixed-use development here, the distribution that's in our analysis is adequate and actually matches what you would expect to be out there with a mixed-use development.
Question for you?
Yes.
So you did from Wiregrass Boulevard and 54?
We did from County Road, we did from State Road 581 to Curly Road.
Okay.
And when you look beyond those two segments, we are less than 5%.
Okay. Did you compare what happens at 75 as well?
No, because 75 is beyond that area again, when we look at study areas, we look at where you're at 5%. We're less than 5%. We could have studied many roads in the county, but that was the criteria that the county established and we used for the study.
Do you think if we were going to do a more thorough plan, and let's say really take a look at this in depth, being that we advertise, Saddlebrook's advertised half hour from the airport, all the trips coming from 75, do you think we should have looked at what that number would be?
No, actually, so I'll go into the actual analysis that is normally required for a needs assessment. What that is looking at what the project would generate. So today, as Barbara had indicated, the Res 6 would allow 1,779 residential units. That's the basis. Then we look at what we're changing, that portion of the project that we're asking for the change, the PD. When you look at the traffic that we would generate, it's actually less traffic. In fact, it's about 600 PM peak hour trips less than what the current Res 6 would allow. Based on that, we would not even be required to do a traffic study at all. That we would stop at that point. But instead, we went ahead and did the analysis for that segment of roadway in which we are greater than 5%. Beyond that, we're not required. But the reality is, we're not required to do a study at all. But we did one.
So if we're going to do a study for having any value to it, now, for most of our DRIs that were approved years ago, I don't think any of them ever hit full capacity, correct, Mr. County Attorney? They over allocated, so that's all factored. But when you say the Res 6 designation, and you're talking about the units they can get, are you basing it upon the golf course and the driving range and all the common areas to be all Res 6 and units on them?
Those are the numbers, and I'll defer to our planners because I'm just giving the numbers to use. And what we do, whenever we do these, is we say, okay, what is the maximum number that would allow it under Res 6? And I'm actually giving it. I'm not a land use planner. I'm just a traffic guy. They tell me the land uses, and I run the numbers. But that is based on what, and again, we do this on all of them. They're always the same. Whatever the area that we're doing and the comp plan would allow, that's what we run the numbers on. And again, but we didn't do, but that's just looking at it from a standpoint of would we do analysis. We went ahead and did the analysis anyway based on the total project.
All right, so back to, we don't have that information, so we'll have to ask for it later.
So then the other question is, as far as the level of service and what we call the VC ratio, because what you've adopted in your code is a VC ratio of 1.0. But the reality is, because we're in the urban service area, if we do what's called a mixed-use trip production project, which is mudroom project for short, we're actually allowed to have a 1.2 VC ratio. And what we're doing in Area 1 is a mudroom project. So the reality is, and this is something that the board adopted to help to develop mixed-use projects that help reduce the traffic on the road by that mixed use, we'd actually be allowed to have a 1.2. But again, this one, and the other issue is on level of service. This is a 2045 analysis. So we're looking at volumes 2045 based on the cost affordable plan, which does include the overpass. And so this is a projection based on the county's model that they use those volumes. We're using a 2045 volumes to look at this analysis. Now, when we come in for the MPUD, we'll do a more detailed analysis as far as looking at specific intersections and looking at actual counts and seeing what the impact is of the project from that standpoint.
Let me ask this, as far as you're doing this, when you talk about doing mudroom for trip reduction measures, when I look at a development like this, an MPUD, it's a little different than just regular development coming in to go put on the edge of a project or edge of a roadway where it's going to be built. But you guys would never look at the fact of, let's say if they had more density to the center of the development, where people might stay in the development, never leave the resort to use the amenities that are there. You don't factor that in, you just go by the mudroom based upon the data the county's used.
No, the mudroom is purely just, from our standpoint, is purely a test as to whether or not we are a mudroom project. From a traffic standpoint, we do look at the internal capture. We look at where they are within the project and the type of developments to determine the internal capture that based on a mudroom project. And the only way to be a mudroom project is to be a mixed-use project. But as far as the actual mudroom, from our standpoint, it's purely whether it's a 1 or a 1.2. But we do look at that internal capture, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Starkey.
We heard a lot about traffic, people worried that their lifestyle is going to change inside the golf course. because that complex out front is right at the very front.
Sure.
So, I mean, you don't anticipate are we anticipating the apartment people are going to be driving around Saddlebrook and coming back out to go into their apartments? I was trying to figure out.
Well, we are building the Vision Road on the west side, so we're building that portion. The initial construction of that will be right in, right out. Ultimately, that will be a full signalized intersection with 54, and obviously that Vision Road will go to Wiregrass Ranch Boulevard.
So a lot of traffic for that apartment and that mixed-use development will be over there on the Vision Road.
Yeah, so ultimately that's the plan. You know, the initial construction of it will be right in, right out, but ultimately a signal will be there. And that's part of what we're looking at as far as the MPUD is the specific analysis of the accesses, the Vision Road, the initial construction of the Vision Road, and the intersection. And that's one of the reasons why I think Barbara showed in the initial presentation the additional geometry that we're putting at the intersection of Saddlebrook Way and 54 to help with that traffic.
And something that didn't come up, but I asked about it in my meeting with developers, is the residents of Saddlebrook don't have to drive to the shops and restaurants, the entertainment area. They can use their golf carts. They're making a golf cart path to the complex. Is that correct? Or bike or walk
yes,
their dogs to it?
I'm seeing heads shake, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have on track.
I don't know if there's any other questions for me.
Commissioner Waitman.
I do. Maybe it's just I'm a rookie, but I'm still not clear on this traffic thing. I mean, just because you have a 1.2 availability doesn't mean it's appropriate. I don't know how much you travel through there and the number of red lights. I know you're saying you're going to reduce it from 1,700 plus to 620 trips per peak time. How did you say that?
So what we looked at was what could be built there today under the Res 6 versus what we're proposing, which was a reduction in what could be built there of the 600. But getting to your point on the VC ratio, that was what the county Board of County Commissioners elected to do to entice these type of developments. Because otherwise, if you end up with just subdivision after subdivision, then shopping center after shopping center, everybody's getting on the road. So the idea was to try to entice people to then build these mixed-use projects to then reduce that traffic on the road. And so that's what the Board of County Commissioners adopted, was this VC ratio. And it's only for that urban area. It is, once you go outside the urban area, you don't get that same VC ratio. So it's only looking at, the dense urban area where you want growth, and then trying to entice that mixed-use type development.
Thank you. So, 45-year plan, when we came up with this formula, did we anticipate new Publix going in, Walmart going in, everything that's going in on that 54 Bruceby down corridor? We anticipated all that coming in and adding this, knowing it bottlenecks all the way through when you travel. We had a crystal ball and predicted that. Like, I'm trying, going off history, just because the rules say one thing doesn't necessarily mean it's appropriate. Is that where I'm getting, does the shoe fit where I'm at, kind of understanding. So anyway, thank you for the
I had one more question.
Mr. Starkey.
And maybe it's for you, maybe it's for someone else, but Jack, you were talking about putting that density inside the middle of Saddlebrook and leaving the driving range where it is, but wouldn't that generate a lot more traffic in front of all these people's houses?
Well, think about this.
That would be a concern to me.
So think about this.
I look at it when I go there, it's an area where you can walk your dog on the street, and kids can ride their bikes. It's a very peaceful community.
Right.
And
the more you put interior,
density
right.
inside rather than outside does not make sense to me.
Right. That would increase the traffic internal to Saddlebrook. Yes, correct.
So, Commissioner Starkey, consider this. You've got people coming in from a hotel. They're going to come into the resort. They're going to stay there. They're not, generally speaking, going to go out. Their trip capture pretty much when you have a high-end steakhouse, when you have another place like Tropics, when you get a spa, when you get 36 holes of golf, when you get a driving range, you get a full set of activities and a giant pool. that's designed to have people stay right there. And I mean, I've gone to stay there, and guess what? I stayed there, I didn't leave.
Well,
This-
I
let
would
me
be going
finish,
out to
please.
the
Let me finish.
entertainment area. Sure.
You asked me a question, let me finish the question.
There's
So,
one store inside Center.
so if you.
It's a
if-
nice.
And for shopping, yeah, great, we got a great opportunity to go do that. There's movie stores, et cetera. But as far as like to go there, to do all the things that are in there, that's the attraction of it. That's why it's the crown jewel of Pasco County. When you have all those people, it'll be,
It is not.
when you have all those people that could stay right to the center and walk to all these things, that's what I say, it's better for trip generation if they had it internal compared to when you put it out on 54 and all those people there in the apartments, those demographics don't fit the high-end Saddlebrook. They're gonna go out on, they
You don't know
don't.
what price point they're gonna be at.
It's just the way it is with apartments compared to
we can
the
disagree.
high-end people coming in.
I think it's better to have that density outside of Saddlebrook than inside, and let the kids ride their bikes and people walk their dogs.
Well, other than two people in the audience so far, you're
Well,
on
I'm gonna
agreement.
ask how many people are, okay, let me go ahead and ask this question while you're coming back up, Barbara, whatever. The lady who, the attorney, were you an attorney? Yes. If I could ask you a question, and I'm sorry, I've already forgotten how many residents are in Saddlebrook. How many total units are there? 718. Okay, I started to write it, but it all went so fast I couldn't do it. 373 condos, is that right?
Wait, say that again?
Barbara, come on up. You can stand, two attorneys standing together.
Toe to toe.
Probably feels good to stand.
Go women. See, I'm the woman.
I'm gonna try it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so 373 resort units, 172 resort units of different villages. Well, how many houses are there? 173, is that right?
No. Can I answer this?
Yeah, someone answer this question. And I don't want the attorney to leave.
Okay.
She's sworn in.
So
Just name and address.
this could
for
be
the
off
record.
by the tiny
Name,
bit, so
Larry?
we can.
Your name?
I'm just
Larry
asking for the
Barbetta
number.
from 5326 Fox Hunt Drive. So there is about 190 some roughly in the Fairway Village area, Pat?
What is that? Are those apartments?
No, those are residential homes. That's the Fairway Village HOA.
Those are houses?
Houses.
Single-family houses?
Single-family houses, or what they call cluster homes, which are townhouses, but those are, again, side-by-side houses. Nobody else lives above you, below you, right? Okay? There's that. There's 90 some odd, okay? It can change day by day, like upper 90s in what we call Saddlebrook Property Owners Association.
And are those
Those are
apartments?
all houses, all permanent residents, okay? There's a small association, like the Ladybug Lane area, that is 8 buildings and 32 units. That's its own little mini association, okay? So 32 doorknobs. Does that help you? And those are residents, they're not rental.
I've lost my map.
Okay, well, okay, I can help you. You're 280 plus 32, okay, so you're 312. Then you've got 12 units that are townhomes called Villa d'Esta, so add 12, okay?
Okay, and how many single-family homes are there?
Basically, you could count about 280 plus are single-family homes. That's in those two associations. Then there's those quads, we call them. I'm sorry, that's the one that's the 8 buildings with 32 units. Villa d'Esta is like that. There's also, in what they call the lakeside area, which is part of the condo association, but those are the ones that do have an ability to Airbnb. Okay, they're not in the hotel rental pool. That's about 140 condos there.
Okay, because, well, I saw 13 or 14 houses that are not condos that are in the VRBO.
We looked at that. There's 3. It depends on what association you're in. Again, Lakeside has the ability to rent them out. Saddlebrook has clamped down. There's some people that are grandfathered in and people that break the rules.
we
That
have
was
that
voted,
too.
yeah,
Thousands
but there's
of
3 houses. We looked after your question. There's 3 today. One is listing it a couple
All right,
times.
thank
But
you so
anyway,
much. So
sorry,
my
I'm
question
just-
for the attorney is, how many people are in your group that you're representing? How many people are signed up and paying or whatever, paying into your group?
So that's something I think that you can speak to. Now, the group includes
Both the Fairway
And
Homeowners
I don't mean people who
Association.
came to a meeting. I mean people who are paying for your salary to represent them.
Right, so I can speak to the associations, and then he can speak to the actual numbers. It includes 2 of the homeowner associations.
That's not what I'm asking.
The Fairway, but if you let me finish, what I can tell you is that as a representation, there was a vote for these individual homeowner associations, and they voted to become part of the Save Saddlebrook Coalition. Fairway has 190, and Saddlebrook POA has, 90-something? 95.
So did 100% of those residents vote to retain you?
The board members did. They are...
That's what I'm kind of getting on the record.
There's a vote, just like how a HOA works. You have a vote, a majority vote, and the majority is voted to have...
Of the board.
Yes. Of the
Okay.
boards, yeah.
Right,
And
thank you.
Mr. Pat Hogan is here from Fairway, and Nancy is here as well. They can speak to the votes. We're not misrepresenting anything, and I do take a little bit of offense to that you would make it seem like I am misrepresenting a fact as an attorney. I would
No,
not do
I
such
just
a
wanted
thing.
to know how many people are signed up, because we get a lot, we go through a lot of these, and sometimes people are very vocal, but they're not representing the majority. It happens a lot. So
Right.
we have to be careful.
Well, we've worked pretty hard on that, and we've met, like they said. The boards had the authority, that's what the boards do. And the reason we formed this was for a variety of reasons, such as like most of the boards have elections that would be in the middle of this decision cycle. So we could end up not having an attorney retained. They'd start and stop. And a bunch of other good reasons, so that's why we did that. Beyond that, we also have probably about 70 some odd different individuals that have signed up so far, and the amounts can vary. We do it, if someone has $5 and they want to put it in, that's fine. We don't make a profit. We are going to redistribute back to every homeowner and every HOA on a pro rata basis, whatever they've paid that we don't use. Goodness, we have real jobs that we are not doing as well because we're dealing with
you're
this.
doing a great job.
Okay, so we're not, and
I just
please.
want to know how much you guys,
That's-
what are the population you represent?
Well,
And that's a fair question.
it is a perfectly fair question, and I hope we've represented it with complete, genuine, and transparency.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, I would just add the difference in our numbers is that the numbers I gave you are, not all of this project are within the MPUD, which is odd, but there are some homes that aren't within the MPUD. Some of those units are not within the MPUD. So the determination that staff made was relative to units that are constructed within the MPUD, and they went and pulled all the records and
Make it more complicated.
it was, yeah, so that's why those numbers are a little bit different, because we're looking at it from the MPUD perspective, and they're looking at it from MPUD and non-MPUD, because remember, this dates back to 1986, so it's not the way everything always appears today when we do these types of zonings. So I just want to explain that difference. I know Jordan had
Commissioner Waitman had a question?
Yes.
No, you finish.
Go ahead. No, that was all I was going to say. I said Jordan had a few things he wanted to address relative to things said about MAST or the like, but I would love to answer your question, Commissioner.
I don't have a question. I was going to try to bring this in for a landing.
Well, I have a question.
So I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
So let's bring up Jordan then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all. So I just wanted to go through some of the things said and, make clear that 95% of the comments that came out of the 13 people that spoke against us, we agree with, right? We want the golf course to be better. They talk about protecting their house views. Our deed restriction, in fact, does that. Today, they have no protection, right? There is no HOA protection over that golf course today in any way whatsoever, and it's zoned Res 6, as we talked about. A lot of history of the tennis players that came through Saddlebrook, we are aligned, and the majority of our plan is aligned with them. So, Barbara mentioned it, but, there's really no concrete feedback for us to change our plans from what we've seen. Going through some of the specific points that were raised, Mr. Barbetta talked about 20 courts and the discrepancy between courts and tennis courts. Him and I actually spoke last week at one of the community meetings which he was present at, and I assured him it was 20 of the 27 tennis courts. In my presentation, I specifically said change the language there versus otherwise to give that assurance. And again, had he been willing to work with us, we would change that language. We'd give him that assurance, but he continues to bring it up despite that happening and despite us showing it as part of our plan. I asked him as part of that we presented multiple weeks ago our plan, and we presented over and over again when we'd have feedback, and the answer I got is, it represents too many people, it's gonna be a very long time. There's nothing for us to do for that. Changes to our plans is a concern that's come up. The reasons our plans have changed is because we have worked with a significant majority of this community, and we have addressed their comments. So if our plans weren't changing, it would be because we weren't addressing the comments. About half of the number of people showed up here today from our planning department meeting, for all of you who watched it. I strongly believe that's because their concerns were addressed and they no longer showed up. Getting into, there was talks about the 27-hole golf course and that there's no 18-hole course. There's actually 3 18-hole courses. You have an A9, a B9, and a C9, and you combine A and B, B and C, and A and C. So there's 3 different 18-hole courses that exist there. So the idea that there's not a single 18-hole course is just false. We will have 3 different options for an 18-hole course. There's talks a lot about not having concrete plans for our renovation. Renovating all the existing buildings that are there takes a lot of time, planning, and effort, and given the age of the building, we've shared with every community a very detailed presentation that goes space by space with our resort plans. So everybody knows exactly what our plans are. So a comment that we haven't shared our plans is just wrong. And again, they're not fully finalized yet, they're evolving, but we have shared all of the plans that we have to date with the homeowners. Talking about our apartment buildings, Ocean Walk, we haven't owned for 5 years. So the comment that actually 5 years ago, the comments were good, and now they're bad, well, 5 years ago is when we owned it, so I think that's actually an endorsement for our ability to oversee apartments. And the other building that was shown had damage post-Hurricane Irma, and we had residents that chose to continue to live there through those repairs related to the storm, and it was, unfortunately, because we were doing those repair works, not perfect, but we did the best we could given we got hit by a hurricane.
While you're thinking about your next thing, let me just comment to what you just said. So think about the people here in Saddlebrook, and one of the people mentioned it earlier in their comments. What's going to happen 20, 30 years down the road? You just mentioned, what if you guys just come in here, you go build the apartments, make all your money, and you decide, we're just going to move on. And now somebody else comes in here, and they leave it behind, just like the people that suffered before. What are these people to do then?
So ultimately, if our plan was to do that, again, we've spent $5 million on our ownership to date. We're spending $5 million additional this year. If we were planning to leave the resort behind, it's been 15 years since there's been any capital investment. Would it be at all a rational business decision for us to spend $10 million in a resort that we're actually not going to improve the full way? I mean, and plus, as we all know, this resort is losing money today, right? The resort loses money. That is no secret. It's not like the resort is a amazing saleable asset. We want to improve the entire community. The deed restriction also speaks to how much we value the community because, again, there's no requirement on us to do that. So I think we have shown our intentions, and I think every step of the way we've shown that we are doing the right thing. We've answered questions, and so I think that speaks louder than anything else we could do.
Well, I'll say this. We asked for the big town hall meeting. Why didn't you have a meeting with everybody there in one shot? Why did you do separate meetings for everybody? Tell me that.
Ultimately, we decided to have different meetings with all the different associations. The capacity of the room. We don't have the same AV level to do in the...
Seriously?
As easily. But, at the end of the day, required by code, we can have different meetings, right? And so we chose to have different meetings logistically. Everybody had a chance to speak. Again, I spoke with members of this coalition as part of those meetings. None of the concerns raised here were raised to me, right? They all had a chance to go. Barbara mentioned how many people were noticed to it. Whether it's 1 meeting or 3 meetings, I'm not sure what the distinction is between that. Every single person got the same presentation. Every single person had public question and answer. There's meeting minutes that we have regarding that meeting. And after almost every meeting, I stayed 2 hours to talk to people. And, that's a significant amount of time. Lots of questions raised, but almost nothing of what was brought up here was brought up to us in those settings and in those meetings.
I have.
Commissioner Waitman.
Okay, and after.
Then I'll come back to you.
I'm landing the plane. So
Oh, no, but I saw.
Don't let
It is not yet 9 o'clock. Okay, I have a question for you, and so I'm a member of a golf club. It's called Cypress Run. It is I think it's an equity golf club. What's the difference between an equity golf club and a non-equity golf club?
So if you're part of an equity golf club, you actually are part owner of the club itself versus a non-equity membership where you just are a member with membership rights.
Is Saddlebrook an equity or non-equity?
Non-equity.
So what does that mean to my fellow board members who may not know the difference? As far as the responsibility, I mean, one is a business and the other one is everyone who lives there is in the business, right?
Correct. If you're part of an equity club, you own part of that club. If there's improvements, you're going to pay for part of those improvements. If there's excess profitability, you're going to ultimately benefit from that. If you're a non-equity member, if we're making improvements, that's 100%, on us ultimately. We're responsible for those costs. You continue to have your membership rights. There's club documents that obviously dictate, what can and can't happen and what rights you have, et cetera. But as an equity member, you actually own that club.
So I'm guessing that when people bought in Saddlebrook, there were some kind of covenants when you move into a neighborhood like that regarding, were there any rules regarding
There are not.
business of the golf course?
No.
And club? So there's a difference when you live in an equity golf community and a non-equity golf community.
Well,
and I think that's part of what's brought so much angst here today. And I feel for the residents, but they're in a non-equity golf community, and there is a difference.
And further than that, I'd even say that a lot of HOAs that aren't even equity golf communities have provisions in the HOA documents themselves dictating what can and can't happen to that golf course. That does not exist here, right? Our deed restriction does that. So, the talk of protecting views and the talk of, wanting the golf course to be a golf course, none of that has existed in the past. So I understand people bought based on those views, but to be clear, none of that was rooted in any document that they were stepping into or any right they had. That was just their personal, thought. What we're doing is protecting those views for them. So we actually are putting something in place that has not existed.
So I know it's not at the level of detail today that you're required, but one of the other things I heard at the Planning Commission, and I heard it again here today, and one of the residents told me about this, I don't recall if he's the one who ended up coming to my office, is when you drive in, it is a stunning entrance. It is lushly landscaped, and it's a really nice entrance. And he said that the residents paid for that landscaping, not necessarily Mr. Dempsey. And so as we go forward, if this goes forward, I would hope that the lushness and the beautiful feel of the entrance that those people have invested in is there. So I tried to see on your plans what the landscaping looked like on both sides. I'm just hoping that you'll, with the history of that investment, that is going to be very lush still.
Yes, and I'd also say that if you look at it today, a lot of the plants there have lost their luster, and there's a lot of improvements that can ultimately be made. So, and it's obviously important to us, right? As many people had mentioned, that is the arrival to Saddlebrook, that is that first impression, and it is important. So, I actually think we can enhance that arrival experience versus, what it looks like today.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you. What a great day. It's a Tuesday, right? So I want to thank Ms. Wilhite and the MASS team.
So do you have any more questions for Mass at this point?
No, sir. No, sir. No more questions.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to make one comment
go ahead,
to it. And I don't need- So I feel that when I go into, let's say, the Saddlebrook Resort, you go into the lobby, there's a giant picture that shows the whole golf course that's there. It shows the layout, everything that's there. I think when these people signed up years ago, they had an expectation to what they were going to get. I think when they were buying their properties through Mr. Dempsey, this was what was going to happen. I don't know if they really have the authority to be able to come in and change everything that's out there. So when he says there's no protection to the golf course and having the golf course there, I'm going to question that. Am I right?
There have been lawsuits between residents and golf course owners about preserving what they thought they bought into. Not very many, if any of them that I'm aware of, have been successful without some underlying document that gave them those rights. I mean, look at the links in your district. There's not much you can do about a private provider, a property owner who owns a golf course who doesn't want to maintain it or doesn't want to use it as a golf course any longer.
Well, there is a situation where we have a determination from the growth management director, Terry Pitos, to the Links golf course person that by planting a tree farm is in direct violation with the development agreement, which isolates 127 acres.
That's an entirely different point than whether they could just abandon the golf course, which is a question you asked.
It says in the development agreement it has to be a golf course. That's what it says. It's got a list of matrices that you can switch out. In the whole matrix switch, it goes from residential, multifamily, on the matrix you can switch, and it goes over to you can do assisted living facility, commercial, and retail. It does not allow for the golf course to be changed on the matrix. I think there's a protection there. And I don't know what the documents are here. I haven't seen them all the way through, which is why I like to see more detail from this project coming forward, knowing the MPD is coming behind it.
You asked the question about whether or not
we don't know.
And what my answer to you is that most folks have not been successful on those challenges.
Okay. Mr. Wiggin, before I let you go, I just want to make one comment. Give me 1 second. Pardon me, I only got 35,000 papers here. Where'd it go? There it is. All right, so after watching what was going on with this, having several meetings, I went to David Goldstein, who's the attorney for the planning director, our assistant county attorney, and I asked him pretty much, give me the list of reasons for denying a rezoning of land use. Here's what he said about land use. He says, comprehensive plan land use amendments are legislative decisions and can be denied for just about any reason, as long as it's not arbitrary and capricious. Depending on the facts of a particular case, we would typically cite reasons such as lack of compatibility, inadequate supporting infrastructure, public services, or lack of internal consistency with other comp plan goals and objectives and policies. So I just want to read that to you before you bring in for your landing here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a very fair statement. Where's the Pine kids? Oh, did they? Oh. Well, this is the best homework I guess you can have. I get the sense that we're all at an impasse. Board members, the MAST and their project, and the residents. And I want to thank everybody for doing their part to make progress happen, keep a good sense of life while moving forward and increasing value to anybody. And I think this board and everybody here recognizes how special and unique Saddlebrook is. So I'm going to pull a rookie card. Being a new commissioner with new information coming out today of the board meeting that I hadn't seen previously,
And I've got a list of questions. They're working staff questions. I think we all might have those that I want answered. And I think I've made that clear, especially on the traffic issue, among others. I'd like to spend some more time meeting with the applicant, getting some assurances and some understanding on what we're looking like going forward, what the final plan is. I think there's good progress being made. I think everybody kind of saw a glimmer of something on the plan today. However, it was, it was shown today. So with that, I make a motion to continue this item so that I can review and ask questions thoroughly and in detail with staff and the applicant before making a decision.
I'll second that motion.
Hold on.
Well, the second's fine.
Okay.
Since
We have a motion and a second. Let's no
since the
discussion,
commissioner since the commissioner said he was pulling the rookie card, I will ask you, do you want it continued to a date certain? March 7th would be your next Dade City meeting. I can pull the April meeting. If you're going to continue it and you don't want re-advertising, which is what we normally would do in this situation, it needs to be continued to a date certain.
Let's do a date certain here in Dade City.
You want the April meeting?
Commissioner Waitman? Something to consider? As you're a rookie, I want to coach you a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you notice he said Dade City. You did notice that.
It has to be.
Yeah.
I think it has to be.
Well, it should be.
Give
in Dade
yourself
City.
plenty of time. We're just hearing there now, I mean, in the documents we've got, they were negotiating with Donald Palmer and some others. They now picked Jones. They got details to look at there. They can look at many other things with what's coming up before they can do the traffic information. You might ask for more traffic information, which you can go do so, I mean, as a resident commissioner. And I will say this to you, something that I've talked about with them is I don't mind whatever type of incentives we could possibly do, and that would mean like working with SwiftMud to go clean out the golf course areas that are silted up, using some of the money they put in every year for their stormwater utility fund, to use that money to go help clear that out, to make it more affordable to go do so. Could we even help with the drains? I don't mind if we look at being that this will be a very more beneficial if they put a more concentrated development in the center, to give them some relief for the impact fees they may pay, or even to give some economic incentives that we can, and whatever tourism monies we can help if we're going to do something like we were going to do years ago, the tennis stadium. Whatever creatively you can do to work with those guys, I want to help them. I want them to succeed. I want Saddlebrook to go back to that high level, and I think it can. And I think everybody on the board has heard that, seen that, and everybody agrees to it. But it's just a matter of how do you get there. And clearly, just like that one apartment complex at the very end, if it turns over and they flip it to somebody else, what could happen out there? So as you pick your time, please give yourself plenty of time to go through this. I'd rather get this thing right.
April 4th is the...
So what about 8 weeks? Sufficient?
April 4th is the Dade City meeting after the March meeting, and then it's May 9th.
Then let's do April 4th.
So your
Motion for April.
motion would be to continue to April 4th at 1:30 or as soon thereafter as same may be heard.
All right, do we have a second? Good with a seconder?
Yeah, he's,
Okay.
we both
Okay.
second.
All right, good seconders, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I guess I'll vote aye.
Okay. All right, we are, well, we'll take a break and declare we'll do commissioner items. Thank you, folks.
I'm out of here, are we done? I mean, we are done. Commissioner Oakley, leave. I'm out.
You want to just,
I got a meeting.
got a meeting? No, we're taking a break for time.
And I'm late for it.
Do you guys want to do committee items or just schedule? Do you want to do committee items or schedule? You want to do it? All right. Folks, if you'd please exit, we want to finish our meeting. Yeah. We're going to need to clear out, though. You can, if you want, please give me a call. I'll be happy to talk to you. All right? Thank you. All right.
Folks, they're still in session.
Okay. All right,
Please
thank you.
exit.
Please exit, please. We're going to finish our meeting. We're still in our meeting first. Thank you. And folks, we're just going to go over committee reports, so the Saddlebrook business is over. Thank you. No, just go ahead and exit. We'll be fine. We'll carry on. You didn't need it. Okay, so we finished with Commissioner Waitman. Commissioner Starkey.
Can you put that photo up, please, that I sent you from Commissioner Waitman's district?
What were you doing in District 2?
Welcome. You're welcome
I told him it was coming.
You're welcome anytime.
And
Just have
every
to
time I
have fun.
pass this, I say, how is this possibly legal?
Oh.
And so I want to ask everybody, how is this legal? How can that fence be legal? That is a hurricane, tropical storm killer.
I'm sure that's in my district.
Yes.
Yes, it was
It's
in
Gower's
Commissioner-
Corners.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Malari's
No,
There's two
district.
pictures of that.
Wait a minute, don't look at me, that's you.
It's west of 41.
It is
It is.
west of 41. Oh, maybe it's yours.
Yes, welcome to
Just a
Commissioner
minute.
Bradford's
Is that mine?
So Commissioner.
That's yours.
This is your,
It was in the old.
this is gonna slice and dice anybody with those panels are just laying against stuff. Those-
Commissioner Starkey,
Yeah,
I got it.
all right. Boy,
Commissioner-
that was the easiest thing I have ever brought
Commissioner, I
up.
will tell you that's been there since I've been the county attorney driving to Dade City.
Since we did the
and
comp plan in
And haven't
2010.
you always
and-
wondered,
It
why did
was-
Starkey bring this up?
Well, no, it's, I remember it being, the answer coming back that it was a non-conforming junkyard, but
Okay.
that's just what's behind the fence.
That is a killer.
There's one
That
on
is a killer if
on
the
the
wind
north.
They need to
blows.
apply for a grant.
On the
I got
north
it.
side, too.
I got it.
Yeah.
And
all right.
Sally,
Okay, I know I had other things, but I can't remember. But Commissioner Mariano, you know I supported you to be chair. But I'm having shades of Sun West, and it has my anxiety level up so high. Because I don't think you followed our board procedure for public comment. And I wanted the county attorney who sent me what we updated, how public comment is supposed to be dished out to groups. So can you go over those again? Because I have to whatever that group was, and then 4 minutes to all those other people. And so we came up with board policy because when I was chair, you know, it was like, look, make it up as you go. So we all voted on the board policy. I just want to touch on it again so this doesn't happen again.
So 10.3 says, an individual speaker shall be given 3 minutes to present his or her comments to the board. For public hearing items, persons who have been authorized in writing to represent an organization with 5 or more members or a group of 5 or more persons shall be entitled to speak up to 15 minutes without interruption, provided others in that organization waive their time in the written authorization. Upon approval by the chairman or majority vote of the board, a speaker's time may be extended. Hearings on zoning and other quasi-judicial matters shall be conducted in accordance with Rule 10. Rule 12.1, in the same manner as such hearings have been conducted in the past.
Okay, so I just want to try and be mindful of everyone's time. And that was, to me, we didn't have to go, I mean, I thought it was in excess.
Well, let me explain why, just so it helps. You get that list?
Yes, sir.
So there was one person that had 4 people, and she was going to have all 4 come up. She says they'd feel more comfortable if I just spoke all at once. So I thought it'd be saving time if I just had one person speak for the 4 people. Nancy Foster represents her HOA. She got an extra minute. She didn't even need it. Jane Graham getting 45 minutes. This was a lot of information, and she had a lot to cover. And if you watch the Planning Commission, which you watched it, right? Mm-hmm. That was a lot of stuff that was on there. I didn't want the situation of she had to come up and rebut what was being said. and how it got squashed. And if the way the planning commission went, I wanted to make sure that everybody got their voice heard, so we had this done once and again.
And we did get it done once.
Right,
and
but,
I still
but,
object.
but everybody got their input in, and I think we did it as quickly as we could with all the people who wanted to speak. And I think a lot of people didn't speak because of these people getting to speak as they did.
I think this is the longest hearing we have ever had.
I have no doubt.
Yeah, and I personally almost left. I don't think it was appropriate the way it was handled, and I don't want to keep hammering at things. That's why we have.
And again, I looked at what the people were asking for, how they wanted to go do it, and I've seen it where you have one person come up, another person come up, another person come up. It's disjointed, it takes more time, and it doesn't come off. I wanted these people to be able to communicate to us what they wanted to say.
Commissioner Mariano, I feel that you gave them all that time because you don't like them.
No, I wanted them to, I don't care which way it went. I didn't cut off the other two guys that went overtime.
All right, well,
I let them all go. Matter of fact, the attorney at the applicant, she wanted 30 minutes, she ended up with 45. I didn't cut her off either. I wanted all the information out here so that whatever we decide, we're gonna be done and we over it. We knew it was contentious, and frankly, with this hearing, frankly, to be set up on planning commission agenda on consent, it told me we weren't listening to the people. I wanted the people to get their voice heard, that's all I was trying to do. So.
All right, so there is a letter, come on up, Carl. What is that letter called again?
For the record, Carl McKiska, Executive Director of the Pasco County Metropolitan Planning Organization, the Sun Coast Transportation Planning Alliance, which is a collaboration of our county and the other counties making up the Tampa Bay area, requested that we sign a letter supporting an application for a raise grant by Hillsborough County for their heavy maintenance facility for transit.
So they put it in front of me, and I said, I had a little angst. I know that you've already said you support it from something. I don't know.
No, we voted against it.
But we voted against it.
That was heard before, correct?
It's not been brought to this body.
No,
it was
but
brought up
when
at
we heard at the TMA and the SBCTA, we voted against it.
Oh, you voted against it? I thought you voted for it.
No,
we
paid
voted.
our own.
We had a vote at the TMA meeting. They wanted to place it on the priority list, and that was voted down. And the alternative that was proposed was then a letter of support, please.
I got a little bit of angst voting to give federal money to the county that is killing all our plans. So I just wanted to bring it to you. I don't know, where's the Commissioner leave?
Yeah.
You know, do we want to sign that letter or do we not want to sign that letter? I mean, I want to be a regional thinker. I have always promoted regionalism. So part of me says, suck it up and, that's not a cuss word.
I actually made a motion.
And sign it, but.
So I actually made a motion after we didn't want it on the list. We actually made a motion, we do a letter of support. So I don't mind the letter of support.
Oh.
I just didn't want to put it on the priority list.
I'm having no angst with the letter of support, but at least I'm getting my voice heard here that we supported the West Shore interchange funding for federal funding. We have always supported Pinellas County's ask, and I guess we will stand here and support Hillsborough's opportunity to get federal funding. But I do it with not a big smile on my face because I don't think some of them are playing well in the regional sandbox. So that's
Well,
what I'm saying.
there is a new board there.
Yeah.
So if you want to make the motion for it.
All right, so I make the motion that we support HART's request for federal funding on that letter.
Well, I kind of seconded or voted no on that.
Let's get it going. Let's go. Did we vote no on that?
If there's no second, it dies.
Well, Commissioner Starkey, you are a regional thinker. I'm going to go ahead and support you.
Okay, it could be a 2-2. We don't know what.
Well, I know how to count too, so.
Well, again, I was uncomfortable with the list, but I did actually make a recommendation that we actually did it with Regional Planning Council, and Regional Planning Council did it, so I'm going to be supporting the motion, so. Any further discussion on it? All in favor, say aye.
Look at that. Three.
Aye.
Aye. Look at that.
Any opposed? All right,
Okay,
4-0.
so my last thing I wanted to bring up, and maybe I'll save it for next time, but I did want to talk about our lack of applying for federal funds. I see everyone around us applying and winning. I just saw, and someone else just sent it to me today, Hillsborough County got 19 million for something. And I've talked to the administrator about this. If we don't apply, we're not going to get any. And it's a record year for funding out of Washington, and we're not playing in the sandbox. So
Okay,
we got to tee it up for next year.
All right, Commissioner Bradford?
Yeah, but, you know, lobbying's, applying for grants and lobbying and hiring your lobbyists, that's just a very small part of the game. You gotta be willing to get on the plane, go up there, disrupt your week, bang on the doors. You can't see if you can't see the senator, see the chief of staff. They're usually the ones who are gonna make the recommendation anyway. So I don't see us doing that a lot. Like I said, I just got here. I'll play the rookie card, but we need to do that. We
Come with
really,
us next week.
next week I can't, you know why I can't. So, but I'm all in for Tallahassee now.
And I'll go further with that. I think it is something we need to do. Matter of fact, I was talking to Carl earlier that I think we need to go put some things together, set them up. And, you know, going up with NACO is one thing. It's good that we do. We get a lot of information. We work with a group of people and kind of like lobby together. But I do think we need separate trips up there as well.
Right.
That can work. But set those appointments up ahead of time across the board so that we can go up as United Front. When we went up to get Ridge Road,
That's right.
Commissioner Starkey, Commissioner Wells, we went up there, and guess what? It helped with the administration. It just come in, and all they had done, governor support, our legislative support. So all that said and done, that worked and helped. So I think that's what we need to go do. And I want to compliment you, Mike, as Ronnie says, I think you're doing a phenomenal job. You've addressed it the last meeting we talked about trying to work on more of these things. We're going to help on resiliency stuff as well to apply. So I know you get it. I know you're working on it. And I guess this board's pretty well uniform saying we want to do more of it. And just, again, with so much out there, we need to get whatever we can get. Commissioner Whitman, good? Okay.
I just wanted to tell Mike that I appreciate all the tutelage, because I ask him a lot of tough questions, and he kind of looks at me and he goes, "I haven't done this job before, I know." So he always takes the time for me. I'm the kind of guy that'll just walk up and bang on the door. He generally will make time for me. So,
And then I butt in.
yeah, then you butt in. But I'm gonna take care of fence. I'm gonna take care of the fence, so we're not gonna no more butting in. So anyway, I really appreciate Mike very much.
Very good. All right, Commissioner Stark, are you done with your committee reports?
Yeah, well, I did want to, on our state asks, do you have that ready, Ralph? Do we have something? And I have no idea what my fellow commissioners are going after, and do we have a Tallahassee date all set up for? Yes, we have a Tallahassee date all set up. Okay, and while he's walking up, so just so you know, it used to be in, I guess it was Christina's, it used to be in your district, now it's in my district, but we got a problem in Riverside Village, which is right by Mitchell Field, right across the street. For some reason, the first 60 houses are on septic. Very low. It rains, their septic is their stuff is on the sidewalk for everyone to share.
Yeah, we've been out there.
Yeah, it's a real problem. So FGUA is going to fix it and assess the citizens, and they're going to go after a state grant, but they're asking for 100%. I don't think that's smart, and I just wanted this board, but I think they should be asking.
That's FGUA's ask. That's not our ask.
Well, can't we help direct them?
Well, I mean, you know, FGUA, if I could just real quick, I mean, FGUA is under tremendous rate pressure as it stands, because remember when they go in and they buy the systems, there's a tremendous amount of rate pressure already. So, they could assess. Septic to sewer is very expensive. I will just say this collectively to the board. One of the things that I've discussed with Branford and David Allen, our utilities director, is to look at an approach to septic to sewer, because again, we are missing out on some dollars. We did apply for a DEP grant a year or two ago. We were denied because we're not really in the priority focus areas. But we have a coastal area that's rich in environmental quality, and I think an argument can be made there. So utilities is coming up with a strategy as to how we make that happen. And there's really two big issues when it comes to septic to sewer conversions. The first is usually the grants fund about half, so where do you get the other half from? And how much do you assess the future ratepayer? And then secondly, and maybe even more concerning from a board perspective, is essentially forcing that person to become a ratepayer. So those will be issues that we will have to, tackle, because if we build it, by state law, they have to connect, of course, but we will essentially be mandating that they have a sewer bill at some point in time.
Those are ugly public hearings, having been through them.
But FGUA doesn't have to come to us to go in there and fix that problem. The septic companies will no longer go in there and fix their septic tanks, all three of them, because it's a failed health disaster there. So FGUA is going to go ahead and start putting in the sewer system. It won't be ours, it'll be theirs, but we eventually will buy it.
Correct, and I will say that we did ask the FGUA to expand the scope and do a pump station versus they had a lower tech version, a grinder pump and some vacuum sewers or something. So with the anticipation that one day it will become a county asset.
But don't we want them to be successful in their grant? And if they go for 100%, they're not going to be successful. I don't know, I'm asking around.
No, the amount that they're asking for is a doable amount.
It is?
Yeah, and I spoke with their lobbyists. They had no problem with that, yeah. And he's been around for quite some time.
All right, I'm done.
Jack, one other thing. I want to end my testimony in a high note, not talking about
Not on poop?
Not on poop. Thank you. Fire Station 9.
Oh.
Up and running.
Yes.
A great facility and a great day there, fellow commissioners. We all went out there and took a tour and all the vast technologies. Oh, that was well played. Thank you. And I couldn't be happier and I couldn't be prouder. I'm glad we're all part of that team.
Yep, that was a great day. Great investment, and protects our firefighters, and long term, it's just exciting what we're doing for them.
Yep. Thank you.
That's all?
Happy birthday, Andy Taylor.
Is that Jaeger?
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Anything else, Commissioner Bradford? Let's stay
No,
right
sir.
there. Say the
That's
high
it.
note.
I'm
All right.
going to end on a high note.
All right.
You guys can talk about poop.
All right, County Administrator.
I'll defer my comments and appreciate the kind words, but obviously it's the team that deserves all the credit. So thank you for supporting our team and making sure that they have what they need to get the job done. But no, I have nothing else.
I don't have any.
County Attorney.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
So bear with me, because I know I'm between you and the door. But on behalf of Clerk Alvarez Souls, I have two thank yous and an invitation. So first, we want to thank the recycling department. We partner with them every year for the Big Shred, and we've held the event the last 2 Saturdays. 450 residents came in and gave us their sensitive documents to shred, and we shredded about 20 tons of, old tax returns and checkbooks and that kind of stuff. So that was a very, very good, successful event. So thank you to the recycling team for partnering with us. The second thank you is your IT team. They're wonderful, and I wish I had all their last names, but I'm going to say Eli, Randy, and John and team, and I'm hoping Mr. Breitenbach knows who I'm talking to so we can get the thank yous back. But we moved our main internet connection in the middle of the night last Wednesday night, and we were having troubles. We called them up. They got on the phone with us and helped us out, and so just thank you. There's a lot of efficiencies by moving that when it comes to hurricane time frame and being able to support this office. So just thank you to them. And then lastly, an invitation. The Valentine's Day ceremony will be here at the Historic Courthouse a week from today. It's a beautiful event, so we're inviting the commission to come out and celebrate with us, celebrate the couples.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, very good. And I think tomorrow we have the jail expansion going on. On jail expansion tomorrow.
Dedication, 10 o'clock.
And on Thursday at HCA Bayonet Point has got their, I think it's 100 rooms they're opening up. The facility, HCA Bayonet Point, at 4 p.m. on Thursday. They're going to do their grand opening, which has been a long time coming. The building looks so good. They designed it like it almost looks like it's built there from day one. Really did a good job. Great news as far as fire stations go. They broke ground at Hudson, at Majestic. So the ground is clear, so I'm sure we'll be tossing some shovels out there pretty soon. And Sea Pines, from what I got from an email from yesterday, there's just a couple little things that we're looking at right now. I'm going to send it back to them. I hope it can be on the agenda next week. And Mike, if nothing else, even if we don't have it back in time for Friday, which we may get it back in time, if you can put a placeholder on it, I want to make sure we put that up there so we can get that next steps rolling.
Is my fire station moving along? It's dead in the water.
And something to talk about too, we talked about Wesley Chapel, the Athletic Association, who has done a great job for many, many years. We do have a bigger demand. I think we should all be getting maybe a group briefing, or somehow every one of us should be talking to Keith Wiley about between Mitchell being raised up, where we're trying to get a couple $1 million from the state, Maggie Valley, what we do there, but there's some opportunities that are going on there, so I think I encourage you guys, talk to Keith, let's go talk about what we're gonna go do and keep moving. And Hudson Beach, I wanna say that I'm very pleased that Brantford, I called them up about getting the beach done because the sand that's gone down the side, it turns out it's about a 4-hour job. They're gonna take the beach sand that's on the side, put it up on the beach, so Hudson Beach is gonna look better in a very short period of time, which I'm very pleased with. And I do think that as far as recycling, I'm glad you brought it up. If we can look at one thing, Mike, just as a big picture thing, I don't expect anything real quick, but
We have a lot of one things we're looking at here.
yeah. Recycling is very important to us. The more we keep out of landfill, the better. I'd like to see us, if we're not doing enough, and if the more we can do between parks, libraries, all the county facilities, to make those opportunities available. I know we do it in the county building, but I'm not sure if we're doing it everywhere else, so we can take a look at that.
Thank you for saying that, because multiple citizens ask us how often we do it. We tell them that we partner with recycling, do it, every January and February. But we try to tell them about Earth Day and all, but there is a need. They ask when else it's done throughout the year, so.
Okay, thank you for that feedback.
Commissioner Mariano, on that
done.
recycling.
No, I'm just kidding.
My husband told me, and Mr. Former Utility Director, Mr. Waste Management person, I don't remember what company you work for. Republic.
You want me to stand up there?
I don't know which company it is that we have.
I would say work.
But we pay, at our business, we have a regular garbage, and then we have a recycling dumpster, which we pay more for than the regular garbage, my husband said. And they pick up the recycling and the dumpster, and they put it all together. The cardboard, and they're mixing it together. Who's doing that? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Because my husband's going to cancel the recycling.
It doesn't sound right, but
Because
we
he's paying
can,
more and they're not recycling it, and we go to a lot of trouble to flatten our box.
this business would like to give us that information, we can look into that.
Okay.
Doesn't sound right to me, but.
I know, it didn't sound right to me.
Waste Connections does most of the service in that area, but I don't know who they're served by.
Yeah, we can look into that.
All right, well, I'd just like to say, tonight was one heck of a meeting. We all knew it was going to be, but I want to say I give you all the credit in the world. You asked all the questions, we fired all the answers, and I think it was a good meeting as long as it took. It had to happen this way, so I thank you all. I love serving with this board. I think you guys are great. I'll do it.
I thought these meetings always went this long.
No,
I'm
sir.
trying to get to that southern food place before it closes, so that's not.
All right, so we're adjourned. Thank you
It's
all very
only
much.
the third one.
wildlife depend on you to keep them healthy. Excess fertilizer, grass clippings, trash, oils, and pet waste wash into gutters and storm drains when it rains. Stormwater carries these pollutants directly into our lakes and rivers, creating an unhealthy environment for fish, waterfowl, and other aquatic animals. Storm drains are meant for clean rainwater. Most other discharges are illegal. If you suspect an illicit discharge, please contact Pasco County Department of Public Works at 727-834-3611.
Do you like having fun and staying fit?
Do you like to be creative?
Do you like being part of your community?
Do you like a little friendly competition?
Do you like hanging out with friends?
If you're saying yes, then come join us here at Pasco County Senior Services. We have locations across the county for you to get out and enjoy great company every weekday.
And that's not all. Do you like good food?
We have free lunch every weekday for those 60 and older. Just come in and sign up. If you like what you see, come visit us at Senior Services.
We can't wait to see you!
At any given time, 4.8 million people are being sexually exploited across the globe.
Men, women, and children of all ages, races, and ethnicities are exploited for profit.
Women and girls are disproportionately affected, accounting for 99% of the victims in the commercial sex industry.
Over 300,000 of America's youth are at risk of sexual exploitation each year.
The U.S. is one of the largest consumers of human trafficking victims worldwide. When it comes to sex trafficking, consumption means the purchase of sex.
This is a problem that we face right here in Pasco County.
When you buy sex, you are contributing to the trafficking of men, women, and children right here in Pasco County.
It comes down to supply and demand. There's simply more people trying to buy sex than there are those people willing to sell their bodies. Thus, the opportunity for human trafficking to occur.
Do you think people enjoy being bought and sold, that they want to perform sex acts with strangers?
When it comes to buying sex, we want to make sure the word is out there that Pasco doesn't buy it. Every law enforcement agency in Pasco County, including the Pasco Sheriff's Office,
the Newport Richey Police Department,
the Zephyr Hills Police Department,
the Dade City Police Department,
and the Port Richey Police Department.
We are working together to arrest and help to prosecute sex buyers.
Would you like for your spouse to find out that you're paying for sex?
Would you like your kids or their friends to find out? Or your mother?
Do you want your boss, your coworkers, or your clients to find out that you are buying sex?
How would you like to have a criminal record? Buying sex is punishable with jail time and up to a $5,000 fine.
We use state-of-the-art technology.
We have highly trained, experienced officers.
We are leveraging detailed intelligence and monitoring the online platforms that sex buyers use.
All of law enforcement is working together. If you're a sex buyer in Pasco County, we will find you.
Don't buy sex. If you do, you will be arrested.
Are you one of the nearly 50,000 veterans who live, work, and play in Pasco County? Our team at Pasco County Veterans Services is here to help you and your family, making sure you receive the benefits you deserve, from filing compensation and pension claims to crisis and aid and assistance. We're here to serve you.
So all of the veteran service officers here in Pasco County are retired from the military. We all come from different backgrounds, different branches of the military, but we all bring forth the experience and our expertise just through things that we have gained from our own personal military service.
You should come in and talk to a veteran service officer if you're trying to put together any type of claim that involves the VA.
I just think the team is great here, very caring, that's for sure. And they put their all to help you. You get total attention from them. when you do come in, which is awesome.
We can help provide you with the guidance. We can help you put together the paperwork. And we can also give you a status and update on your claim after it's been submitted.
So I have had veterans that came in with $5 in their bank account, and once their claims get approved, now they're getting a monthly tax-free benefit of over $3,000 a month. That's huge.
Sometimes we can do it over the phone, we can do it over video, but it feels more personable when you're sitting there across from someone who probably lived the same life you lived, and it's more understanding to your needs and your wants.
Give them a call, find out if you can come in, have your documents with you, ready to go, and they'll help you.
Finding Rover is an application that is used both on website and smartphones, and you can download the app or use the website to upload photos of your own pet to help find them if they've become lost. And the way it works best with us is that when those animals are being found as strays by our animal control officers or being brought in by another member of the community, their information is automatically being uploaded to Finding Rover system, their pictures are automatically being uploaded, and if they see their pet, they already know where they can go and find it.
I think one of the interesting things about our organization is our ability to help the public. We have so many different ways that we can do that. One of the most special ways we do that is being able to reunite pets with their owners. And anytime we can get some technology, a form of technology to help us do that is incredible. And with the Finding Rover app, we personally at Pasco County Animal Services have been able to reunite pets with their owners based on facial recognition technology, which that's some space stuff right there, but we make it work and we get animals back into their homes, and it's absolutely incredible, not only for the animals, but for those people as well.
The application for Finding Rover is a free application for smartphones. You can use any picture that you find on your Facebook pages, on your private pictures, anywhere that you have them. If you're using your phone, it'll open up your camera roll and you can choose the photo that you'd like to use.
We've been out to this address many times. We've got a building violation, a minimum housing case on it. We're trying to determine whether to condemn the structure or not. And we brought the Sheriff's Department with us because it's a known drug house and there are squatters. So we want to make sure that for our safety that everything's cleared out first before we make that determination.
Heartbreaking. I helped the gentleman that got that years ago. You need to have it cleaned up or removed one or the other. I like to see it gone. It'd be better for the neighborhood. That one and the house next door to it, they're both garbage, unbearable.
So anyway, we have made our determination that this is going to be a condemnation case under the slum and blight. I'll just check with the Sheriff's Office before we head out, make sure that everything is good on their side, and go back and start the case.
Okay.
So we're working on it for you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, absolutely. Whoever the initial investigator was, I'm going to have them start the condemnation and start it today. It makes me feel really good because it'll make the whole neighborhood that much of a better place for everybody that lives here. This is exactly why I do what I do. Absolutely.
Pasco County, the fastest growing county in the Tampa Bay area. The Pasco Board of County Commissioners is a high-performing organization with 2,700 employees representing 57 lines of business, serving nearly 600,000 people over 740 square miles, and we're always looking for talented people to join our team. This is your opportunity to help make your community a better place to live, work, and play. If you're ready to be part of a great success story, consider a career with Pasco County Government, recently recognized as a top workplace for 2021. Opportunities include careers in utilities, public works, traffic operations, solid waste, animal services, public transportation, information technology, libraries, parks, human services, recreation and natural resources, administration, senior services, fire rescue, 911, fleet, building construction services, code enforcement, planning, environmental science, and so much more. Plus, our benefits package is tough to beat. We offer employee wellness centers, health, vision, and dental benefits, paid holidays and tuition reimbursement, just to name a few. We are local government reimagined. We're progressive, innovative, and in many areas, Pasco County is leading the way. Want to learn more about what we do and how you can be part of it? Visit mypasco.net and click on Job and Volunteer Opportunities. Our team is more than 2,700 strong. Your neighbors, friends, and even family members. Come join Pasco County and make a difference every day.
Here in Florida, we're no stranger to rain, and Pasco County Public Works wants to show you how we're working to improve drainage along your roads. Our crews work hard to keep your roads in great shape, and you'll notice after a heavy rain, we often see ponding or standing water on the road that doesn't easily drain away. Ponding can be a problem for a couple reasons. Most importantly, it can be a safety issue, because when you drive through standing water, you can start to hydroplane and lose control. So why does ponding happen? In most cases, it's because the shoulder doesn't slope away from the road, so the water doesn't have anywhere else to go. Pasco crews are always on the lookout for these problem areas and have a relatively easy way to fix them. Most Pasco roads that have water ponding problems have a sod curb, where the grass grows right up next to the road. Our crews use this machine, called a grater, to shave off about 3 feet of sod running along the road. This creates a slope, allowing water to run away from the road. Our crews also use a loader to scoop debris and a sweeper to clean the worksite. Then finishing touches are added, like new sod or stone to prevent the fresh soil from washing away. And just like that, ponding is gone and your roads are protected. This easy, cost-effective fix doesn't alter the rights of way or affect your property in any way. Thanks for watching, and please visit mypasco.net to learn more about how Pasco is working for you.
Hey, I'm Kevin Jenkins, Water Quality Supervisor for Pasco County. What you see behind me tends to create a lot of questions for our department. People ask all the time, why are you wasting all that water, or why is that thing still running? The answer is simple, we're not. What you see happening right here is a state-regulated process called water quality flushing. It happens every day to keep your drinking water safe. Our team is responsible for checking more than 122,000 connections all over Pasco County. As you can imagine, it's a daunting task, but it's work we do proudly and take seriously. We service both residential and commercial connections and flush water mains periodically for preventative maintenance. It helps get rid of impurities, sediment, and biologic growth. This work can be done by a team member or by an automatic flushing device known as an AFD. AFDs can flush pipes remotely. So there you have it, and now you know. That's our flushing process in a nutshell. Pasco County works hard to maintain the best water quality. This is just one way we get to that point. To learn more about this and other Pasco County Utilities information, please visit our website at mypasco.net.
Hi, I'm Angelo Lorenzo, Regional Manager at the New River Library. We're putting on the final touches at your favorite branch. There are lots of changes inside and out, starting with the parking. As you know, we've moved the entrance drive to the east side of the building, and on your way to the parking lot, you pass a book return kiosk, under cover from the elements, to keep you nice and dry when you're just dropping off a book. We've added new landscaping to the entrance and a bright new sign to keep you informed of events and happenings at the library at a glance. Inside, the flooring is complete, along with the ceilings and lighting. An expansive new front desk is the hub of the library, with friendly staff ready to assist you quickly and efficiently. The furniture, shelves, and fixtures are in place, and we're preparing to deliver the books to the branch soon. The Discovery Gardens at New River are the gem of the library. We'll have a variety of display gardens, sensory features, and of course, garden beds for your use. We've also installed a covered area for holding seminars and demonstrations. We know you're anxious to enjoy the remodeled New River Library, and we're eager to show it off. Follow our social media pages and pascolibraries.org for updates and for the opening date. Thank you.
We provide a place to seek support and services.
We provide you a way to keep going.
We provide affordable housing opportunities and create community partnerships.
We provide a place to play and preserve precious resources.
We provide you a place to learn and create.
We provide you a place to rescue and care for your furry friends.
We provide a place for you to flourish and to grow.
We provide you a destination to embark on your next adventure.
We believe it's essential to give the best resources to you, your family, and our community. We are humble and proud to serve you. We are Pasco County Public Services.
My name is Gina Botticello. I'm the Pet Services Supervisor here at Pasco County Animal Services. I am very blessed to work with our rescue partners every single day as they visit our shelter to remove animals that are not eligible for adoption, either due to severe medical or behavioral concerns. Our rescue partners are essential in helping us meet our Save 90 mission to ensure that at least 90% of our animals are live released.
My name is Robert Splade. I'm from Norman's Rural Rescue.
Hi, I'm Devlin, and I'm with Rugaz Rescue and Project Golden Years.
I'm Robin Vetro, the president of Norman's Royal Rescue.
I am Dr. Carrie Burek. I am a rescue coordinator for Suncoast Animal League in Palm Harbor, Florida.
I love and work with my county because my shelter loves and respects our rescue. We have a large development and an educational boundary that knows we take the special cases.
I think the best thing about rescuing is that as low as it can get, I'm probably going to get emotional with this. As bad as it can get, and the things that we see as bad as they are, we know that we have the ability to make them better. We have the ability to make these animals' lives amazing.
It's just that these poor animals, what they go through, and a lot of what their backstories, where they come from, and all they want is somebody to love them. So we figure if we can rescue them, whether they're injured, sometimes behavioral, we rehabilitate them and find them that home. And it's just something that we're the voice of them. They don't have a voice, unfortunately.
About 5 years ago, we adopted a dog that was a rescue dog. His name was Norman. He lived here. He showed us that whole world where there were these dogs that people just overlooked because they were different.
Pasco County Animal Services is an excellent partner to Suncoast Animal League. I mean, we have a great relationship. We work together in rescuing animals and improving the animals' lives and getting these animals out, getting them the medical care that they need, and getting them where they need to go.
As far as Pasco County Animal Services go, it is the best shelter in the 5 counties we've visited. We actually live in Hernando, but we visit all the shelters. And we get the most help, the most love from the people that work here, the people that volunteer here. They become family, and that means more to us as a rescue because we have a support system outside our foster base.
Our county has come so far from where it had been 12 years ago when I was director at the SPCA locally. We have come so far, feats and boundaries, where dogs like our Tex here, who was hit by a car, who was a very stressed out, not a really appropriate shelter dog that we wouldn't have been able to treat here at the shelter, we get that phone call, hey, you're one of our partners that'll do hard cases like this. In the car on the way, not a problem.
For us, it's just an invaluable partnership, you know, and I think that we've managed to change the lives of so many animals, save the lives of so many animals because of this partnership, and it is just a really cool thing.
They serve, as I did, to fight for our freedoms. We here at Go Pasco want to return the favor by serving you. Go Pasco offers all active duty military and veterans unlimited free rides on our fixed route buses. When you step on the bus, just show the driver one of these forms: military ID card, DD Form 2, valid VA card, V on your driver's license, or Go Pasco veteran ID. Go Pasco, where veterans ride free.
back a couple years ago, this was just a bridge. This was overpass bridge from Old Pasco Road all the way over to Boyette and beyond. And what we've done is take it and turn it into a full interchange with I-75. So full access, northbound, southbound. Big difference from what we had before.
This is all about quality of life for our residents. When you think about how long people have to sit in traffic these days, especially, this is about, again, getting people to work, getting people home, getting people to their sporting events so they can spend more time with their families. Again, quality of life.
It'll separate that traffic from 56, 54, and up to 52. And it'll spread that traffic out, and our citizens need that. It's really congested out there.
By working together, we can often advance projects many years, and we've had a number of good examples in Pasco County, this being the latest, but the State Road 56 extension, the new 52 realignment, all great projects. And if the county and the state had not worked together, we'd probably be looking at years before we'd be able to deliver them.
You know, we have a great relationship with Secretary Gwynn and the FDOT, and it took about 10 years to bring this interchange to fruition, but we knew how important it would be for this area, and it's not a normal thing when you're able to get a new interchange like this, so we're very excited about it.
Yeah, the river's not so high right now. We should be all right. It's a pretty good flow to it, though. I grew up thinking if I could just drive a truck around in the woods or being out in nature, that'd be a perfect job, and I kind of found that here at the district. Being able to airboat to different lands, drive out in portions of the Withlacoochee or boat down at the river's length is just absolutely amazing to me. Out here, I'm relaxed. It's just a wonderful place to be and to spend time, and it's amazing to me that I'm able to do that. The Withlacoochee River has about a 2,000 square mile watershed, which means this is the area, the portions surrounding the river that when it rains, it could potentially flow into and feed the river. I'm Dr. Mark Fulkerson, a senior professional engineer with the Southwest Florida Water Management District. The Withlacoochee is where I call home. It's where I grew up. It's where I was born and raised, developing a great love for the outdoors. Currently, I'm the project manager for the Withlacoochee River Watershed Initiative. As you paddle down the river, you never know what you might encounter. It might be a snake, a turtle, a gator, a bird. And this is GS 108. The Withlacoochee River Watershed Initiative is really a multi-year effort that is designed to better understand the dynamics of the river and its watershed.
Okay, go out the center line.
To identify how certain alterations may or may not have affected the river system, and to try to identify different ways that we can better manage the river.
Got it.
The Withlacoochee River is 160 miles long. It begins in the Green Swamp and passes through all or part of 8 different counties before eventually discharging into the Gulf of Mexico. This is one of the few rivers that runs northward. The name Withlacoochee is derived from a Creek Indian word meaning little big water, which likely defines the high and low fluctuations that the river naturally experiences. Understanding the fact that the river is going to fluctuate low and high is a critical component. This is a pretty good indication that water's been this high, likely from the 2004 hurricanes. In addition to these natural fluctuations, man has changed the river over the last several decades and really over the last 100 years in an effort to transform its natural function into one that benefited private needs. And really they were in the name of navigation or certain industries like the phosphate industry or timber or citrus. Because the Withlacoochee River has experienced extreme highs and extreme lows in really the last several decades, and also because there were many man-made alterations to the river system, because of that there are a lot of public concerns. The Southwest Florida Water Management District has been working on this effort since 2006. Really the work began 6 years prior to that in the year 2000 when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers began looking at the entire watershed and realizing we needed to come up with a comprehensive tool to analyze the entire system as a whole. How can we build a tool of the entire watershed? How can we look at all 2,100 square miles as a whole instead of just focusing on one area? We realized we really needed to map out the entire river system. The accuracy of a model is only as good as the data we put in, and for this effort we really went above and beyond, collecting probably 70,000 bottom elevations all the way down the Withlacoochee River to put a place into this model to characterize it accurately. In order to gather the information we've needed for this effort, I've basically walked or boated the entire stretch of the Withlacoochee River gathering the data, and that took over 2 summers. was really kind of like a pioneering in a sense. Probably not many people that have seen that portion of the Withlacoochee River.
Yeah, it looks like the river's come up a little bit since yesterday.
It was difficult, you know, many times we just kind of have to traverse ahead a ways, walk the banks a long ways to try to figure out where the river goes. It's not very well defined in many portions of the Green Swamp. As we marched down the river, you know, we were locating our position by GPS. We were using the survey rod, putting it down to the bottom of the river to get that elevation. Many days, you know, just chopping along the banks of the river so that we could have that clear line of sight. We were walking from 8:30 until dark just about every day. One of the main goals of this study is to get a better understanding of the entire river system as a whole, and to be able to use that understanding to make management decisions that are going to enhance the resources. There were many meetings, public workshops, working groups, initiatives that brought the public in and together to kind of identify what are the issues in the river system.
That's right on right there.
The first step in identifying those issues